Hey, what's up, everyone? Koku here. Another week, another Saturday night shoot the breeze. We have some really good topics tonight. So much so, some topics I have to leave for next week. That's how many topics we had tonight. I want to thank everyone who's going to show up on the panel tonight. Thank all of you who are in the chat. Make sure to hit the like button on the way in. Not just that, not just hit the like button, but also make sure you share the content. Remember, we have that clip feature. We could clip 1 minute of audio, and you guys can use the clip feature. Sorry, to share to your social media. Let people know where you are right now and that you're tuned in to the Bitter Medicine podcast. So, what do we have in store for us tonight? Tonight, we are going to discuss Nigeria potentially hanging white folks who commit crimes against their citizens. We're going to talk about how Europeans are excellent at making their wrongdoings look virtuous. We're going to answer the question, why are Instagram models going to Dubai to be used as bathrooms? We're going to talk about a black man who defended himself, and yet newspapers are saying that he was the aggressor. We're going to talk about going back to the village. We're going to answer the question, who is Omar Ba? We're going to talk about, do black people really believe in giving second chances? We're going to talk about the tragedy of the good, God-fearing, patriotic, love your enemy type of Negro as well. We're going to answer the question, is this us? We're going to look at a certain viral video that went around. And we're going to discuss, was Malcolm X wrong? Is it actually the black man who is the most disrespected and unprotected here in America? We have all that coming up. I see we have Janelle Benjamin. Haven't seen you in a while, Janelle. Thanks for coming through. Gassed him up is out there in the chat. Hopefully he'll join us tonight on the panel. I was tuned into his show with Jay last night. Good discussion. I wasn't able to jump on, but good discussion with those guys. Make sure you guys are tuning in to gas them up. Make sure to subscribe to his YouTube channel so that you could know when his shows are coming up with Jay. Lero's here saying peace, loved ones. I always like how Lero enters the room. KW Don 7 saying Sawabona. So what we're going to do, I gave you the preview of what's to come. I hope you guys are excited by it. What we're going to do, we're going to start the show properly. We're going to start the show properly. And on the other side, I will drop Shoot the Breeze topic number 1 tonight. I already did drop the link for anyone who wants to join the panel. Just click the link, you could join. And I'll see you guys on the other side.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio. Welcome to the Bitter Medicine Podcast, where it's all about Black empowerment. Our show focuses on Black news and entertainment, arts, science, economics, history, people, and strategies that uplift, empower, and motivate Africans within the diaspora. And now, your host, whose favorite color is black, Goku.
Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. I am your host, Koku. Just want to remind you guys before we get the show rolling that this show is part of a podcast network called KWAZ Radio. There are other shows on the network you are invited to tune into.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the Pro-Black Perspective, where black problems are addressed with black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the Revolutionary Matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Yes, indeed. Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. Saturday Night Shoot the Breeze. I am your host, Coco. Let me welcome in Jay to the panel. Jay, how are you today? Jay, your mic might be muted or something. I can't hear you. Let me go to Mr. Untouchable. Mr. Untouchable, how are you this week?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I got you.
All right, good night, my great brothers. Ready to do another excellent show. Ready to do it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. When Jay is back, he'll let us know. He's in the chat. He said, thank you. Good morning. I guess it's morning where Jay is. Let me drop Truth Debris topic number 1 tonight. And again, you guys can click the link that I dropped in the chat. Dropped it earlier. The Harsh Reality Podcast is here, saying we in here. Peace. Truth Debris topic. Jay, are you back?
Yes, I was having issues with my microphone. Yes.
No problem. Good to hear your voice, man. Good to hear from you.
Good evening, good morning.
Yes, sir. Truth Debris topic number 1 is, has Nigeria finally decided to hang white men for the crimes they commit against their citizens?
Yes.
This came with a link. Let's paste the link here. And let me share my screen. Let's check out the video, then we'll discuss it.
On June 13, 2018, the Lagos state government had arraigned a citizen of Denmark, Peter Nelson, on a 2-count charge of murder. Before the Lagos High Court, sitting then at Igboshere, Nelson, who was then 53 years old, had pleaded not guilty to killing his 37-year-old wife Zainab and their 3-year-old daughter Petra. After his plea, the court ordered his remand in prison and fixed trial for October of the same year, 2018. When trial started, the prosecution called 9 witnesses. They included one of Zainab's siblings, the couple's housemaid, 2 police officers, a consultant pathologist, and the state's director of the Center for DNA and Forensics, Dr. Richard Somiari. The defense team also called 9 witnesses, with the defendant testifying in his own defense as the last witness. He told the court that he had watched a football match with his wife a night before her death. After the football match, he claims they had an intimate time before going to bed. The defendant also testified that around 2:30 a.m., they were both woken up by their daughter, who said she wanted to watch cartoons. He said while his wife took the little girl to the sitting room, he went back to bed. He said he eventually woke up around 7 a.m. and noticed that his wife was not in bed. He would eventually find her body and that of his daughter dead on the kitchen floor. He claimed that there was a strong smell of gas when he opened the kitchen door, and all efforts he made to resuscitate them yielded no results. In a judgment which lasted over 5 hours, Justice Okikiolu Ihile said she relied, among other things, on the post-mortem examination carried out by the consultant pathologist, Professor John Obafunwa, on the bodies. According to the pathologist, Zainab and Petra died of head injuries and asphyxia or suffocation, which could not have been self-inflicted. On whether the deaths were caused by the defendant, the court recounted several testimonies given by the prosecution witnesses, which suggested a history of domestic violence. In the end, the judge also held that the fact that the defendant did not immediately call for help when he claimed to have found the bodies made it difficult to absolve him of having a hand in their deaths. The court pronounced that he be sentenced to death by hanging.
After 4 years and 42 days, Zainab and Petra still lie still in the mortuary. But the only shooting balm, the only joy that we'll have is that justice has been served.
The late Zainab, popularly known as Alize, was in the course of promoting her music before she was murdered. Shola Shoyeli, Channels Television News.
Cold-blooded. When will black people, but women in particular, when will we learn, man? RIP to that sister, but when will we learn that these relationships are not it, man? These guys will even kill their children from these relationships. Let's welcome in Gaston Up. Gaston Up, how are you this week?
Man, I'm good. I hope all of you guys on the panel are good. Once again, I appreciate you guys supporting me, coming to listen to Jose and I. So much love and respect for that.
No, my personal pleasure. I'm sure it's the same for anyone else here who tunes in, like Mr. Untouchable. Jay, you just saw that story. You see the prompt. The prompt says, has Nigeria finally decided to hang white men for the crimes they commit against their citizens? What say you to this?
Yeah, the finally is the finally makes me scratch my head. But I understand it's 4.5 years. Yeah, I'm okay with it. Yeah, I mean, the research is done. He obviously, one cannot strangle thyself to death because
Right.
you lose consciousness before that. Yeah, he obviously he did it. Yeah, I mean, let's go.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. By the way, you guys who are in the chat, please respond to that poll that I have up. I put a similar poll up on the community tab earlier this week, but the mistake I made with the community tab is I mentioned black couples. So most people probably took that as, literally as a black man, black woman who are in a relationship. But what I really, really want to get to the heart of is in the aspect of family. Do you think a family, a black equals African family, can survive off just the income of the man in the West? Gaston, what say you to this prompt here? You're from Nigeria. Well, you're from that area. You might be familiar with this story. What say you to the prompt? Has Nigeria finally decided to take care of white folks who commit crimes against its citizens?
Well, I hope so. I hope that that they wake up and they smell the coffee, because if an African man did the same thing in his country, they wouldn't even be it wouldn't even probably make the news. He'd be guilty. They'd throw him under the bus. They might give him the chair, or he's in Denmark, so they're a little bit nicer, so they'll inject him with some stuff that'll just stop your heart, and So yeah, look, it's a long time coming. I think black people need to slowly but surely. I think we're falling out of love with the white, super myth. I mean, we still have it in certain pockets, of course, in terms of how black people interact. But I think little by little, the myth of white superiority is disappearing.
I feel you on that. I appreciate that. Were you familiar with this story, Gaston?
Yeah, when it first happened, I of course, I was gonna let this dude go. And funny enough, they tried to get him out of there. His government tried to get him out of there, but Nigeria rightfully put their foot down. It was like, hell no, So the truth of the matter is it goes back to, for me, the slave genocide, we didn't have value for our human capital. And for too long, Africa has not valued their human capital, which is their most important source of capital. So I think it's a good thing that now we're understanding the old law of nature. You don't have to tell a lioness or a tiger or a gorilla if you kill her cubs. She's coming for you. There's actually stories or anecdotes. If I'm not mistaken, there was a hunter, I believe he was in Russia or somewhere, and he killed the child of a tiger, right? The tigress. And she hunted this dude down and killed him.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm saying? So, we need to take that same approach, So let's cut out the marching and the Jesus and no offense to anybody's religion, but so I think I hope they hang him. I don't want anyone to die, but for what he did, you got to pay for that, man. So let's see if they fulfill it.
Gas them up. You mentioned something, if you don't mind me asking you.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned something. You said Africans never. I forget how you put it now, but Africans basically didn't respect the human capital. They didn't respect the people, and I assume you mean to say this is how we ended up in the situation that we ended up in. Why do you think that was? What does your research or your understanding brought you in terms
our
of
elites? The elites in Africa at that time, there was a change in thought process, and so what was happening was that they were looking to create stronger social distinctions and stronger social classes. And that really made things take a turn for the worse. So it was like Pandora's box. And then it really created this type of dog-eat-dog world. So you saw clear wholesale examples of, for example, a great book, The Two Princes of Calabar, right? Where one town gets guns, and then they're terrorizing. Then the Europeans realize, wait, they're too powerful. So they now start supplying guns to the other town, give them some power, and they take over the other town. So you start seeing all these things that were not happening prior to engagement with Europeans. And so, like I said, for far too long, we've not appreciated the value of the human capital. Can you imagine, and I'm going to stop with this, but can you imagine if a talent like George Washington Carver or talent like the gentleman who from the Caribbeans who was the president of Grenada, I believe, that they took over. What's his name? The coup?
Maurice Bishop.
Yes, Maurice Bishop. Can you imagine if they had been on the continent, what they would have contributed, right? Mm-hmm. And the list goes on and on. So just look at how what the Ukrainian government was doing to African bodies and African human capital in their country. They were treating them like dirt. So we Africans have to start valuing ourselves and saying, look, if you treat us like crap, we're not going to stand for it. You touch one of ours, we're touching one of yours.
Real quick, did we start that social distancing thing, that elitism? Are you saying we started that before the Europeans came, or that was in response to the Europeans?
I would say that there were slight social distinctions, but it became much more pronounced once you start. Because if you look at, for example, the people who were consuming the tobacco, the mirrors, what they did, they actually created rules in place that it was only the elite that could. This is why when colonialism happened, quite often, the people who embraced the colonial construct the hardest were those Africans who were not allowed to engage and partake in the consumption of those foreign goods. So one of the prime ministers of Nigeria, when the very first one, the guy Festus, this guy had like a 30-foot long rapa, right? Like this Indian Madras cloth, the Dutch West Africa print. He wore like a 30. He had like 3 maids holding it up. Just this irrational, right, display of consumption. But he comes from a group and a lineage where they were not allowed to consume, those goods. So as soon as they got an opportunity to get educated and engage within the Western system, they start wearing the top hats, smoking the pipes, so it really is something that we have to be aware of about our choices and how we consume.
Thank you for that. I didn't mean to put you on the spot with all those questions, but thank you for that. Mr. Untouchable, Has Nigeria finally decided to hang white men for the crimes they commit against their citizens?
I think it's a step in the right direction, even though this form of justice that's being meted out is really white justice and blackface. Because if you see the picture we're looking at, these brothers wearing European wigs,
Yeah, man.
and they follow the British system. However, I would say that it is certainly something I consider to be refreshing, because for too long there have been just a lot of European miscreants going to the continent and doing all manner of things. There was this white lady who went into an African country and she was performing surgery on children, and she didn't even have a medical license.
Mm.
Another guy, his name was, they had a guy named Simon Mann. Simon Mann was from England, and he went to overthrow the president of Equatorial Guinea. And before he was able to do it, the president of that country was able to stop him from, creating a coup, because Simon Mann was backed by Margaret Thatcher's son and people of that ilk. Needless to say, they put him in prison for a time and eventually let him out. His intention was to kill the president now. So they let him out and let him go back to England and create documentaries. So this idea of justice, being meted out by African countries onto miscreant Europeans who go over to the country to create dramas, it's never really happened.
Yeah.
Even in our country, our
Yep.
colonized country, there was a guy named the
Nygod, right?
And when the Barefoot Bandit came here, he was shooting at police officers.
Oh, right. Yeah.
At police officers, because you imagine a black Bohemian shooting a police, and then they allowed him to go back to the United States to escape justice.
Yeah.
If you commit crimes in a country, you should face the crimes of that country before you
Yes.
are permitted to go to any other country to face their crimes. And another thing too is when the Europeans extradite them to their countries, they say, well, you've committed no crime in our country, we have no problem with you, and they let them go free.
Mhm.
So I'm happy that this person is receiving some form of justice. I would like to see more of it rather than less of it. And it's really just, for me, it's just Nigeria starting to show their strength in the world. And even in this small expression, hanging white men who commit crimes in their country. And I wish other African countries should follow suit, and our countries in the Caribbean as well.
Yeah. Because Peter Nygod, I mean, this guy Epstein was operating out of what was that, Antigua, one of those places like that too. It's just, we gotta start to put our foot down, man. We can't just let these white folks just traipse about and do whatever they want, man. I appreciate you guys' input. I see Kevin Carre is here. In the chat, I should say. Peace to Kevin Carre. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 2 tonight. If there's no last words on that topic from anyone here. Shoot the Breeze topic number 2 tonight is Europeans are excellent at making their wrongdoings look virtuous. Speaking about European wrongdoings, right? This came with a link. Let's check it out, and we'll talk about it on the other side.
Yes, here again. So, them tell us Christopher Columbus discovered Jamaica and this part of the world. Well, most people know I say not no go so. We agree with that. But we really understand how is it that a one guy come clear across so and decides him is the founder of so much islands when he was nothing in Europe. And Europe was almost like what they would call a backward place. Before the Moors enter into Granada in a Spain, it wasn't really any high quality life. Christopher Columbus born in a place named Genoa in Italy. And him was a sailor upon the ship them from Portugal. And we must remember that the Portuguese is one of the first European countries to enslave African people. Don't forget that. The Portuguese were the first European country to enslave, well, and I said the first, one of the first to really enslave Africans. And Christopher Columbus was on those ships that used to venture into Europe, into Africa. Christopher Columbus. When Christopher Columbus got to Spain, King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella. Why we are telling this story is because something happened that we miss in the history when we talk about 1492. Because that is really where them give it. 1492, Christopher Columbus come across us so, and really create havoc amongst the indigenous people. And when them tell you say the Arawaks or the Tainos were the first people to inhabit here. But Africans was here too. Africans was here too. Africans was here thousands of years before Christopher Columbus come here. So, in the Americas, as them would call it, Africans ventured into these parts of the world thousands of years. Anyway, the man named Christopher Columbus wanted to go to India. India he wanted to go. And he needed some ship, but he couldn't get the ship them. So he go to King Ferdinand, Queen Isabella, to get the ship them, to venture. And him get 3 ships, but he couldn't get nobody to come with him. Because the Europeans thought that if you go too far out in the sea, you'd fall off. Because you have some people that know what talk about the world flat, the earth flat, and all them foolishness there. But him thought, and the people them in Europe thought that the further you go to the horizon, it's far you're going to fall off, you're going to see some beasts and all these things. Well, Christopher said him want to take the chance. Because he said him can't travel west to go east, not knowing that what goes around come around. And it's really India and venture out to go, but he must travel in the other way. So Christopher Columbus got into the prisons in Spain and take out the murderers and the thieves and the pedophiles and all these people and promise them land if they would go with him. Well, if you promise me gold and free freedom from the jail, me take the chance. So a whole heap of people take the chance and go with him on the 3 ship them. But what them don't tell you that there were Moors on the ship. There were African people on the ship. The chief navigators on these ships was Moors because them know about navigation. They developed navigation years ago, long time, them developed navigation. Well, Christopher Columbus venture out, and somehow him lose point, him lose direction, and him end up in this part of the world. But the reason why we are telling this story is not the Columbus voyage we are to tell you about. It's 1492. What was taking place in Europe in 1492? There's a thing named the Inquisition. A lot of you might not know what is the Inquisition. The Inquisition is when the king and queen of Spain decide that anybody that is not with the papacy, with Pope, is heretics. So they should be burned to death, crucified or hanged. So there was a actual spy thing a go on for anybody where them feel say was part of this conspiracy against Christendom, because Europe is just the idea them call it Europe, the name Christendom. But guess what now? It was really against the Moors and the Jews, because the Moors and the Jews never accept the papacy. So these inquisitions was against the Jews and against the Moors, the Muslims, as we call them. So in 1492, them start this Inquisition. The Inquisition is people, is a system where them called the Inquisitors. You know, you don't say you're inquisitive. You're inquisitive means they set people to watch you, to see what you was doing. For instance, you know, so the nation of is the nation of people who call themselves Muslims. Them pray 5 times a day. And if a man next door look over and see you pray 5 times a day, I will say, yes, see it there. It's not a part of the paper, say you're fighting against Rome. So they would inquire, call the inquisitor, and he would inquire if you are part of this thing. And this would lead to your prosecution and death. So this was something that was taking place right over Europe, where anyone that was found with a different religious perspective would be put to death by the authorities that call themselves the inquisitors or the Inquisition set up there to deal with these situations. So what they wanted to do was to run out all the Africans them out of Spain. And then the Inquisition continue further into Europe. So you have other inquisitors and Inquisition develop to the point where now there was a lot of burning of people. Imagine that. They were burning people at the stake because they found out that you was not part of the Roman Catholic Empire. And not only that, we went in Holland, there is a torture museum. And if you see the torture, the things that them usually do. And the weirdest thing about it, is that them do this. They ask you if you are with the Pope, and them torture you to the point where you have to say you is with the Pope. And then them kill you. Because them say them don't have to torture you too much for you say it. The Inquisitors, the Inquisition, and why I remember that? The Inquisition, a time in Europe when African people was hunted because of them religious perspective. And up to this day, we see that taking place, not at Panda level there, but we see the church, the Roman Catholic Church. Even in Canada the other day, they found 200 odd graves of young children who was supposed to be culturally brainwashed into believing in Jesus Christ, to give up their indigenous culture. That is what they took the children them away for. They took them away from the nation and put them in some places where them could brainwash the people them into them religious perspective. And now we find that it is coming out more and more and more and more. And they will keep finding these things because this is something that Europe has continuously done. Make you feel say what they are doing is the right and proper thing. And hide the atrocities that they do, not only to other people, but to themselves. Because World War I and World War II was fought not as a world war, as Europe is the tribes of Europe fighting against the tribes of Europe. It was nothing else. We never involved in a world war. Just like how them say the World Series. It's only America involved in the World Series. Nobody else not in there. I'm pretty sure presumptuous them is. Them farm a game named the World Series, and it's only America involved in it. Out. Yeah, this is Muta Baruka. I want to introduce you to a different style of programming from the media.
All right. Muta Baruka always coming through with some wisdom. The prompt is, Europeans are excellent at making their wrongdoings look virtuous. Jay, you saw the video just now, what Muta Baruka said. By the way, have you been to the Torture Museum?
Not that I remember. It's like I probably, yes, in school when I was at school, but I remember fragments, but I doubt if I saw it on TV or in books or you understand.
Right.
But I don't remember being in the museum. But yeah, maybe I did, and it's yeah, it's horrible. It's unimaginable what I remember seeing, doubting if what I just explained. But I remember something, but not being there, and it's I think I think we lost a battle in a millennia old war.
Talk about it.
That's what I think about the past 500 years, and maybe we should look at it that way, because I think we act too defeated. You know, we have taken on the role of the victim of all these atrocities, while that's not us. You know, it's not us at the soul of the white man's boot. That's
Makes sense.
yeah, that's absolutely not us. We should put another attitude on the retina and eardrums of our next generation to ever come out of this mind state.
I like that, Jay. I like that. We are we descend from those folks who did the actual suffering, but we shouldn't necessarily sit down every day and act like we're the ones who physically went through it, that these white boys had their boots on our necks. Yeah, I like that, actually.
It's not our identity.
Idiot. I like that. That goes to the ADOS FBA stuff too. Like, you know, go ahead, Jay.
Yeah. And also us Cape Verdeans, our national plate is Cachupa, and it's in my eyes it's just the leftovers of the colonizer, right? And that's our national plate. No, hell no. Look at all the other plates that we have. Ground food, etc. Real African plates, and we choose to we take the crumbs of the colonizer as our national plates. Stop it, please.
Jay, well, I have a quick question for you. Let me just say this to the chat. Hey, guys in the chat, make sure you guys are dropping your comments. I see I missed a comment earlier from the Harsh Rally podcast. Basically, he was questioning whether that white guy would have gotten off in Nigeria if he was wealthy, versus if he was just a regular kind of, white boy. Jay, you talked about the dish, and it reminded me that I know a Cuban guy, and a big dish that they have is like white rice and black beans, I think it is. I forget what they call it in Spanish again, but it's supposed to represent some battle, some victory of the blacks versus the Cubans versus the whites or something like that. What is the dish that they have that's their number one dish? Describe it for us.
For us Cape Verdeans?
Yeah.
It's the description I just gave it. It to me it looks like the leftovers of the colonizer. It's actually practically every home has its own version, but it's a little bit of this, it's a little bit that, it's a little bit of and together it's nothing. It's just leftovers thrown in one pot, and it's mice, it's various beans, and you can do it with poultry, meat, or fish. It depends, but
what is it? What is it meant to represent? Like I said, the Cubans have that dish that represents their victory in a battle, I think. What does the dish represent to you guys?
It's just food, and most of the time it's made in a big pot, and there's various ways to conserve it, right?
Okay.
So it's a rich, it's cooked as a rich soup, but so the first time it's a rich soup, but as after the first round, it's drained, so that the dry version can make it longer than 1 or 2 days, right?
Okay.
So it's a struggle food.
Okay. Gas them up. You heard with Muta, had to say in the video. You see the prompt and you heard what Jay had to say. What say you to this?
Yeah, I mean, for me, I look at it from this lens of sacrifice as always. And what was the Inquisition, but if not the sacrificing of human bodies and the burning of human bodies, right? So these are the games that these people are doing, but they're hiding it behind this thing of rationalism. So they'll say, "Oh well, yeah, they were just ill-conceived, they were misled." No, 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 that's not what was happening. They know that when you spill blood and you burn things and you give them to the altar, right? When you burn something alive, that in the Old Testament, you had two types of sacrifice, right? Where you totally burn it alive and everything, the whole essence goes up to the gods, and then you keep a part for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
So these people know what they're doing, right? They're very, very crafty and sneaky people, very, very crafty and sneaky people, and they're high level occultists. And I think we have to contend with them. But a lot of times we don't realize that what we take as common stance or commonplace is really their forms of occultism that they've, put us under. So he's very right. The Moors. I mean, you can't argue. The whole history of everything he said is 100% correct. As a matter of fact, it was after Isabella kicked out the Moors and the Hebrews that she was able to finance Columbus,
Mm-hmm.
right? Because if she didn't do that, they didn't have the money, and it was that stealing of wealth that spurred them to see the so-called New World. So it's always been a game of pillaging, robbing, raping. This is just what they do. So yeah.
Thank you for that, man. I appreciate it. Daily affirmation by Pauline came in earlier saying greetings. Saying good evening. Kevin Curry 42 is in the chat. He says greetings, family. NYC Beauties is here as well. Pro Black Perspective came in earlier. So you guys make sure hit the like button for me. You hear what the panelists and what the prompt is saying. You guys could also chime in the chat. I'll read all comments live on the air. Mr. Untouchable, Mutu Baruka, and he's explaining how Europeans make their wrongdoings look like virtues. That whole video had me thinking about King Leopold's ghost. What say you to this prompt?
Yeah, I personally think that my experience with that statement is how the West, in particular the colonial nations, have masked their atrocities in song. For instance, back home in my country, our country, we used to sing a song called "Onward Christian Soldiers."
Absolutely. Yep.
Onward Christian soldiers marching off to war.
If you came here
and we
after
never
such,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
no worries. We never asked who are the Christian soldiers that they talking about, which ones, and which war are they talking about. This is when the English was going into Africa. When this song was made, it was going into Africa to fight and do what they was doing, and bringing colonialism into Africa. They were the Christian soldiers, and the war was the war against the Africans. And we never really questioned these guys. Another one we used to sing in the church is called "Amazing Grace."
Mm-hmm.
And the person who wrote "Amazing Grace" was a slave trader.
Mm-hmm.
And he said that save a wretch like me. What was he saving him from? Because after he wrote that song, he still continued with the slave expeditions into Africa.
Mm-hmm.
So these people are masterful in masking their horrible things that they do, even in the simplest things, the songs we sing every day. And you will find Black people all throughout the Black world. Be catching the Holy Ghost off for singing "Amazing Grace."
Yep.
Not understanding the reality of what that actually means to the writer of the song itself. That these people are excellent and masterful, and they do it in song, they do it in media and radio. They do it in every field of human activity you could ever possibly think or don't think about, on a conscious level and on an unconscious level. So I just really wanted to put that out there for us to really consider.
What do we do with this information? What do we do with this knowledge? Gas Them Up talked about, and I'm going to go to each of you. Gas Them Up earlier spoke about how these guys are high-level occultists. A lot of our people wouldn't even know how to deal with that statement. What do we do knowing that they use this propaganda and song, like you said, thought, word, deed, and omission, right? They use this propaganda to push their agenda. What do we do with it? How do we get our people to recognize it? How do we get our people to act on or to counter it, I should say? I'll start with Mr. Untouchable there.
One of the things I believe to do is start public discussions and forums like this one about these things, because these things may never have dawned to a lot of people. And when they start listening to these kind of shows like these and informational shows, they'll start going on their own and digging, with themselves. Because people who listen to this show, they listen to the show from all different kinds of perspectives. And when they hear this information, they'll start to dig for themselves and find out. And when they do, it's the onus is on the person. The onus is on the person what you do with good information or bad information. The onus is really on the person. That person who gunned down all the people at that church, the information he received over the internet or what have you, he actualized what he felt based off of the information you heard Aaron at a grocery store. Now, I'm not trying to promote any form of terrorism, but he actualized the things that he was getting, the information over the internet or books or whatever have you. So I would only suggest we actualize the information we receive on a positive level, not a negative one. I don't want to be a person to be putting that out there in the hemisphere. So nothing harmful.
Jay, what say you to that last question? What knowing this is what these folks do, like Gaston said earlier, high level occultism in their works, in their actions, etc. What do we do with the knowledge of that, and how do we get Black peoples, African people, to recognize this and do something about it as well?
Well, I'm here in the Netherlands. They have this Black Pete thing.
Oh yeah.
Right? And I'm going to use that as answer to this question. Okay. So our people they want him out, right? They say blackface culture, stop it, right? And I'm like, no, keep it. My children, our people need to see it and let it sink with what type of people we're dealing with.
Yeah.
So, what they did in history and what they do nowadays, we need to see it and rub it into to these whip wounds on our back like salt. Like, okay, this is these people. Well, how am I going to deal trade with these people? If it is trade, it's with a distance. If it is deal, it is in their language, violence.
Finally, gas them up. What say you to this? Is gas them up there? You're muted.
We have to all become high level occultists. We have to engage within our own form of occultism, however you practice it.
Expand on that just a bit. What is occultism, and how should we go about occultism?
Well, I mean, one, we have to understand the programming, right? How are we being programmed? How is language structuring our reality? What are we giving our energies to, right? So we need to study, frequency. We need to study vibration, right? Everybody, I would suggest, should have a basic level understanding of chemistry, basic level understanding of physics of these things, so you can now start applying them. Knowing the history of words, understanding the etymology of things. So once you start saying, wait a minute, these words that I use on a daily basis, they affirm my belief, my reality. Where are they coming from? So I think when people start becoming inquisitive, I think then you can start arming yourself, at least psychologically and mentally, to say that, what's the old saying? Be in the world, but not of it, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that's how we start.
All right. Chat's pretty quiet. Drop a 1 if you're listening right now. Drop a 1. I think there's some gems in that prompt just now. You guys should use the clip function. You could clip a 1 minute length of audio. Use a clip function and tweet it out to your folks and at me on the tweet if you don't mind. That'll be dope of y'all to do if you're here with us. Does anyone else? So KW7 is here. Lero is here. Does anyone else have any last word on that prompt? Because if not, we can go to Shoot the Breeze prompt number 3 tonight. All right. Shoot the Breeze prompt number 3 is, why are Instagram models going to Dubai to be used as a bathroom toilet? This came with a prompt, with a link. Let's check it out.
Searching for the Porta Potty Dubai meaning, then you've come to the right channel.
Hi, my name is Aliana Lozada Gonzalez and I'm 26 years old. I'm willing to come to Dubai to Sultan Ali. In Dubai, I will have a STD check and I will let him lick my pussy and fuck me Anna.
The first time I heard the phrase Porta Potty Dubai was last week on TikTok. Apparently, it has been around for a few years now, going as far back as 2016. And more Instagram influencers come forward every now and then with their own confessions and encounters of the luxury parties in Dubai. And some of these encounters are bizarre. Trust me. Many young people might believe that Instagram models and influencers are living the life of their dream with the money from their alleged sponsorship deals and brand endorsements. But some influencers share a completely different story with their followers about how they earned their money. Now, let's find out the meaning of Porta Potty Dubai. Am I even pronouncing the phrase right? Porta Potty Dubai has been trending on the internet for some years now, as I said earlier. However, many people seem to find difficulty in grasping the actual idea behind Porta Potty Dubai. In simple terms, it is allegedly a party where rich Arab men and sometimes white men take Instagram models and influencers for sexual parties in lavish and luxurious settings for a ridiculous pay. These rich men often take the ladies in their luxurious yachts or hotels and have unconventional intercourse. The bizarreness of the encounters ranges from pouring semen over the faces of the ladies by multiple men and not allowing them to wipe off this semen to pooping all over the girls. I think this is the part that got most people interested in this topic on TikTok. If you haven't watched the gross video, I'll put the link in the description below. Now, here comes one of the confessions from a Nigerian lady who says that she has participated in Porta Potty Dubai several times. These guys are super rich. They hate their wives and bored with life. They are willing to pay anything for their crazy sex fetishes, and I was crazy enough to accept the money. I've had to be gang-banged by over 20 Saudi royalties at once, and that time I made $40,000 in 2 days, so it was worth it. I've literally been pissed on and cheated on so many times. I just don't understand why they like it. Another confession is the one that has gone viral on Twitter and TikTok about a lady that was taken on a 200-foot yacht and paid $40,000. She confessed she was taken in a 200-foot yacht for 2 days. During her first day, the men poured cum all over her face and did not let her wipe it. Later, the men peed and cleaned her face. However, the second day, it turned out more bizarre. On the second day, a man came to her and they had a physical relationship first, and then he poured cum all over her face. And when she thought he was finished, he squatted over her chest and dropped his fecal matter on top of her. The feces covered her chest and face, and some even entered her mouth, causing her to throw up. As she tried to free herself, he slapped her and said that he was not finished yet and she could lose her money. And I think that is what most people have seen in that viral video. If you haven't watched the video, check in the description below.
Yeah, it's a cool game out here. This is why you have to have your own money, your own economies to protect women. I will say this though, before I go to the panelists. You know, the women who do the OnlyFans and do this type of stuff here, you know, go ahead and make your coins however you decide to make your coins. But the thing that I tend not to like is don't come and try to talk shit to me, a guy, because you went out there and made money selling your wares. You understand what I'm saying? That's my first thoughts here. In the chat, we have KW7 saying to get the bag. This is why they do it. Up to 10K, I hear, shaking my damn head. Brother Bakari's in the chat saying, what's up to the host and chat. He says he's listening, but having trouble commenting because YouTube unsubscribed him from my channel. You see what I'm saying about YouTube? He says he's back now, and he says, what's up to KW7. So what's up, Brother Bakari? If you do get the chance to hop on the panel for a minute, the link is in the description to join the panel. I'm sorry, the link is in the chat to join the panel. Let me mix up a little bit. Gas them up. You saw that Porta Potty video. What are your thoughts on that? Why do Instagram models do this?
Well, you know, listen, you can't. I've learned a long time ago, don't save any woman. She want to be a hoe, let her be a hoe. You know what I'm saying? I don't have any sympathy. I don't have any ill will, but I don't have any sympathy. You know, there's a dime a dozen. It's no different than these rappers who will put on a dress or these people who, you know, so look, that's what they want to do. I wish I could buy them more plane tickets. I'm probably in the wrong business. I should be in the business of a travel agent, scheduling these women to go. You know, that'd be a better business for me. I'm not, at this stage, I'm not wasting the energy to convince women to see themselves as better. You know, if you think letting a man shit in your mouth for a few $1,000s is the way to go ahead. You know, go ahead. And I want more of them to go. I wish them all the best and let them go to Dubai and have fun. You know, it just makes me laugh, honestly. Makes me laugh. I wish them the best. And I hope there's more Dubai men with shit in their mouth. You know, that's all I can say about that.
You know, and I get you, and thank you for that, Gassima. The problem I always have with this idea of the boycott, meaning when I talk about boycott, I mean like the women who Gassima is talking about, who made that choice to go. Like Gassima said, man, no ill will, have at it, do what you got to do. But the problem is, those of us who are here, who bid them farewell, we don't stand on it in terms of not letting them back around us again. You know what I mean?
Because what happens is that, you see, and maybe one day we should do a show on masculinity. It'd be a very good show, because what we're taught is they'll come, oh, but you have a mother, oh, but you have a sister, oh, you have the. I don't give a damn. You know what I'm saying? Once you as a woman take a stance, mother, sister, daughter, cousin, it don't matter. You took your stance and you got to live with that. Mm-hmm. And I think black men have to learn that, look, man, not every woman is your mother. Not every woman is your sister. You know, I don't have to, you know, again, that doesn't mean I'm mistreating women, but just because you got a vagina don't mean that you're my mother. You got to act accordingly. Mm-hmm. You have to carry yourself like a sister. Are you going to defend me if you see some damage coming my way? Tell me, hey, brother, gas them up. Look, this, and this. This is a good investment. If you conduct yourself like that, then of course you must. We'll jump in front of the bullet for you. But if you could allow a Dubai man or a white guy to shit in your mouth, but you can't learn to shut up and take instructions from a black man, I'm not mad at that, but don't come around me. But
Right.
I'm sorry to say, there's just too many men who don't know how to just be strong. They think every woman is their mother and they just weak. I don't know.
Yeah, Alon, you added the mother sister part of it. I was just, most times I just think about the carnal minded part where a lot of dudes just won't stand on this square, man. You might turn it down. You might stand on yours and say, listen, once you made that decision, you can't come back around us no more, as far as I'm concerned. But 2 weeks later, you see your homeboy or your neighbor, traipsing about the place, holding hands and skipping with this degenerate, right? Jay, what say you to this?
To my homeboy or the whole thing?
The whole thing.
I'm not like I'm not as cold as guest above. I'm worried. I'm worried. I'm wondering what my baby moms would do, or maybe one of her sisters. I'm worried about. I'm worried about my nieces here in Europe. It worries me because it 1 or 2 days, $40,000, and yeah, I guess we all know that women are very consumerist, right? And consuming nowadays is not, it has a function, right? That women are consumerist and very materialistic. It has a function because she's about the belly of the babies, right? And but nowadays it's about buying mirrors and beads. Sorry, nowadays it's about buying shiny things and letting it shine in the eyes of competing women. So the pressure is brand new and yeah, I think and women are also built to be puked on and shitted and pissed on by babies. Excuse me. I have this anecdote or allegorical anecdote about hose horse. I mean horse, professional horse, being shitted on and having clients with diaper that want to wear diapers and that type of shit. So why do you want to do that? Why do you want to receive old men and do that for money? But 100 years ago, you had 14 babies. And nowadays you don't want babies, but you want old men to piss and poop on you for money, right? So now it's big time and in everybody's eyes, and now it's the poop, whatever they call it. So it's again the same thing. You want to be independent and have your money, quote unquote, and be shitted on. But you don't want to marry and have 14 children and be shitted and puked on, right?
That's an interesting thing you said there. That's a very interesting thing. 100 years ago, you chose not to be shitted on and vomited on, but here comes this Dubai or this Arab or whatever he is, with a couple thousand, and you'll do it. That's an interesting thing you said there, Mr. Untouchable. What say you?
Yes. So the other couple of weeks ago, your brothers was clowning me because I like thick girls, right? But I tell you what, the Queen Latifah women of the world, The only way they get to Dubai is they have to pay for their
You
ticket
see?
themselves.
You see?
They're making it as Instagram models again. Tickets to Dubai. so let that hold Zuli. I want Zuli to hold that for a couple of minutes. But I think it's sad. I have the same sentiments of my brother Jay, because some of the women don't willingly go to Dubai. Some of them are getting kidnapped.
Mm-hmm.
Some, especially a lot of black women get kidnapped from in the West and in African countries, and turn sex slaves in Dubai. So I have a concern, just like he does, because you have some people who will take women hostage and sell them,
Mm-hmm.
$30,000-$40,000. They end up in some sex slave in some Arabian country. So I'm concerned about it, because these fools on Instagram making this thing look sexy, and it's feeding the need and desire of these very wealthy men, powerful men, who have the ability to create a whole lot of dramas. They don't only kidnap black women, they kidnap white women too. But my concern is about the black women who walking about the place talking about, I'm independent. These kinds of people and things exist in the world, because the world is not only rainbows. Sometimes some of the world is very ugly. So I think that the awareness should be put front line for people to talk about and discuss.
Thank you for that, man. In the chat, Daily Affirmation says, LOL, holding hands and skipping, LOL. Earlier she said, this is how diseases are rampant. Where are these women's friends and parents? Azuliism is in the chat. Azuliism, hop on, man. Let's hear your take on this. Azuliism says, when you do that, you should opt out of the dating pool. Most men are thirsty. They will let them back in. Too many simps. I agree with that, too. I want to welcome in Lero to the chat tonight. Lero, how are you? You have to unmute
I'm
your
good,
mic.
Koku. How are you?
I'm great.
Good evening to you and everybody in the chat.
Thank you. If you don't mind, what's your take on this whole Dubai party thing? And I know you were champing at the bit to have this discussed tonight. So let's hear it.
Okay, so when I seen this, I was just like, I gotta say something, because it's absolute madness. For one, these women are straight up predators, and they have to be looked like as predators because they're complicit in a whole entire vile industry. Like, it's like the women in the video who can go up and say, this is what we do, this is how I get my money, and you can confidently say that, and you fine with that. That's nice, good for you. But it's plenty of women who, I mean, if you as a woman got the intelligence to where you're going to listen to a woman with a tormented soul, an infertile womb due to her untreated chlamydia, like just all types of just madness that these women are going through because they're not telling you the truth on what they're doing. Like, I don't know if y'all seen on Twitter about that story of whatever woman, she was in Dubai with her friend, and I guess some bestiality type thing went on, and she had to screw a dog, whole time in her story, she talking about if a man came up to me and said, hey, $50K to spend a day with me. Like, listen, if you in your right mind gonna listen to a man who's on that kind of time, and in this story, she telling her friend, gassing her up. Her friend saying, this is how it is in Dubai, you're going to get used to it. No, these women need somebody to join their low, shitty, like, excuse me for cursing, but their shitty lifestyles so badly, and I've seen so many women like just fall victim to this. I lost 2 friends, to this type of lifestyle, you know what I mean? And like, it was so many times, I was told, oh, you're a square, you're this, you're that. But at the end of the day, these 2 women today, one got shot in her head and the other, just lost custody of her son. So, I square, you damn right. It's sick. It's vile. Like, it's absolutely vile what they're complicit in, the whole sex work and people. Like I said, women are being whole enslaved in Dubai. Dubai is a literal whole slave state. They snatching Africans' passports and trafficking them into slavery. Like, that's something that happens common. You can go on Facebook. They got Africans for sale up on Facebook. And you telling me about you going to Dubai and what all the fun you're having in Dubai. Yeah, listen, they're not telling you the truth. And if you're cool with trying to live that kind of lifestyle and letting these women gas you up out your morals for the sake of getting a bag, half of them ain't even getting a bag, to be honest.
You've been saying my name a lot, Lero.
I'm sorry, brother. Look, because it bothers me, man. It bothers me because I'm seeing, young girls and these, they gassing these girls up, man. They are leading them on to a lifestyle because they're not going to tell them the truth. And that story, if anybody know that story, they know that girl didn't tell her friend the truth. She wanted her friend to come and live that low-level lifestyle so she can feel better about herself. No, because you fucked up. Like, you're doing wrong. And like I said, they're complicit in all that shit, in all the sex trade, the enslavement of women that are actually being oppressed, you know what I mean? You got women coming from African countries that are actually being kidnapped and enslaved, and they just trying to make an honest living. And here you are selling your body, talking about, what you're doing in Dubai for 50 and 40K, not even getting 50 and 40K. Whole time you could make that at Taco Bell, you know what I mean? Bitches is out here screwing Johns to pay their little motel up. A lot of them is, they're lying and they're complicit in all this madness. And, I don't have no sympathy for you, Once you gave your morals away, they try to talk about make sex work, saving sex work, like that's whole predatory language they're using now to make it seem like it's work, and it's not work. It's prostitution, and it's a dangerous industry. It's a vile industry that you're in, that's exploiting women, our women. It's violent, and it's just...
Lero, I have two questions for you. The one is from Daily Affirmation by Pauline in the chat. She says, do you think the men are predators and the women are victims, or do you think otherwise?
Everybody's complicit because you know what's going on. These women will tell you about the dangers I go through in sex work and I got to make sex work safe. No, anybody who would shit and piss on you clearly don't respect you. And they're not going to make shit safe for you. They're not going to make nothing safe for you. And that's just dummy logic to really even ask that type of question.
Lero, let me ask you a quick question.
Not to Pauline, but just, when women who have that, that mindset.
Lero, can I ask you a question quickly? What about you look at the like Hugh Hefner or the dude that was in Nevada, right? He had a little ranch that was on HBO at one time. Yeah. And I'm not a fan of women being sex workers, but one thing I do find annoying is when I see these so-called men, these so-called pimps who are in that business or whatever. It's like, if you're a real man, then maybe you can create a safe space. Like, get a house, right? And make sure those women are protected. And if they got to sell their bodies, make sure that they're not doing anything against their will and treat them fair. If you're a so-called man. What do you think about those type of situations?
I mean, and you got some women who will say, my pimp take good care of me. We're good, we're safe, because it is, like I said, a violent industry. You know what I mean? So, like I said, and these women, they know what they're getting into. They know what they're doing from jump. So, yeah, of course, if men want to make it safe for them to do their little thing, whatever it is they doing, by all means. It don't change the fact that this is absolutely just vile behavior, what we're perpetuating, what they're complicit in, whether it be pimps or the ones, looking for tricks. But I specifically talk about looking for tricks because everybody's talking about get a bag, and women act like we can't be held accountable for nothing. But, to hell with all that. Like, y'all are just as complicit in the things that you complain about. You can't complain about oppression and this and that, and you out here participating in an industry that oppresses your fellow women. The women that's really being trafficked. You know what I mean? Go ask them their stories because they don't think it feels good to get, shitted on and pissed on. You know what I mean? Whether it be for 40K or whatnot, it don't matter. Like, not everybody's willing to pay that price. And it's just sickening to me. I don't even really know.
Lero, my second question is based on what Razuli said earlier. So now when these women go and live this lifestyle, they make this money, they come back home, what should, in Black society, Black communities, what should the men do with these women, provided that they know what happened. Because that's the other thing. A lot of times we don't even know what's going on. But provided that we know that these people went off to Dubai and did this party type shit, how should the people back home treat these folks?
Look, I don't know about y'all, but like growing up, we had shame. You know, we knew about, you know, women who were prostituting, doing drugs, and, you know, they were shamed very much. They were excluded from a lot of little community activities because we were taught that their behavior was, you know, degenerate, and we weren't supposed to partake in that. You know what I mean? That was sisterhood. You know, sisterhood now is just, you know, you're free to do whatever kind of nonsense. And that's the most disrespectful thing you could ever do to somebody that you claim to love and claim to want to be for. You know, Black women don't got no sisterhood. Ain't no sisterhood. This is just, you know, you doing whatever. Like, and the fact that we don't have integrity for each other as other women shows that there's no sisterhood. I'm not going to let my sister just go and do any and everything, you know? I'm not, whether you like it or not. I wish if imagine the times, you know, I wanted to do something and I ain't had the women around me telling me, hey, no, maybe you shouldn't have done that. You know, you ain't gonna see it now, but later you probably will. And even if you don't, it's just nice to have those type of women who just ain't gonna let you do any and anything, you know?
Lero, do you remember in Color Purple where Suge Avery's character? Because I think a lot of this nonsense starts with Color Purple, especially in America. So she's out there being a harlot, and her father's a pastor, and she's shamed in the community. But the way the movie is portrayed is like, oh, the father's a harsh, terrible man, and the community's no good, and she should just be, you know, just loose, and we should accept that. So you can see the programming, and this is the high occultism. So a lot of Black women watch that movie, The Color Purple, and they have these anecdotal experiences. Oh, my sister got beat, and I'm not downplaying domestic violence, right? But I did a lot of research on it, and that whole narrative is bullshit. Black women were not being beat in the 1930s and 1940s. It just didn't happen. As a matter of fact, I have a book right here that I just got called Black Women of the Old West. I had no idea that in the as they were expanding into the Old West, you had mail order brides, and the people who actually initiated mail order brides were the Black women of the Old West, because they were like, yo, these men, they're around the wrong kind of women, they're not settling down, there's a lot of violence, so we need to get suitable women for them to marry. And they would put out advertisements, and Black women from the eastern part and the southern part of the United States would get on a train and marry a man in the West. He would pay for the train ticket, and they would come out here and have a husband and a wife and a family. And you get what I'm saying? It's just crazy.
Interesting reference, The Color Purple. I accuse The Color Purple also of a lot of bad, of a side path that we took as Black people worldwide. Yeah, The Color Purple. I used to call toxic, what nowadays is called toxic women. I used to call them purple colored women. But anyways,
I appreciate that. In the chat, KW7 says you have Black females doing ghetto gaggers for 2 to 5K. This should not be surprising. I'm getting feedback. Hold on. This shouldn't be surprising. Daily affirmation by Pauline says, do you think the men are predators and the women are victims? We touched on that earlier. Hajrai Podcast says, Lero in her bag. Love it. Love it here too. Daily affirmation by Pauline says, I saw that woman with a dog story, but I have read where women have been doing this in secret for ages. Zuliism says, men should never allow them back. Speaking of these types of women, their behavior is implicit misandry. Hajrai Podcast says, barring murder or pedophilia, there should always be a path to redemption. I don't agree with that throw them away point. The media and bi culture is a powerful narcotic. People get caught up in it. I'm going to let the panel touch on that a little bit more in a second. Kevin Carre says, like, share, comment, and subscribe. Help this channel to grow. Much appreciated, everyone, for those comments. So, should we as Black equals African people have this road to redemption type thing. Later tonight, we're going to talk about whether or not we give second chances. But should we? I guess we could preview that topic now. Should we really have this road back for folks, for our women who decide, like Lero was saying, they know what they're doing. They're making a conscious decision and effort to go and engage in this thing, right? They go out there to let this Arab or whatever do these vile things to them. And then many, not all, but many want to, at some point when that money runs out and that opportunity runs dry, they want to come back and integrate into society, to find them a good guy to go and marry, a good guy to have kids by, and of course, be a headache to a good guy in the future, to be quite frank. Should we allow this to happen? Let me start with Jay on this one.
Absolutely not, but they go stealth. They go stealth. I've been in a relationship that later on I thought, wait a minute, those pictures that she showed, those were not pictures of a fashion show. Those were, she was on a stage of a release of a porn flick. Right? And those type of shit, people that don't even know how to kiss, and the people that had more dicks in their mouth than lips to kiss, So they go stealth. They go stealth, and as you described it, to go and be a problem to good men. Yes. Mm-hmm. Indeed, because they I believe you're not mentally you're mentally damaged after being gangbanged by 40 Arabs.
Oh yeah,
and pissed on and shitted on. You're damaged instantly. Mm-hmm. So you will be a problem to someone that deserves better.
Oh yes, absolutely. That's my belief. I gassed him up. I kind of believe I know where you're gonna go, but let us hear it.
I mean, look, I'm not kill and burn them at the stake, but it's just, I'll be honest, like Jay said, I'm not Dr. Phil. I don't think any man should be tasked with that responsibility. I think all that romance, I saw one video, this black dude he's like, I don't care about a woman's past because, by the time I'm done with her, she's going to be, I'm like, you're going to do what? Get the hell out of here, man. Like, you can't fix her. Like, you're not a psychologist, man. You say she probably need maybe 20, 25 years of therapy just to exercise. She need to go see a voodoo priest or a voodoo priestess to do some spiritual baths. You understand what I'm saying? She needs to get some psychological help. She needs to reprogram her consciousness. Now, when you with that type of woman, you trying to make sure the rent is paid, and you might just be laying in bed and she just have a flashback of the dude who shit in the mouth, and now she got an attitude for a week, and now you got to put it. Come on, man! Like, no man should have to deal with that. You understand what I'm saying? If you had freedom of choice, which is sure no one should control you, then men should have freedom of choice to say, nah, we're not dealing with you. And that's what I'm saying, this community, right? Mm-hmm. We don't see Hebrew Hasidic girls going to go through this nonsense. Mm-hmm. And not all of them are rich. I watch, I'll send it to you on the personal email. Not only, I was watching a video where, because they have Jewish channels, Hebrew channels, where they talk about how they build their community and these things. I watch them. And the dude says something very interesting about the yeshiva schools. He's like, look, in our schools, you could have a kid whose father's a millionaire dentist, and another kid whose father's not rich at all, who's poor, but they're in the same school. So not all of them are rich, like the way we are. No, not all of them have access to money. That's not true. But they do have a community. They do reward each other with hard work. So maybe if you're the son of a poor man, but you bust your butt in school, right, and you thriving and you're working hard, your rabbi will stand up for you and say, hey, rich guy, you need to support this young guy who may be poor, but he'll be a good asset to you. That's how community works. So we have to get back to that. Like Lero said, we need to have shame, and we need to oust people from the community. Like in African cultures, people were ousted from the community.
Yeah.
It wasn't a free for all. Yeah, it is disgrace. That's why we had a forbidden forest. When I was young, and I went to me and my grandfather went to the village one time, and he was asking about one of his village childhood friends, and they said, "Oh, don't talk about that." I said, "What happened?" He said, "Look, that guy slept with his daughter. When we found out, the man is dead, but they threw him in the evil forest. They didn't bury him. They didn't give him any of the rights of, that you are afforded when you are an upstanding member of the community. You don't become an ancestor. You're just discarded. That was your choice, and you live with your choice. So we got to get back to that. But this 501c3 mentality of community has us believe that some derelict who's left prison after selling dope for 25 years, or some chick who's done all kind of atrocities, well, she one of us. Okay, well, let's see how far that takes us.
I appreciate that, Gaff. Let me hear from Mr. Untouchable next.
No, I pretty much co-sign on on what Gas had to say. For me, I have a tolerance point. I have a cutoff point. And if I'm knowing that in your past you used to sleep with dogs, or and this is a reality, because some of these women, you don't know what they be doing. Some wild shit go over Dubai and Las Vegas. But if I know that, or if I'm knowing people who's taking dumps in your mouth, for me, I have a tolerance level. I don't judge. I don't judge no one, and people have a right to do what they want to do. But for me to believe in my mind that I have a tolerance to just let that shit pass and be like, okay, that was her past. The past is in the past. I don't have the tolerance for it. Maybe some other guy might, but me personally, I don't have the tolerance for it.
You drink from the McDonald's cup when you come by me. If you come by me.
Yes, man, because some women who would say, well, yeah, I used, in my past, I used to date like white man. I used to like, excuse me. Yeah, so no, really, because I'm trying to find out, okay, what you used to do with him. I mean, and I have that kind of thinking. Maybe that might be petty, and I try to overlook these kinds of things.
No, I feel you on that.
But for me, I have personally, I have a tolerance level, and I don't stand in judgment of you. But what I would say is maybe there's some other man whose tolerance level may not be as high or as low as mine is. So he may be able to afford you a better life that I can if you decide to, because I believe in reform and things like that. But that my tolerance level can't get that high, man. I'm not there yet.
Lero, let's hear from you. You're a lady. You I think you said you had some friends who were lost to this world. Do you think women who make that choice, as you've pointed out, and they knowingly go into this, when they're done, or when that's done with them, more like it, they want to reintegrate into society? And I described all the different things, get with some nice square guy and cause him a bunch of problems. Should we, as a community, allow those folks back? Allow that redemption?
I mean, I can't speak on what a man should allow. Fellas, if that's what you want to do, Godspeed. Okay. Yay, look. But as far as them being welcomed back into the community, I mean, I can only give redemption to those that are accountable to me. And so since we as Black folks, speaking specifically in America, we got a lack of communities, there goes your accountability. And that's why a lot of things are able to fly, and a lot of, nonsense are being able to go, because we, the community is how you maintain and develop your cultural values, you know what I mean? And because, we have a lack of community, now you see all types of little degenerate nonsense going on, because people, you don't have no accountability to nobody. It's just my accountability to myself or whatever it is I want to do. And no, for those who do have kind of, close-knit communities, because, you got some folks who, like I said, I grew up, it's shame. Like, if I were to go do something like that, you think my dad, my family members going, all right, no, they won't. It'll be a sad day for me. I'll be out down bad, looking goofy. Because, we don't tolerate that. Like, that's just, crazy, and, it's all for mistakes, but some things aren't mistakes. And you make a conscious choice to go down a certain type of lifestyle, and what the consequences of that, and people want to avoid their consequences. But I mean, Life don't really work like that. So I think before we can talk about somebody being redeemed, we got to set a code, of integrity, have some integrity for one another. All this normalize. Now we need to stigmatize, because this is it's just out of hand. And if you want to have, good values and ethics, for your family, your community, the places you live in, then you're going to have to set some type of code. You're going to have to come together and create some type of community to where y'all can hold each other accountable. Because, if I ain't got no community, who am I even sending into exile? They're free to roam and free to do whatever it is they want to do and free to spread whatever they want to spread, because we ain't got no community right now. So, like I said, I don't even know if Black folks is in the position to redeem anybody. You got to come and redeem yourself and redeem your own peoples and the codes and things that you value, so that you can be in that position to expel some of these degenerate things that we are seeing within our communities.
That's a wonderful last point you made there. Are we really in the position to expel and whatnot, and to punish, really? A lot of you might not know, Lero is a part of the panel on the Harsh Reality podcast as well. And as I say that, let me welcome in D-Web to the panel. D-Web, you heard everything everyone had to say. You heard the prompt. You commented to it in the chat earlier. What say you on the panel?
Yeah, Lero, we about to get back to work, so get ready. But I say that because recently growing up and being a little older and being more platonic friends with quite a few, Black women and females, it's a lot of things we don't know. Recently, in a story time real quick. When I was 13, I had a crush on a little girl who lived in the house behind me, right? She was about 12, 13, about the same age. And we write letters. She called me on my house phone, all this other stuff, right? Had a little crush on her. All of a sudden, she disappeared one day. All right. I'm like, yo, what happened? You know what I'm saying? Now, in this household, it was like 3 other brothers. It was like the father and the mother. Come to find out, I got cool with these later on in life. When I got older, I got cool with these people in this household. Come to find out, right, that, the brother who I thought was her brother, she was actually adopted. So the dude who I thought was, her brother was actually not really her blood brother. This dude come to tell me like, yo, oh man, she wasn't really our family or whatever. And I was, she was coming to my room, sleeping with me. And then she ended up sleeping with the stepfather and all this other crazy stuff. Right. And I'm like, oh, okay, that makes sense. And so the mother kicked her out. And so flash forward 2022, I get a Facebook message. This girl's like, yo, I've been looking for you for years. I remember when we was kids, I used to talk to you. I'm damn near 40 years old. So she's telling me this stuff, and then she comes. I'm like, yo, I heard the stories about the house. What happened? Because I heard these stories, and she comes to tell me that, that's not true. This dude was raping me every night. These people were raping me every night. The mom got mad and jealous, kicked me out. I had this rough life and all this other stuff. This girl was 12, 13 years old when this was happening. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? I've had other women come tell me how their cousins, all this other stuff, touched them when they was little and all this other stuff, and this thing goes unchecked. Like, I had one girl I know told me, a cousin touched her. She tells the father later on in life when she's older, and they like, oh, laugh, like, oh, boys will be boys type shit. And this is affecting people every day. So when you have these people, I can't judge nobody. Like, it's terrible. I'm personally not dating nobody who goes to buy get shit on, right? If I know that. But it should be a path to redemption for some of these people, because a lot of these people had terrible pasts that affect them. And then you have this bad culture. We have this big thing on where superficiality and these things, it's hard, yo. It's hard. It's prevalent. And if you let these kids be raised by this media, that's what they're going to want to get to. They want to get the bag. They want to be the Cardi B's. You know what I'm saying? They want to be the Big Lottos and, all these other rappers, these female rappers, and they rapping about tricking on these dudes, these Meg Thee Stallions or whatever. So, yeah, man, it's hard. And we don't have any control. Lero hit it on the head. We don't have, this control over anything. We can't redeem each other, right? But we also don't control anything else in terms of the media, in terms of image, in terms of anything. So when these people are raised in this environment where this is being pushed and pushed and pushed, they may have got touched when they was a kid. All this may have happened. Of course, they're going to gravitate towards this superficiality and may do some foul shit in 18, 19, 20 years old, right? But I'm saying, like, they shouldn't be totally thrown away, yo. Like, if some square motherfucker want to get with them later on in life and get in and build a life, and they change their whole, they realize what they did, and they want. Only thing I think that's unredeemable, like I said, is pedophilia and murder. Outside of that, if somebody wants to take you in, I'm all for that. I think Mr. Untouchable hit it earlier. Like, if some dude wants to take you in and disregard your path, or he doesn't know, that's fine. I'm never gonna break up a happy home. If somebody gets their mind to get, and I'm a damn heathen. Everything bad that's done in life, I pretty much done did it. You feel me? But I'm here on the panel. I'm a better man because of the life I lived. You feel me? And I'm here to able to share my knowledge with people. So I'm never gonna say just toss people in the trash because they had a bad past or they did some foul shit. Man, we young, we all growing, we all doing our thing. So if somebody wants to get with them and build a life and they can actually do that and get past that, that's fine. But I'm not gonna be like, dude, throw them away, get rid of them. Yeah, that's some bullshit, bro. That's all I got.
I don't wanna know. And if these fucking dogs keep it on the low.
Mario Winans, yo. It ain't my bag, but if somebody wants to take them, hey.
Let's welcome in Erzuli. Erzuli, first I want you to respond.
I was waiting for Erzuli, man. Erzuli, where you was at?
Let's first get Erzuli to respond to the prompt and to what he saw in the video. And then after that, Erzuli, you could take your time and go through the different things that you heard and respond to it. So go ahead.
Well, hey, what's up, everybody? I first of all think any woman who does that is a misandry, hates men, because after you do that shit, no real man, especially the black man, is not gonna take you back. So if you opt to do that lifestyle, to me, you're opting out of relationship, being married, being taken care of, and all of that. So it's one thing I'm gonna say. So the girls go there and do that. So we could blame the economy. We could blame us men for not being righteous enough to create an environment where they're not supposed to do that. But at the end of the day, you still have your own decision to make to go over there and do that. It looks terrible. It looks ugly when our sisters are going to do that over there, and a brother who's working hard, making minimum wage, she looks down upon him. Now back to taking them into the society. I don't think they should be taken back to the society unless you're 22, 23. If you pass 28 and you're doing that, you're not coming back to the community. I mean, not relationship. You could be in the community or whatever, but you're not being around kids. You're not being a mentor. You're not being nothing. You cannot come back after a certain age, maybe from 22, 23, 24, 25, okay. But after a certain age, your mind is already done. And I don't think you should be brought back as a mother or as a wife, because it might be, unless you got to go to that therapy session that you remember on Coco when they talk about when a warrior comes from war, they don't get integrated back into the society. Yes. They have to go into someone. Unless you could go do that, and like the young lady said, and you're accountable for your thing, then maybe you could get back. My thing, brother said something like that. If the pedophiles are not redeemable, then you're not redeemable. Because you know why? A boy could molest a girl when he's 15, and then so if a 15-year-old boy molests a girl, he's not redeemable. So if pedophile or murder, people could commit murder at a certain age and then change. So I don't understand that act right there. When you go and do this, let somebody shit in your mouth for money? What else you gonna do for money? When I give you the plan for us to change the world, you gonna go snitch? This is not just because you're going, you selling, I believe that I don't think women in the right environment will sell their body anyway. I refuse to believe that, because even when I look at it, me, if I don't like a girl, I don't even want her to touch me. So imagine you selling yourself for money. And I think the number one to blame, if I want to be thing, the men are supposed to change this.
Oh yeah.
But you know what? We're not in our glory. We don't, like the young lady said, we don't control everything. So it's gonna be hard. Because like if Goku says, no, behave, another simp is gonna come here. You're here, hater. Yep. You don't know better. Come over here. The men. I'm talking to us black men. I don't know about the other. For example, like, why? And I just saw this video, like they were talking about Haitian women Haitian models. I was like, I would rather die, bro. then do that. When women do that, I don't think mentally they're there. And what somebody just said, the bad culture, all these rap culture, get the money. Yo, how can I put you back into society if that's your mentality? That means, let's say we say she can't, I'm not gonna marry her. But if she's around young girls, what is she gonna impregnate in their mind about her lifestyle? I already said, doing that to me, that's misandry. Once you do that, like, that means when a woman does that, I think she loses respect for men. She has no respect for men. She has no respect for trucks. Because most women know most men don't tolerate that shit. The thing, oh, it's her past. I'm not with that shit. It's her past. What? Your past? You didn't know that was shameful? Like the young lady said, we have gotten away from shaming people into behaving properly. Now everything goes. You could do. Me, I don't believe if you're at 22, 24, 25, we could work with you. Past 28, 30?
Yeah.
I don't know if I could deal with that. So that's my view in this.
In the chat, the How Charlie podcast says, I do agree with the age limit. When I was a kid, there was this guy, his name, he used to work on the sanitation truck, right? But we used to call that a dump truck man. This guy named Fergie. I remember him telling me, and a guy named Burrow something. He said, if you reach 30 and you on some type of vibes, you will always be on that kind of vibes. If you smoking dope at 30, up to 30, you will just be on that. That's just what you on from then on. You know what I mean? And so that's an important thing. That redemption thing, I could understand it to a certain extent at a certain age, below a certain age. Like D-Web was, Erzuliism was saying. But if you pass a certain age, that's your thing, man. That's your vibes. Anyone else want to comment to what Erzuli had to say? Anyone can comment, just speak up.
Yeah, I'm down with it. The speaker before spoke about if a square want to take her, and Uzuli described the square better. He said a good guy working hard, and then he gets this misandric chick that's been shitted on by 40 Arabs. With an attitude, he's no square. He's a hardworking guy. I'm not okay with this. So this good guy that doesn't see through the hole is now a square. I'm not.
But I don't agree. You know what I'm saying? Like, if that man, one man's trash, another man's trash. If that man wants that woman and he turns her around or whatever, that's his business. I'm not in the process of sitting here and this hardworking man and all this other. He may not be a good guy. He may have had a past or something like that. So I don't, like I said, I don't get into all that. If you happy, you're happy, bro. You know what I'm saying? And if you gotta learn a lesson, you gotta learn a lesson. But I'm not gonna sit here and judge anybody else's.
You got to know to turn somebody around. You got to know. If you don't know, you're dealing with a hoe in stealth mode.
Like I said, if she went to therapy and got her shit together, she was 18, 19 when this happened. She went and got herself together. Are you saying she should never be allowed to have a dude ever in life? She just
It's okay. It's okay. I get
you know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna judge nobody like that, because unless if you're in the glass house, throw stones, bro. You know what I'm saying? That's the way I feel.
I get you.
Yeah, I get that, but I also I'm of the belief that, especially for us people, man, we are in a place where we gotta really weed out some of the nonsense, man, and we have to be harsh about that.
Sorry, Coco, I didn't mean to cut your wisdom. If we were all Hebrew Hasidic Jews, would we say exactly what we just said about not judging? We wouldn't say that. You know, so I'm just kind of like, if we look at the other communities that practice certain things, like, let's be real, you don't see as messed up as Mexico can be. We're not seeing an endemic of Mexican girls running over to Dubai to have that happen to them. So, you know, I get what the brother's saying. Of course, you know, he that hasn't sinned, you know, cast the first stone. But at the same time, it's just like there's rules for a reason. And if we don't set rules and guidelines, then we might as well not even
try.
We might as well not even try.
Yeah.
But those rules are for you. You feel me? That's why I said, like, me personally, you got shit on Dubai, I'm good.
Then
But
you
I'm not
Then you
saying
stand
nobody
alone.
ever should grab you though. You know, that's not my place to do that. You feel me?
No,
That's
but the
all I'm saying.
community, of course,
Your
but
moral standard. That's where you have the bar.
the community has to set, like, so for example, you're right, the individual is left because, for example, again, in African culture, like, they'll tell you, right, oh, don't marry from this particular, maybe they do a reading and they say, hey, don't marry, this particular girl from this region, and the guy's like, I don't care what y'all say, right, I'm marrying her. Okay, go ahead, marry her. But now whatever comes with that, to a certain degree, you got to live with your situation. But the community does have a standard where they're like, well, we don't marry women from that region, right? They put too much pepper in the chicken soup, right? We don't like that. And it's something, I don't know, but I'm just being silly. But I'm just saying, like, the community still has to have some sort of benchmark.
Yeah,
that's a standard.
But my thing is, what's this community you're speaking of?
Because
you're talking multiple communities. You're talking
Yeah,
about, like, what
yeah,
community are you talking about specifically? Is what I'm asking you.
Because gas talking about the social death, and I think that within the West, within our communities, the only social death that I could really point to that we have within our community, well, what we consider to be community in the West, is maybe pedophilia. That's the only, like, a taboo that if you step beyond the boundaries of pedophilia within our communities, resoundingly, what we call communities, resoundingly, the Black community, mostly in the West, would continue to be an outcast. Beyond that, even the murderers get accepted by some, not all, some within our communities, the murderers, people say, okay, now you get stripes, now you're a soldier. But pedophilia, I think, resoundingly within the West, I think that we stand behind and say, well, this person is not accepted. Maybe not so with the women, but definitely with the men. I have never seen a woman who would have messed with a young guy or a younger guy within our community. Women resoundingly reject her. I've not seen that. But as far as the men, within our communities that exist in the West, I think that we really get behind them. We say, no, we really don't. We can't fuck with you no more.
I think we really need to define community too. I think.
Well, I was gonna just do that. Yeah, brother.
We are way too inclusive to me, man. It's ridiculous. But go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
No, I was, because you said, and that's what I'm saying. Like, and unfortunately, I don't always like to say that publicly, because a lot of times when I do say it, people get like a knee jerk. And I'll be the first. Look, man, Africa got the worst problems, right? You go into the inner cities in Africa, you got the same type of nonsense going on. So I'm not one to point and then my fingers is it's 3 point back. Africa's messed up. But when you do talk about the community structure in the West, and I'm like, I always big it up, like, man, look at the NOI, if that had taken hold, or look at the Harlem Renaissance, or look at what Du Bois is writing about the Philadelphia Negro, or look at all these other communities that were created. Those are communal situations and communal structures that are built upon family and their rules and their structures, right? So that needs to be brought back, where we are this group. That's why I don't have any, whatever identity a person wants. If that's your group, identify. Sure. Now, once you identify yourselves, start making rules, norms, customs, food, language. So when you start doing that, now when you have a Meg Thee Stallion or Cardi B, and the media or whoever tries to use, whoa, that's great, but she ain't one of us. She's not us. She's not from this particular group. She doesn't. And I think when Black people start, like you said, becoming more inclusive, when they start secluding others from their identity in America, in the West, I think then you're able to create that tribe. But what we have are these loose 501c3 type of things, like community voting, the church drive, or whatever. That ain't community, in my opinion, right? But again, I'm the tether. I'm not the I'm not ADOS, so I'm not FBA, so I can't really speak on that. But I'm only saying it as an outsider looking in to say that needs to be done. But I think the reason why a lot of times when I say it publicly, people kind of cringe is because that would mean you might, and I'm not talking about you personally, but you may have to end up kicking out, cousin, might have to kick out a brother, might have to kick out a sister, might have to kick out actual blood relatives from this new tribe. And that's a tough pill to swallow.
Tariq ain't here, bro. You good. We don't do it. Kick them out. If they gotta go, they gotta go. And that's all I'm saying. Lock it down, bro. I agree with what you just said. That's all I got.
Lero, you want to add anything before we go on to the next prompt?
Can I say something?
Okay, Zuli. Lero, I'll let you speak after Zuli says his piece. Go ahead, Zuli.
I think there's redemption for strippers, for whores, for certain sex workers. If you do the background research on them and you see they were like their history or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But to go to Dubai and do all of this and have sex with animals at a certain age, there should be no redemption. And the society is as strong as its rule is enforced. Since you're a kid, they tell you the rules, and you veer towards that because you want to go pursue some selfish, individualistic things. That means you already threw the village away. I just think certain stuff, sex with animals, that you can't come back from that. So I think
as a grown adult, especially as a grown adult,
especially, there's no comeback for that. You did that. Hey, you could come back. We'll feed you. We'll protect you. But for you to be an integral part of the society, I think that's a no-no.
Yeah. Lero, I'm sorry. You can go ahead now, please.
No, I mean, y'all really said it all. Just like I said, if you gonna redeem somebody, they gotta be accountable to you. So unless you got the means to make somebody accountable to you in whatever community you got, then I mean, ain't no redemption. Start setting a harsher code. Maybe people won't step out of the ways of the community so much.
Mm-hmm. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 4 tonight. Shoot the Breeze topic number 4 is, Zilly, you should hang around for this. Shoot the Breeze topic number 4 is a black man defended himself. A black man defended himself, but the New York Post reports that the black man, who was an NFL player, was the aggressor. You guys should be able to see my screen. Here's the article from the New York Post. Ex-NFL player claims United worker called him names, started fight at Newark Airport. And you guys may have seen this video, and maybe you haven't. So what I'll do, I'm not going to be able to play it here, I think. Let me see. I'll just read it now. I'll see if I can play the video later. But this video was viral. Most of you probably saw it. You could see the NFL player got hit, and then he hit this dude a couple of rounds here. This dude fell backwards and had a cut over his eye and all this kind of stuff. You see how he hit him first. Then the black guy punched him up a couple of times. Now he fell over like a damn clown. The article reads, a former NFL player charged with assaulting United Airlines employee in a caught-on-video slugfest at Newark Airport claims the worker challenged him to a fight and called him a dick and pussy. Ex-Denver Broncos cornerback Brendan Langley, 27, alleged that the unidentified airline employee was the one who provoked the viral confrontation, TMZ reported. Brendan Langley was minding his business, walking through the airport with his bags when he was accosted by a United Airlines employee who claimed to run the airport, quote unquote. His attorney, Alan Jackson, said in a statement obtained by the outlet. When Brendan tried to ignore him, the assailant followed and harassed Brendan, calling him a dick and a pussy and challenging him to fight, he added. Jackson said Langley, a much taller, robust athlete, yelled out for help, but no one helped. All right, so this is them squaring up here. Footage from the airport security cameras established without question that Brendan was in reasonable fear of physical harm and reasonably and lawfully defended himself, he reportedly said in the statement. Footage captured the ex-cornerback unleash a flurry of blows on the airline employee around 11 a.m. Thursday. Langley has been arrested on a charge of simple assault and was suspended by the Calgary Stampeders, his team in the Canadian Football League. The Stampeders take matters such as these very seriously. Stampeders president and GM John Hufnagel told a news outlet in a statement. After learning details of the incident, including the filing of a criminal charge, we are indefinitely suspending Brendan Langley, he added. Head coach Dave Dickinson said the team was initially unaware of the charges against the player. Quote, but we found out like a lot of other people. My only real comment is we live in a world that everybody's got cameras and we're trying to represent our city. We take it very seriously, he told reporters, according to CTV News. Right, more images of the fight. And I'm going to let Hufnagel handle it from here and see where it goes, he added. The unidentified United employee has reportedly not been charged in the fight, but he has been fired by the company. United Ground Express informed us that the employee has been terminated. An airline rep has told the Post in an email referring to the company's Connection subsidiary. In the video, the day's worker put up his dukes and proceeded to slap Langley after he was clocked. You saw that? Langley shouted at a bystander before delivering a punch that sends the worker to the floor and left him bleeding from the head. The bloodied United worker stumbles back on his feet and confronts the football player again. You want some more? He wants some more, Langley yells at him. It was unclear from the clip who threw the first punch. Another video shared online of the incident appeared to show Langley landing the first blow. The fight is believed to have begun when Langley used a wheelchair to transport his luggage instead of a luggage cart that costs $5, the Daily Mail reported. Langley addressed the incident on Twitter, writing, "Y'all ain't off the hook. Worst customer experience in the entirety of my life on heaven." He then claimed in a tweet that he was assaulted by the United worker and was defending himself. A United rep told the Post in an email Monday, the company does not tolerate violence of any kind at our airports or on board our planes, and we are working with local authorities to further investigate this matter. So I'm sure most of you on the panel probably, especially if you're on social media, Instagram, Twitter, etc., I'm sure you guys saw this video going around. Let's welcome in Brother Bakari. Brother Bakari, how are you this week?
I'm good, my brother. How about you, my man? Thanks for
I'm great. I'm great. Thank you for coming through again this week, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Peace to everybody on the panel and in the chat. Look, I don't think they say he was the aggressor. I'll say he wasn't aggressive enough. He should have just went ahead and beat his ass a little bit more. That's my personal. And from what I saw, I don't know. I could be seen with biased eyes, but from what I saw, the white dude threw the first punch.
Right.
Yeah, the white dude threw the first punch. But if they want to make him the aggressor, so I just tell folks, don't let that scare you away from defending yourself, because they're going to try to make up a story and make it seem like it's us. You get your opportunity to put your hand on one of them for disrespecting you. You go ahead. You can easily stop that disrespect. And that fat white boy he's going to be careful from now on who he run his mouth to.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
I yield the mic.
Yes, I thank you for that, Brother Bakari. D Webb, you saw this on Twitter. I'm assuming. What did you think, and what do you think of the New York Post making the black guy out to be the aggressor?
Now I did see the longer version. It's like a minute. The one they got on Twitter is like 15 seconds, and it's the white dude slapping him. It's a longer version. It's like a minute. They kind of both throw a punch earlier and hit each other. You know what I'm saying? So that ain't the full like version of what happened. I don't like to make big sweeping judgments off small, because you don't know what these people said to each other to 5 minutes, 10 minutes beforehand. I have no clue. I don't know this cat. I don't know the white boy. I don't know what they said previous or beforehand. And the video I seen, they both kind of smacked each other up at the same time. And this was later on. You know what I'm saying? But what I will say is, you're an NFL talent. He works at fucking United Airlines. protect your bag, brother. You know what I'm saying? Whip your phone out. If he's being disrespectful, saying crazy stuff, whip your phone out or have whoever you with record it, sue them, and you ain't probably gonna never got to catch a ball again in your life. Be smart about these things. You know what I'm saying? Like me, my broke ass, yeah. If he says something, I'll put hands to him and he ain't getting nothing out of it. I'll be arrested, he be beat up. But you're an NFL talent, bro. You got a chance to get to the league, and now you may not get to the league because we all know they're very cognizant of the people they bring into there, and that is big news stories going. You could, like I said, bro, you got money. You should have some money. Some people like you. You a college, you're NFL prospect. Sue them, sue United. You probably never have to pay for a flight in your life at minimum. You know what I'm saying? So be smart about the situations. That's what I'll say.
I appreciate that, and I appreciate it a lot. Lero had to drop out, but it was great having her on. Great having her hear her take on especially that topic we covered about the Dubai characters. Let's go to Gas them up. Gas them up. What say you to this?
Yeah, I just, I don't know, man. I think black people, we have to embrace situational awareness, especially as black men, and it is taxing, mentally, but it just is what it is, especially in the West. When I'm in Africa and I walk into a bank or I walk into a place, I'm not worried that somebody's going to follow me. I'm not worried that, man, this might be, or even when I see the police, I don't think, oh, it's going to be, it could be the last encounter. I'm not having those problems. And to a certain point, we just got to stop being lackadaisical. So when you go out there, you just got to understand that, look, there's just some people that will not like, there's black people that are who are whitewashed, who are going to act funny towards you. And then there's white people who will react a certain way, on the East Coast, like, I'll be honest, I don't go to Washington Heights. I don't want, I'm just be honest, I'm not going over there. I'm not going to Brighton Beach unless there's a reason for me to go. I'm not going over there because, I don't want to walk into a Dominican spot and them people look at me funny. I just don't want to go there. I'm good, but I think a lot of times when you say that to people, people get like, well, I'm not going to not live my, okay, cool. Well, then this is what you get. Don't complain about it. You know what I'm saying? Don't complain when they show you how they really feel about you. And then you get mad like, oh, I can't believe it. No, believe it. The man that ran up in the store and did what he did in Buffalo, that's how they get down. Believe it. Don't, so I don't know. I just think people got to be more situationally aware of their surroundings and stop being naive,
I appreciate that. Yeah, so again, you guys who are in the chat, if you're still with us, drop your comments and thoughts on the prompts as well. I'll gladly read them live on air and for our panel to interact with your ideas as well. Jay, a black man defended himself, but the New York Post reports that the black man was the aggressor. Are you shocked by this? How do you feel about the story overall?
I didn't realize it was a baller. I saw it in a later state. So people already had made an animation of it. The airport guy falling on the on the band and being dragged away as a suitcase. That's what I saw, right? And now I realize it was a baller and indeed situation awareness or indeed the brother before that said get your phone and record the disrespect. I think as a baller or a famous person in the United States, you're walking on eggshells anyway. So you should have 3 phones. One taped to your forehead, and another one taped to your wrist, and one in your back pocket. So yeah. I think he should be. He should watch how he reacts. That's my impression. I don't know about life in the United States, but from the outside, from the outside, I have the impression that if you're famous, you're walking on eggshells anyway. So you should have your phone ready.
Yeah. Let's hear from Mr. Untouchable.
No, me personally, I personally blame gas them up for the whole incident. These guys, these big fat Italian guys, go to MMA classes and gas them up. Obviously gas him up. No pun intended. He thought he could beat up on the biggest, blackest guy that he saw. Unfortunately, it didn't turn out good for him. You know what I mean? So gas him up. Stop gassing up these big fat Italian dudes. No, I just personally think that my brother was saying, you have to have situational awareness and be aware that there are people out there who are willing to do you harm just because of your skin complexion, and that's unfortunate. And the fact that you are wealthy, the fact that you may be famous, the guy who was on the plane with Mike Tyson, it's like, why would you mess with Mike Tyson? This guy is mentally well. This guy might have some problems, and he's not one to play with. So why would you mess with a person like him? Obviously he was trying maybe to target Mike Tyson to solicit some money out of him. He punched me in the face. I sue him for $5 million. It's like an instant jackpot. But I just think that we just need to have situational awareness and be aware of our surroundings and the people we are around and things of that nature. But that's just me. Shout out to my big brother Bakari, by the way.
Yes, sir. Shout out to Brother Bakari. Azuli, you see the prompt. You saw the viral video, and D-Ware pointed out that there's actually some more to that. Did you see the longer version?
Yo, the longer version, the white man hit him first. Either way, the United worker hit him first.
Really?
And he swung back. Either one. The 1 minute one, I don't understand how people think they both hit at the same time. When you he hit the guy first. But my whole thing is this. First of all, this brother's not a famous football player. He played in the NFL in 2017. He was the 3rd round pick. He didn't even stay on the team. So it's the way that the newspaper is pulling it out there is like he's a big time football player, as we know. Now he's working. Now he's in the
Canadian football
league and everything. My whole situation is that they saw the video and they still making it in this thing as the brother hit the football player brother hit the player first. No, it wasn't. That guy hit him first. So again, it's to me the newspaper. It's like, how are you a newspaper and you're lying in plain view, plain sight? So to sell more newspaper, to get more clicks on your page, you're willing to sell out to lie. Say that again?
It's deeper than that, though.
But I know what it is.
Yeah.
I know what it is. So it's be afraid of the big black man, the boogeyman. He always want to fight, this and that and the third. And my thing is, I don't care how famous you are. Your manhood is everything. And this is the problem with this new society. Because you're making so much money, I should be careful, this and that. Yo, if somebody put their hands on you, yes, I understand. What we're saying is that you should take a breath back, take a step back and be your famous. You should be careful. But at the end of the day, this guy is a man. Who wants to be hit or slap and cursed out? And this guy is a United worker. Who are you to go enforce rules? Who are you to go enforce rules? Even if he was using the wheelchair, no, you get security or it's a freaking wheelchair, bro. And at the end, if the guy used the wheelchair and somebody wanted to use it, he's at his own fault. But me, it's the newspaper. The way they going after this, man. It's not only newspaper. I saw a bunch of outlets. They're like always trying to destroy the black male's image. This guy was defending himself. I first saw the short version, and then I saw the longer version. Even in the longer version, the United Worker swung first. So now you mean to tell me this man swings at me, and I get it. I guess, but this brother right here is not famous. He's not like he didn't even play one NFL game. He was on the team. He tried, but sometimes even though you're drafted, they don't take you. You know what I'm saying? So it's just a shame that this newspaper, like you see it, but when you really see it, it's like, dang, the black man ain't got no friends, bro.
We're gonna talk about that later tonight too. But Azuli, here's the thing, though, right? the thing is this, and I hear this from black folks all the time, and I wish black folks would stop doing it. Black folks will tell you, I understand, I get it, but, well, did you really get it? If you got to come back and say but afterwards, did you really get it? So what's being said here, and I think this is ultimately a part of manhood too, when you talk about that situational awareness, a part of your man, a part of that is manhood, right? In that, as a man, you got to know, listen, I take on this little cornball white boy and I knock him out, I make his forehead bleed. Yeah, cool. That's cool to some people, I guess, but I ain't cool to everyone. And then ultimately, what happens to me feeding who I need to feed, including myself?
Yes.
We're not in the 50s no more, bro.
No,
we're not in the 50s. At the end of the day, this is a man.
Yeah, but okay, Azuli. But I understand what you're saying, but that's act one. Act two is I hit him, he accidentally falls down, bumps his head, and dies. Act two is when the police comes, I'm in jail now. I can't support my family. I can't support my wife, all because he called me nigga or test my manhood. Come on, bro. Come on, take a breath. Take a breath and think twice. That's all I'm saying.
First of all, he didn't call him the N-word, and he didn't call him. He didn't curse him out. He hit him. But Mr. Untouchable, we got to stay to the video. We're not. You going through something else. We're talking about somebody putting their hands on you.
Okay.
No, but the video is being measured against what we need to really be in life, right? In life as men, we have to discern. Like I always say this. I have a good friend. We talk about this all the time, man. I hope if I'm walking through the streets of Brooklyn, I hope I could take that slap from some dude who runs up on me and I could just wipe my mouth and go on my business. I hope I can do that, because the alternative is I go and I get in something and I lose and I'm taking off this earth or given the inability to provide and protect my children in the future and whatnot. Like there's filters to this, and it's not filters, I want to say. There's these add-ons to this, right? He's not just a man. We get he's a man, right? If it was a fair square up somewhere, not in an airport, but somewhere private or whatever, that's different.
Cool. This is a fair square up. We all know this brother ain't got. If this situation happened in the street or whatever, I might have been like, yo, you know what? You don't know what the person got? Chill or whatever. The man works at the airport. What's the fairest thing is that? I don't have nothing on me. He don't have nothing on him.
No. Well, okay, it's fair in that sense, in terms of weaponry and stuff. But what I mean to say is, it's not fair in terms of who's recording. How are they going to frame it? Like in this article, they frame it, which is an interesting framing too. They point out that this black guy, instead of paying the $5 for the trolley to carry the luggage, he used some wheelchair for free. Like they made a point to kind of put that in there to show you that they're not playing fair in a sense, right? They're showing you that we'll say whatever we gotta say to make this story.
Who wasn't? Who was charged?
So here's my thing, right? Like, obviously, no one should put their hands on you. But again, this is what I'm talking about, the situational awareness, right? If you're a black man and you know, why would you do that? Just pay the $5 because, I'm just tired of black men. Look, we're third-class citizens in this country, man. I don't know. Maybe nobody wants to say it.
Come on,
we're third, fourth-class citizens in this country. It is what it is.
But stop saying like everybody never trying to get away with something. Is it $5?
No, I didn't say that.
Gas is $6 for my man probably has to pay the $5.
Bro, Zuli, at the end of the day, I'm agreeing with you. But here's the problem. We are seventh-class citizens in this place. We don't have that luxury. So whether or not, like I said, if he was in Bahamas or he was in Nigeria, this wouldn't even be a story. You understand what I'm saying? You give the worker, yo, come on, brethren, let's go. You give him $5 and shake his hand, and you walk away. It wouldn't, it wouldn't turn it. But look, we are in America. This is how it goes down. You know what I'm saying? Like at one point, we're gonna realize that.
Hey yo,
Bro,
can
what
I
I'm
get one in?
saying is, I don't.
On the point of the brother, like I said, yo, this is an NFL talent. You kind of downplay like, oh, he got drafted and he won. Bro, 210 players get drafted in the NFL. It's 450,000 college players and 210. He's an NFL talent. Period. He may not be in the league right now, but he's in his 20s. He can build up. He can go back to the league. He can do whatever, right? If it emphasizes my point even more, if the dude hit him first, fall down. I wish the United worker would smack me, sir. First, oh my God,
Easy.
I'm screaming like I got shot with the biggest rifle in the world. I'm falling down. Give me a neck brace, bro. It don't even make sense what you're saying. Like, oh, he smacked, bro. You're an NFL talent. 210 players drafted. You one of them. Get your paper. It don't even make sense what you're saying. Like, oh, he a man, bro. We know he can whoop that fat white boy. That ain't even the point. Get your bread. That ain't even no manhood shit. That's just common sense. Manhood should be getting the bag, take care of your family for life, and not get locked up. That's manhood. Manhood ain't smacking up some fat white boy that you know you can whoop. That ain't manhood, bro. Come on.
1000%. And then we pick and choose when we want to display this nonsense manhood.
Right.
So when Terry Crews is growth when you're supposed to punch a dude back, you sitting down there, oh, I don't know what to do. When Chris Rock gets slapped, oh, I don't know what to do. Nah, that's when you're supposed to be a man. Like the brother said, you smack me at the airport, I'm gonna piss my pants. You know what I'm saying? You guys already know how they say about Nigerians and scamming. Oh, officer, my neck, help me. I want them to hit me.
Yeah, that's easy money.
See,
That's
my
easy
thing, I'm gonna say, if the brother had done that, I would have. But what we're talking about, is because we're in a broken society. Because the brother acted, you put my hands on you, don't put your hands on me. I don't care what you're telling me. Oh, he could have got the bag. He could have got. Maybe he knows he wasn't thinking about that. He's like 23, 24.
He wasn't thinking exactly. That's the crisis of black masculinity.
You're talking. That's not. Take a slap so I could go sue. How you know he can't sue?
That's what the white boys do.
How do you know he can't sue right now? How you know he can't sue right now? He got hit first,
bro. Acting in violence ain't always the manhood. That's
that's the problem.
Go home at the end of the day.
What are we talking about?
What are you talking about, bro? What are you talking about?
Yo,
like you think automatically
he should sue. He should sue.
Nah, bro. Go ahead. Go say what you say. I'm done.
No, I mean
because everybody's saying you're right. My fault. He should have just slapped, fell on the floor, sue, and be like, yeah, he should have did that.
Again, we're not talking about something that happens, you go to the park or something like that and someone stepped you or something like that. We're not talking about that. And even then, too, because this is a problem with all the gang violence stuff that we have to deal with in our communities, right? Webb is from Chicago. A lot of that stuff that goes on out there is revenge. People just revenge and avenging and revenging and all that type of stuff. And, when you look at what it started from, if a dude had just said, yo, you know what? Cool. And let me, live to see another day. You know what I mean? Or what have you, we would be better for that. What I'm saying about this guy in terms of situational awareness, as others brought up before, is that you got to look at it and say, man, wait a minute. I have a couple of options here. I could beat the shit out of this little chubby white boy, or I could fall down and especially as an athlete, I could say this guy made me twist my knee or some shit, and get some paper out of it. Because by the way, these guys in the CFLs and all that, they ain't killing it in the bank account area either, right? Not all the time unless you're a big star or something like that. But so he has a couple of options here. What I'm pretty sure everyone on the panel is saying is a part of manhood is you have to discern when to be violent and when not to be violent. And that's one of the things I like with Judge Joe Brown, who I'm trying to get on the show. Joe Brown talks about manhood all the time. And one of the things he stresses is that same notion I just said. Not everything is to get to violence. In fact, a lot of that violent stuff is a female trait, if we're going to be honest about it, right? That rowdiness and putting hands on people and all that kind of stuff. Men more so reason stuff out, and then if reasoning ain't gonna work, then we gonna get to some violence. You understand? That's what I think the panel is trying to say. We're not saying not be a man in the right situations and at the right times enact violence when necessary, but in this case here, you just look. I mean, it just looks stupid. The whole thing just looked dumb to me.
And Coco, I mean, again, I'm not saying that it is right for any person, white man, whoever. But we have to, again, accept that in this country, we're not seen as first-class citizens. This one. Second, white paternalism, whether it comes from white women or white men, is a reality. And a lot of times when they see what they perceive to be a black person stepping out of order, they instantly and instinctively carry a paternalistic approach, right? So him looking at this black guy who, again, let's be fair, he was wrong for putting the thing in the wheelchair, right? And according to guidelines. Now, what was done to him automatically is out of pocket. Regardless if he put it in a wheelchair, he shouldn't be have anyone put their hands on him. Right. But knowing white paternalism, that's how they're gonna respond. So this white guy's looking at him like, you're my nigga. I'm gonna come here, nigga, get in line. What's wrong with you? That's just how they think. I mean, we've seen how Karens behave. That's white paternalism acting out with women. They think that there are mothers and fathers, especially in this country. So we have to be situationally aware to make sure we don't get caught up in these type of situations. Just pay the $5 and get him out your face. Or, I mean, I'm sure he got a little bit more money than most of us on this panel. He's not a baller, but dude, you can have people pick up your luggage. There's all kind of VIP service that you can do, man. You don't have to go through this. I don't know.
All right. Did I hear from Jay on this one? Oh yeah, I did hear from Jay, right? Any last thoughts on this front? If not, shout out to the Forecast Radio in the chat. We've seen our brother here before. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 5 tonight. Shoot the Breeze topic number 5 is Back to the Village. Just came with a prompt. Oh, by the way, I have it on the screen here. Before we actually get into that prompt, Webb did send me the longer version of it. Let's check it out real quick. I will say, there's a response that he does there that's kind of weird. Like it's like you're trying to get saved. You see children do that kind of thing. Like he's screaming. Did you see that? Did you see what he did? Do you want more? Like, what are you screaming that shit for? Do what you got to do, and keep it moving. I don't know if anyone wants to make a last comment on what they just saw just now.
Yeah, I
you
want
can
to
do
make
that.
a quick last comment. What I hate sometimes, right, is when a black person and a white person seem to be want to get busy.
Yeah.
It's like the black people always want to jump in the middle of it and say stop, especially if the person is like getting advantage in a situation. They always want to come and run and break it up. I don't know, that's a weird thing. They always want to break it up when he getting a trolloping for some strange reason. I don't know what's that about, but
I forget what I was watching, man. Somewhere in the continent, this white boy getting his ass handed to them, and all of a sudden, all these black women, these African women,
the women, yes, they like to jump in, man. The women,
yeah,
oh,
come
goodness.
surround him and
Yes,
hug him up and
oh goodness,
man,
oh,
get
goodness.
your ass out the way and let him finish get what he was receiving. You know what I mean? Like, get out the way, man. Anyway, Shoot the Breeze topic number 5 tonight is Back to the Village. Just came with the link. Let me share my screen with you guys. Okay, so here we are. We're gonna watch the video, and on the other side of this video, we will have a discussion. That was actually quite relaxing. I hope you guys didn't fall asleep to that. We just watched this video here called 7 Days Building Hobbit Villa House and Swimming Pool with Decoration, Underground Room, etc., basement. I mean, it's pretty interesting. I've seen a series of these videos in the past. One of the things this video made me remember was earlier this week, I believe. I believe this is somewhere down in South America. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. But earlier, I think it was earlier this week, they found pyramids down in South America. I want to say it's in the South Amazon. They found these pyramids that's heavily covered with vegetation. They had to use some technology. So apparently the people, I forget what the name of the people are who were there, but those people that told Europeans about these places back in the days when the Europeans came. And I guess over time people forgot where they were. So recently, these Europeans devised some laser technology that was able to kind of map out and 3D scan that area, and they found these pyramids. And I wonder if what you see here, where they put the grass on the roof of this building that they made from the earth, I wonder if that's something that they did in their times as pyramid builders. And that's why you have all that vegetation, or one part, why you have all that vegetation covering the pyramids now. With that said, back to the villages, the prompt. Zuli, what do you see in terms of back to the village? What did you get from the video?
But what I got from this video is like all this technology stuff that we're using today that does not incorporate the earth. This looks beautiful to me, but I thought they see these people are primitive. I thought without technology we can't do nothing. All of this right here looks beautiful to me, but who's gonna protect that when you start building that in an area? So it's beautiful. I mean, that's all I can say about that.
Do you think let's say someone you've dated in the past, do you think they would be willing to live this simple of a life?
I don't know. They gotta go on Instagram. They gotta go on Hot Girl Summer. They gotta go. Nah, this is not something they want to do because you've been programmed that if you're not outside, if you're not doing anything, your life is boring. So I don't think none of us, even maybe me too, are ready for this life right here because this is very serene, very communal. People want to go out, want to go clubbing, want to drive expensive cars. I want to dress expensive to show off on other people. This is not. Most people don't. It's beautiful, so I don't know, man.
Jay, what say you?
I've been watching these dudes, and one thing that I must name because people don't see it. The videos of these two boys are perfectly made, so nobody actually notices that the videographer, the guy that films it, is as genius as the two dudes.
Okay, talk about that.
Yeah, because it's nicely put. The story is told. You know, there's not one word used, but the story is told perfectly. So the videographer is as genius as the two dudes. And what I also want to say, yeah, it's true. It's true. The previous brother said it. You know, Hard Girl Summer, etc. I have a story. Whatever. These dudes.
No, go ahead. Tell the story.
These dudes must have eco tourism compound with at least 30 of these nice, cozy little rooms, little houses, and each one uniquely built. One on poles made out of bamboo, the other one like this, then one half in the ground, then another one half in a tree. These guys, that's a 5-star ecotourism compound that with at least 30 little cottages like this one, and it's luxury for an eco-tourist. This is luxury, right? But for the hardcore summer Miami Ibiza chick, it's nothing, right? It's nothing. But speaking what you Koku, what you added to the video, lidar, laser radar.
Yes, that's it. Yep.
Yeah. I am as I'm taking part of your show, I am video tracking for a dude, quote unquote client, his land in Africa. I'm video tracking it so I can put architectural visualization in it. But nearby there's a monolith. I'm 100% sure that's a monolith, right? Because it's a circle with the sun solstices, openings and in the sun solstices, right? But as I'm tracking, I'm seeing so that's nearby. That's about let's say 500 meters to 1 kilometer, 500 to 1,000 meters away from this video that I'm tracking.
Okay.
And I'm seeing objects like, hey, maybe this is part of the monolith, because the monolith is one big circle about 80 meters across, so it's fairly big, maybe as big as Stonehenge, but it's from sand. It's not from stones. It's from sand.
Okay.
And now in this video that I'm tracking, I'm seeing little circles, and I think that's not sand, and I see a block, something that looks like a block sticking out of the ground. So when I'm there again, I aim to go back. I'm just back maybe a week or I'm back. I'm in the Netherlands for a week, and I was in Senegal, Mauritania, and Gambia for 3 months, and when I aim to go again in July, and I'm gonna check it out. I'm gonna check it out. What I'm looking at this point.
Thanks for that,
because Africa, the Sahara is full of those type of things. We always speak of the pyramids, but from left to right, it's full of monoliths. You probably know about the stones in Gambia, right?
Yeah. That's the thing. We have lost that area that they call it, that's said to be a desert now, was a flourishing area with its own flora and fauna, and who knows what else our people, early people, the proto-Saharans and whatnot, who knows what they built out there and what's underneath all that sand and stuff like that.
Yeah, I traveled a lot, and a lot of times I'm like, since I encountered this big circle in this village, which I call my village, quote unquote. Of course, it's not my village, but that's where I first arrived in Senegal, so to speak, and I bump into a huge monolith, right? And since then, I'm watching, and I'm looking, and this time I traveled a lot, right? And I'm seeing stone circles in the middle of nowhere, 2 or 3. And then maybe 5 kilometers. It's full of monoliths. It's not just those stones in Gambia. The whole fucking area is sprinkled with stuff that you would say, hey, wait a minute, this goes deeper than this is not a fundament of a building. this is something else.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for that.
Anyway,
thank you for that, Jay. Back to the village. D-Web, what did you see in this video?
Just kind of piggyback off what the brother was previously saying, because it interested me. The 23, like every 23,000 years, I think the Sahara Desert is like a lush Greenland, right? So who knows what's buried underneath there. It also kind of points to like the climate change thing and a bunch of fooey, because climate is always changing. It's just a money laundering thing, as I'm sure Gas them up is aware of as well. I know he's into that type of deal. But I think it's pretty dope video, man. And it kind of speaks to me how far we've kind of fallen in terms of our skill sets. I always see this dude. I had a little back and forth today. This dude was always talking about conquering nations and how, you know, Black Americans, they whatever, right? But people don't realize the work that it takes to build a nation. Right, it's more than just guns and taking land and stuff. You have to have people who have skill sets, people who can do things like these young men did, in building a whole pool house. You know, you gotta have people who can do that and are willing to do that, and have the patience and the knowledge to be able to do this. Even in terms of war, right? People always think of war in terms of like you just run into a place with your guns and you take over. It's called a supply line. You have to be able to feed your soldiers. You have to be able to get logistics moving, you know, get supplies, keep morale up, things like that. To me, this just speaks to how far we've fallen in terms of our skill set, our knowledge, and things that we need to be able to do. If we were to revert back to a situation where everything's not given to us, everything's not handed to us, we kind of regress in terms of what civilization is, and this happens. This is a constant pattern, you know. It's periods of great wealth, and it's also periods of great where we have to get back to the logistics, get back to the basics, I like to say, of doing things. And to me, like having knowledge of this skill set, how to be able to build the whole pool and from hand, they did everything by hand too. So you got to be knowledgeable of that, and it just speaks like I need to step my game up too. You know what I'm saying? Like I want to build my own pool out and back. It looks like it need a pool back there. We need to get it cracking. So yeah, that's what I got from it.
I watched that. Now I felt a little bit lacking myself when I watched that. Gas them up. How did you feel about that video? Back to the village is the prompt.
All I have to say is make the village great again.
I got you. Lastly, Mr. Untouchable, what say you?
Yeah, that video is in particular for my brother Gas. I know you would like that a little bit, but there are several things in this video that I could really talk about. You know, one of the things is I don't even think these brothers studied architecture and went to architecture school or anything like that. These brothers built this stuff in the jungle with no modern technology. You know, it's all from the earth. You know, most of the tools, primitive tools, and I wonder sometimes if we were to be allowed the latitude to exercise our own brain space, you know, within our communities, whatever community means, I would be really interested to see what we would come up with. Not a version of something else, but something that is unique and it's just integrated in our own mental space. Because you see these guys integrate the jungle with the house, their house scheme. It's all incorporated with the earth format. And it's just interesting how they do that, because I wouldn't even, when I think of a house, I wouldn't even think to build like that. You know what I mean? It's because I've been programmed with that Western mindset of this needs to be this and this. I wouldn't think to insulate my home with grass on top of it so it'll stay cool.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So when people say how far we've gotten away, I understand. Another thing about this video that I found interesting is there was no talking in it.
Yep.
These brothers them had probably planned ahead, and they just went out there and executed until their job was done. And after they finished, now it's pool time. They worked before they actually, you know, had fun, whatever fun means, you know, in our mindset. And it's interesting because 100, maybe to 1,000 years from now, some person will come up on these kinds of statues and say, well, a human being who was never in who's never been so-called educated or went to school. No, man, since we didn't do it, the aliens must have done some shit like that. Yeah, I mean, that's what they can say though, because it's deep in the forest,
Mhm.
you know, and there's no real westernized structure or anything like that. It's like, well, if we know these primitive, you know, natives couldn't have done anything like this, so obviously, if it's not us, the aliens probably came in and built these kinds of structures.
You mean the reptilians?
Or the reptilians. But it's just interesting the Asian mindset in what they was able to come up with as far as integrating the environment with that space. And I would like to see, well, it'll be interesting to see what we would come up with if we was denied all the so-called modern things that we were given
Extravagances.
to create something that is unique and of ourselves. I would be very interested in to see what we would come up with. And I hopefully it's not chaos.
Yeah, you know, that added thing I added that Jay spoke to in that on the tweet of that article. That article I think was in Time, but they found these pyramids using this technology LiDAR, which Jay reminded me that was the name of it. Where they use lasers as a radar, then they could image the readings and all that in 3D. One of the things they addressed in the article, in fact, it's actually in the title, is how it bucks this finding of these pyramids bucks this idea that there was no work being done, there was no building, so to speak, being done in that area of the world until the Europeans came. Like, they actually addressed it. And I was going through the tweets and retweets from it, and a lot of white folks, funny enough, a lot of them were, I guess these are the more liberal ones, were talking about, oh, look, they're telling you now what African scholars have been telling y'all for 100, 200 years now or more. You know what I mean? That we were the ones going around building stuff, and other indigenous peoples to different lands were building stuff before these Europeans came, and now these guys are now kind of, coming to our understanding. Does anyone want to add anything else to this prompt?
I just want to add quickly that I think what it shows is that, there is this thing within European philosophy and European knowledge where there's a disembedding. So for them, they find it impossible that someone can build things without having a separate study of math and science and physics and all these other things. But like you just pointed to, these people are building these things intrinsically, right? And I'm not saying that they don't have concepts of math and science, but they didn't have to necessarily go to a school for it.
Artist Omar Ba is a
Absolutely. That was Shoot the Breeze topic number 5. So let's do the station ID break. But before we go to station ID, let me post what Shoot the Breeze prompt number 6 is about to be, which is who is Omar Ba? So I'll give you guys a chance to check him out. Let's do the station ID break. Also, make sure to also check out Gaston Up in Jay's show. You could look up Gaston Up's YouTube channel. Make sure to check out their show as well. I think it's every Friday night starting at 8 or 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So let's do station ID break. On the other side, we'll discuss Shoot the Breeze prompt number 6 tonight.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the pro-black perspective, where black problems are addressed with black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the revolutionary matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Welcome back to the Bit of Medicine podcast. Yeah, make sure to check out the Pro Black Perspective tomorrow morning, 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, discussing the enemies within. Subscribe to the House Rally podcast. Subscribe to the Learning Curve podcast until they post some new materials. Check out their old material on their YouTube channels. And again, check out Gas Them Up's channel. Ian J hosts a show every Friday night, starting at 8 or 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Should the Breeze topic number 6 is who is Omar Ba? This comes with a link. Let's check it out, and then we'll discuss it. Hold on a second. We'll discuss it on the other side.
Is a rising star in the world of contemporary African art. We'll leave you with his story. Do stay tuned to WION. I'm Ollie Barrett, and I'll be back at the same time tomorrow.
Inside a tranquil studio, Omar Ba gets down on all fours and begins to bring his canvas to life. Positioned on his hands and knees, Ba begins to paint a 5-meter-long canvas with a deep shade of black. This has almost become a ritual for Ba, who is a rising star in the world of contemporary African art. He is known to start most of his thought-provoking works on the state of the world and Africa's place in it in this manner.
J'ai vu aussi que automatiquement que le noir était.
I saw that automatically black suited me very well, and that I felt comfortable with this color, which was not the case with the color white. Because when I painted on a white background, I got lost. I could not concentrate. I found that the drawings were very light. I tended either to load the canvas with too much color or not to put on enough.
45-year-old Ba touches on colonialism, violence, and hope through his works. He is also top sensation at the 14th Dakar Biennale. Ba currently has 20 works at the Royal Museums of Fine Arts of Belgium. He has an exhibition opening in New York in September. And the Baltimore Museum of Art is set to host a retrospective of his works. His paintings feature hybrid creatures who embody the traumas inherited from colonialism, tyranny, violence, and inequalities. In his 2021 Brussels exhibition titled Anomalies, Ba painted imaginary heads of state with their hands resting on a book symbolizing a constitution. This was his way of highlighting the slew of African leaders who've recently modified constitutions in order to stay in power.
The themes he tackles are innovative themes in the sense that they're political, economic, social, but the way he arranges them makes us discover paintings from another angle. And it is for this reason that his presence was necessary, and all the more relevant in this Dakar Biennale.
For the past few years, Ba has worked from his Bambalore studios near Dakar. Since his first exhibition in Switzerland in 2010, Ba has exhibited at the Centre Pompidou in Paris. Ba's works continue to attract attention in the art hubs of the world. Bureau Report WION, World is One.
Interesting. I'm always curious. What do white folks, what do Europeans see in art? Is it something they connect with, say on an occult level, or is it just a money thing? Like, what do they see? But I digress. Who is Omar Ba? D Webb, what did you get from this video? D Webb, you might be muted if you're there. All right. Zuli, what did you get from the video?
I guess it's about artwork. Like, at least he's using his art to depict the life, the situation of his people. So I think that's a plus, and he's getting exposure. I don't know. So I think that's all. It's always good when you mix your art with your life experience and your people's experience. So kudos to him for that. That's all.
Had you heard about him before?
Nah, I never heard about him. That's the first time I've seen him.
Okay. All right. Gas them up. What did you see in this video? What did you learn about Ba?
No, I got to check out a lot of his work. I never heard of him before, so I'm definitely going to check out his work. And I think art, music, all of that stuff is important to the you mentioned the occult. I mean, it's not ironic that a lot of so-called events, allegedly the cartoons always predict them ahead of time. Right? You look at The Simpsons. You look at what's that show? South Park. Right?
Oh, yeah.
So it's very, very interesting. I mean, so.
I think D-Web is back. D-Web, I don't know if you were able to check out that video on Ba, on Omar Ba, but if you did, what were your thoughts?
Yeah, I saw most of it, almost all of it. Yes, and I just wanted to say, like, I'm pretty stoked about the positivity kind of we got this week's topics. Probably Mr. Untouchable's doing. I think it seems like up his alley. Kind of get tired of talking about getting our asses kicked all the time. But it's pretty dope, man. The brother's like doing dope work. With the works of art. It's always nice to see the creativity, and I like that he threw kind of like a jab at the sellout African leaders, low key, with the painting. You know what I mean? So yeah, that's pretty dope, man. And I'm like I said, I'm digging these topics, so that's cool.
Cool. Jay, were you familiar with Omar Ba?
I thought we were going to speak about politics in Portugal. There's in Portugal there's an Omar Ba making waves in politics and activism. So it turned out to be an artist. I believe Ba is the family name Ba. I believe he's Mandinka, right? So and the art, yeah, what gassed them up touched. You know what I think about art? They say Freemasons they are 33 degrees, right? I believe the white man, quote unquote, got stuck at the 33rd degree, because we all know it's 360, right? It's the whole circle is 360 degrees, and there's an anecdote that I live with, and that's the white man got stuck at 33 because that's theater and acting and lying. So art, of course, art is an expression that is part of the whole theater and the acting like, etc. So yeah, he's in my eyes he's operating or playing, dancing through their play, if you know what I mean, with his art in these renowned museums. One of us, right, one of the 360 degree, the whole circle, is now dancing, playing in their act. Do you follow?
I think I follow. Mr. Untouchable, what say you to all of that?
Yeah, there was a brilliant Haitian American artist back in the day. His name was something Basquiat.
Yeah.
Okay, and I think that right now Jay-Z stealing his whole style, but that's a whole other matter.
He is.
But before I think he came from a wealthy Haitian family. I think his dad was a doctor, but he was living on the streets for a long time. But he was very brilliant guy. And unfortunately, he went into the white artistic world, and but prior to that, he was still on drugs. Prior to that, but he got heavily involved in drugs, and his circle was just a bunch of Europeans, and I feel like they corrupted his mind so much that by 27 he was dead, and his art is really selling into the millions of dollars now. Yep. And seeing how this guy is they calling him a African sensation or a sensation now, and he is going to all these European galleries to exhibit his artwork. I just really want us to really know who his brother is and know what his style is before the white folks steal him and take them onto themselves, and then sell his art and keep his money. That's what they usually do. Yeah, you see some white girl with Mr. Bar in a minute, and she'll probably get all his money at the end of the day. But I just find it interesting for us to really know who this brother is. Y'all in New York City, I'm sure he has artworks in some of the museums in New York. So just check him out when y'all have the opportunity.
Yeah, that's a good deal there, Mr. Untouchable. I think it's important to be able to share with other people like the gems that we have that are far away. So like there's gems in the Caribbean, like it's always interesting to see like a person from the continent hear Sparrow for the first time, and realize what we put down in the Caribbean, hair rake and scrape and all that kind of stuff. So it's cool. It should be good for us too, and it should be something that we seek out. Where, if you guys come across some great guitarist or folk singer or indigenous singer from Tanzania or something like that, yeah, share that. Let's all learn about those folks, because we all got to be have the U.S. centered celebrity forced on us, right? We all know about Jennifer Aniston, and it's like, why do I even know who that is, right? What we should be trying to do is really get closer to our folks across the world, especially from the ancestral homeland and stuff like that. So that's always a good thing to know, to have some knowledge of what's going down, who's who elsewhere in the African world. So I do appreciate that. If there's no last words, we could go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 7. Shoot the Breeze topic number 7 is do Black people believe in giving second chances? Now, we had a pretty good discussion about this, about something similar to this in the first half of the show. So it'll give us an opportunity, again, based on this story that comes along with this story, this prompt. It'll give us an opportunity to discuss. Hold on a second. It'll give us an opportunity to discuss this idea a little bit further about second chances. So let's check out
the life
the
of
video.
Former Detroit Mayor Kwame Kilpatrick is in the third act. In 2001, he became mayor at the age of 31. 12 years later, he was convicted of running a criminal enterprise and sentenced to 28 years in prison. Then, in 2021, President Trump commuted his sentence after he served 8 years behind bars. Well, now the former mayor's life is focused around speaking about his road to recovery and redemption. And as 7 Action News reporter Jim Kurtzner shows us tonight, he has big plans for the future.
Kwame Kilpatrick knew he was going to be videotaped for television here. He approved it himself ahead of time. He's still controlling his own message.
We all have sin. I know y'all saw mine in the paper, but I know you did it too. I read the Bible. I read the whole thing. And it says y'all sinners too. So I ain't trying, y'all look at me, I'm looking at you. So here we go.
This was recorded last month. It was broadcast on Sunday on TV 20. The program, Ask the Messengers.
God must have touched him because he doesn't sound like the arrogant guy that he was before.
It's time for all of us to rise up and begin our future right here, right now.
19 years ago, Kwame Kilpatrick was elected Detroit's mayor at age 31. He immediately said he was going to be the ultimate family man.
There's no way I can be a true leader of the city of Detroit if I don't lead in my own house.
That would be his first undoing. Text messages showed he was having an affair with his chief of staff and lied about it in a civil trial.
This has been a very difficult time for my wife and my family.
He was charged, resigned, and cut a plea deal.
I lied under oath.
Now out of prison, openly discussing it.
Let me speak from experience. And you don't stop cheating just because you're not cheating right now. I was in prison. I could walk around prison and say, I'm not an adulterer. Yeah, well, I'm not gay. I'm not gay. And there were no women there. There was no opportunity to cheat.
Kilpatrick remarried this summer.
I got out of prison and I went right to work.
His new wife was with him. He talked about getting to know each other while in prison.
I was not a good catch. Yeah, I had on prison clothes with a 28-year sentence, so I didn't have nothing to lose.
Kilpatrick was convicted in federal court for running a city hall criminal enterprise, racketeering, extortion, fraud with 3 co-conspirators. He was sentenced to 28 long years.
I was mad at myself. I was mad at all y'all. I ain't like none of y'all. The people that I just praised, I didn't like none of y'all either. When you're real depressed, when you feel in the dark and ostracized by everybody, when you in a suicidal mindset, you don't like nobody.
Never a messenger on our show with the magnitude that he has. All kinds of reaction. We got good, we got bad. Some people say, why?
Who else in your family hasn't disappointed you, but you still love them just the same? Kwame is Detroit, period.
Kilpatrick didn't take questions from the small group of invited guests. It's not clear if he's living here or out of state. It's not clear if he's becoming a minister as his new career.
I can't be a good preacher and a good cusser. I can't cuss all the time and preach all the time. I got to choose.
In time, you know, people will be able to look at your conduct, your integrity, see where you're going with it. And over time, you know, trust can be regained.
The jury is still out.
The jury is still out. Amen.
Kwame Kilpatrick still owes the feds $1.7 million in restitution to the city of Detroit, to the IRS. He has to make payments. If he doesn't, he can be hauled back in front of a judge. In Detroit, Jim Kurtzner, 7 Action News.
All right, thank you much, Jim. Now, if you want more information about Kwame Kilpatrick's plans for the future, head to WXYZ.com and check it out for yourself.
Interesting, man. Them fellas just run right to the pulpit. There's something interesting. I don't know if anyone else felt this way, but I never really observed Kwame that much before. I was familiar with him before he got charged, but his mannerisms are very similar to Umar Johnson to me. There's something kind of Umar Johnson about him. Azuli, what did you get from that video? Do black people believe in giving second chances? Azuli, you're muted if you're there. If he's not there,
I'm here. First of all, I think black people are notorious for giving second chance to bums. So, but I don't know what this brother did. I heard about him, so I don't know what he did, but what I noticed, did it say that his wife was not with him no more?
Yeah, he got remarried.
Oh, so when he was caking, she was there. So when brother went to jail, she's not there. All right, bet. But I don't understand what was his issue, what he did. But all I know is that the city of Detroit have been suffering for a long time. All these black politicians that come there, a lot of them are corrupt. So if he said he was for the people, was he fattening his family's pocket? I don't understand what was the corruption. That he did a criminal enterprise? How could you be running this right under people's nose unless they were letting you do it to catch you later? So I don't know if this guy deserves a second chance because I don't know how bad his criminal act was. So I don't know, man. I mean, the black people are gonna let him do what he does. They like, and he's already on, like you said, on the pulpit preaching, sounding like a pastor. He's gonna get redemption, and people. Didn't they do that with what's that mayor from DC, the crackhead?
Marion Barry.
Yeah, Marion Barry.
Yeah. Marion Barry. Even though I don't know if Marion Barry was corrupted as he was stealing money, but he did fall from grace, and they gave him a chance. They let Al Sharpton come around, so I don't know, man.
Let me hear from D-Web on this one.
Oh, so yeah, Creflo Dollar. Oh no, man, what was his name? when you look at like what these like grifters gravitate towards, it's very funny because they always kind of follow the same pattern.
Yep.
They either go pulpit pimp or they go life coach. And Kwame Kilpatrick is just following, like, yo, all right, let me be a life coach now and get speaking engagements now, you know. And he's following the very classical example of a grifter. Probably why Trump let him out, because they're kind of like, you know, brethren in that sense, you know, grifters like grifters. So that's all. I just saw a grifter going with grifter. Yeah.
What's the guy from Chicago? Bogdanov. What's his name again?
Which one?
He was in jail. He's out now. But something like he's a Bogdanovich or.
Oh, yeah. Rod Blagojevich.
Yeah, Blagojevich, right.
Yeah,
right.
like like 3 Illinois governors. This is what they do. They go to jail. They go to prison. But I just saw a lot of grifter doing the grifter things. You know what I'm saying? So salute to Kwame Kilpatrick. If he can grift some more dollars, he's gonna do it. You know.
Jay, are you familiar with Kwame Kilpatrick?
No. Nothing, not at all. In the beginning, I was like, going to jail for what? For lying, you know? But okay, he had his whitewashing corruption thing going, 28 years. Well, yeah, and Trump getting him out. I'm like, hey, what's going on, man? What's you know, but us outside of the United States, we always frown at what's happening in there. I'm sorry.
Right. Gas him up. You saw that video on Kwame Kilpatrick. You had me put up this image as well. Let's talk about the prompt, and then let's talk about this. You know, what's on the screen right now.
Yeah, I mean, I wish Larry was still on the thing. Larry, if you're in the chat, I love your thoughts on this because you're from that region. But yeah, I remember reading about the guy years back. I did my little research. Like, okay, you know, maybe they railroaded him because we always see the black politician, right? And somehow they all end up going to jail. The Marion Barry in Alabama, you had Birmingham, you had Larry Langford. I don't know if you guys heard about him. He was another. Yeah, Larry Langford. He was another politician that ended up going to jail. So it's, you know, just like researching. Then I find out, like, man, you know, Detroit, real corrupt place, man. Very dangerous place. A lot of mafias run that place, you know. And come to find out that this guy, you know, there's a stripper. Allegedly, the wife attacked the stripper at the house, and then the other stripper ends up dead. You know, so yeah, man, you know, and that was kind of swept under the rug. So I wish Lara was there. I don't know if she's in the chat. If she heard about this, I would love, you know, but like I said, I wouldn't say it publicly because, you know how Detroit and Chicago, yeah, those guys are real, they don't play with their guns. So I would just say, let sleeping dogs lie. But, you know, yeah, no, this is these are the little things that go down, and, you know.
So what about the idea of second chances, though? Is that something that we're prone to do? Because this goes back to the prior conversation too, right? Like, you know, that redemption and all that kind of stuff. Go ahead.
Again, I don't think anyone is really, any individual is in a position to morally judge anybody. We all have our flaws. We all have our whatever evil and within us and all that good stuff. But I do think that we just have to understand that at a certain point we can't just always be so forgiving. You know, we can't be so forgiving. I mean, there's a reason why they say things like treason. The price of treason is death, right? Mm-hmm. So when we have people who betray us and go against our community, you know, you were presenting yourself up to a standard, and now you're not living. A perfect example is this guy Derek Jackson. Right, he was online saying all this stuff about black men, and you're no good, and I'm a good man, and blah, blah. Then you kind of find out he is sleeping with anything not nailed down to the floor, You know what I'm saying? And it's just like, you know, and then he's on the video holding his wife's hand. As the devil has come to tempt us, and she's like, "I'm wearing the armored plate of the Lord." It's like, yo, you know, if you know, so I don't know, man. Like I said, I'm harsh. I'm harsh. I'm chop off their heads, kick them out the neighborhood. But you know, I don't know.
Yeah. Mr. Untouchable, what say you?
Yeah, let me first say that I do believe in giving second chances, and let me ask you a question, Koku.
Mm-hmm.
In the Bahamas, right? When politicians give government contracts to their family and friends, what usually happens to them? Not a goddamn thing. In fact, they probably get elected to be the prime minister.
Yeah, when I was in junior high at CI Gibson, there was a big conversation way back then, man. There was a big conversation about this nepotism that was going on in the government, and it's still going on. We talking 30 years ago. That was a conversation, and that stuff's still going on.
And this brother, this is what he guilty of, kind of. So, and it's not to even suggest or even think for one split second that his white contemporaries, people who was in office with him, wasn't doing the same goddamn thing. And I think that with him, he was almost Obama-esque. And what I mean by that is his popularity was very well known in that area before all these allegations came out. In fact, he would have been probably a runner for that seat, the presidential seat, yes. Prior to Obama, he was Obama before Obama came around.
No, he wouldn't. That nigga was too dark. He was not gonna come to no shit. Stop it.
Okay, he had a very large following of people. Matter of fact, I was following this man from back in the day. I always liked Kwame Kilpatrick.
He had a black following. He didn't have a Caucasian following. How he was going to become president? But sorry, go ahead, Mr.
Well, like I just think that he was very young, and I think that he would have had time to nurture that magnetism that was around him, and I think that people would have taken him not only in Detroit. I think that he would have that magnetism really, throughout the country. That's neither here nor there. History is history, and that didn't happen for him, and that's unfortunate. But I do believe in second chances, and I would only think, when I think about him, I only think about our own politicians and what would the Americans go to jail for. I mean, over here they would promote him. He would never see a day in jail. It's just interesting.
But Mr. Untouchable, just because they do it in the Caribbean, that doesn't mean it's right.
No. I'm not saying it's right.
So what you're saying is that means the Caribbean government is corrupt to the core.
Maybe I'm a little bit corrupt too, because hold on, Grizzly. Maybe I'm a little bit corrupt too. But if I was sitting in an office, right? If I was sitting in a high office, right, and I have contracts coming across my desk, I mean, I would feel a way about not.
Then you deserve.
Maybe
then you deserve to go to jail too.
Well, maybe.
Then that's some corruption.
Let me say this though. I would say this though. If I do that and put some money in my pocket too, but if I don't do anything for the people, that's another story. I feel like if you doing things like that, you should help the people in Chicago, and not Chicago, Detroit, people you don't know. Make sure the city thrives. If I can take a little bit, I should give a little bit as well. That's what I put. Because I mean, I'm not looking for a savior or a squeaky clean 100% politician. They don't exist. These people are gonna do these things. But if you do these things, make sure you try to enrich the lives of your community. And he had a whole city. So for me, it's unfortunate, but I do believe in second chances, and I wish the brother well. And he does remind me of Dr. Umar Johnson. He has his mannerisms. That's very true. But I do believe in second chances, man. And I would just say I wish well for the brother.
Well, can I say something? I don't wish him well nowhere in politics. I don't wish him no second chances in politics, because the city of Detroit. You know how much he could have done with the city of Detroit? He could have brought money there. He could have brought the stars that he invests to the city of Detroit is trash. and he lied. When you are a black politician, I think you should be held to a different standard than regular politicians.
For her to be taken from us and taken from this world.
No politician should lie.
No, I'm saying this. What I'm saying is that Kilpatrick ran into the promise that he was gonna do stuff for Detroit. Most of Detroit is black. Most of Detroit is black, bro. If you look at the real estate in Detroit, it was trash for a while. Crime. Have you seen the crime rate? And this man was giving contract to his family. I'm not saying that you don't give your family, but dude, you can't give everything to your family.
I don't think that's what he was doing. I don't think he was
So
doing
what was he doing?
He was giving contracts to his family and friends, but you also have to give contracts to others as well. But he was making the situation very unfair because you putting certain people at the front of the line and not allowing other people to.
This is the thing, Mr. Touchable. You know, you just said that he was very charismatic. He was very Obama-esque. That means the power that be is looking at you. Why you don't try to be as squeaky clean as possible? I'm not saying you don't give your cousin or one of your closest homies some licks. I'm not saying that. But bro, look at the city of Detroit. Look what you did. Kilpatrick does not deserve a second chance in politics. He doesn't deserve anywhere in the politics. Nothing. Go to the pulpit.
Brother Zuli, it's very unfair. It's very unfair for you to put the city of Detroit on that one man alone. That's unfair, brother. That one man.
It's not unfair. It's not unfair. If you wasn't gonna do that, sit your ass home. Don't come and lie to the people. Sit your bum ass don't lying ass home.
I hear you, bro.
Nah, I think there's a bigger burden of proof, if that's the word I'm using, when it's a black politician. You know how many times black people has been lied to by different politicians? You come in here, you running, you say, you know what? I'm gonna bring the city of Detroit back. The city of Detroit was mostly black, bro.
Yes, but he can't do it by himself.
God, stop saying that. So why are you running?
No, let me say this though. In Detroit, right? In Detroit, because I lived in Lansing, Michigan for a time. So when in that city, right, you have powerful and wealthy black folks, but you also have a whole swath, many very powerful white folks who didn't want to see him do the things that he needed to do. I would say his biggest mistake is for allowing them to take advantage of him, because like you say, they was watching him. You are absolutely right about that. And he made some terrible decisions and mistakes. But for me to put the city of Detroit to where it went on this brother alone, I can't agree with you on that one.
I wish the matron was there. The city of Detroit during the crack epidemic era was trash, bro. The city of Detroit still hasn't. They shipped out all the freaking what's the word? What is it? Factories, the jobs, the automobile industry. They shipped them out. So you come here and you lying to people who want to bro? No, you don't deserve a second chance in politics, bro. Go do that shit in the pill, whatever that shit is. Go preach the Lord. Be one of those what the brother just said. A relationship, what's the word? A mentor.
A life coach.
A life coach. Do that with your lying ass. Don't ever come around here no more.
Hey,
come on, man.
You're a hard one, man.
Hard one. I'm a hard one. So I'm gonna say this. I agree with what you said, Mr. Untouchable. You give me. Let's say I become a politician. You come through. I know you. I give you. But bro, I'm not giving all the licks to you, and I'm not giving other people a chance to come through. This is not the city of Detroit is not your personal shit. This is for the people. Nah, you don't deserve no fucking second chance, man.
I don't mind that hard stance against what he did by Ozuli. I think Ozuli acknowledges, and I've long said this on the show, that's the whole thing about voting, right? This is why they keep pushing this voting thing. It's about opportunities at power. It's at opportunities, like Mr. Untouchable said, at being at a desk, and you have all these contracts coming across you with this one getting money, that one getting money, and you ain't doing nothing for yourself or some people around you. But as Ozuli is stressing, and I think this is where Ozuli makes his decision not to give a second chance, is do that stuff for you and your people but not at the expense of your own people in that place of Detroit. You know, that's kind of dastardly to me. That's dastardly. I get feeling the ways that you in the middle of all this money going this way and that way, and you ain't getting a piece, or your people ain't getting a piece. Now, enrich yourselves. I don't even mind that in the Caribbean, when those things happen, but not when certain areas of the country haven't changed in 40, 50 years. The Grove hasn't changed since I was a child. You know what I mean?
So Coco, it's like, let's use Haiti for example. You
Yeah.
mean to tell me $56 billion went through there? I'm not telling you, if you're a politician, you don't grab a little something for you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
but
yeah.
Bro, look how Haiti is.
Yeah.
I think you should be stoned. I think you should be stoned.
Real talk.
I think you should be burned for that, bro.
Real talk.
I'm not saying you gonna let a little chance, you go with some girls, I get it. But nothing?
Yeah.
Nah, man, you deserve to be stoned. No second chance for politicians that lie, knowing the condition of our people. No.
I hear what you're saying, and I ain't gonna fight you on your opinion. That's where you are. I respect that. But let me say this too. There is a documentary on YouTube. Your brothers, check it out. What was happening in Detroit is a lot of the white unions, right? They was historically they was getting a lot of the contracts. Okay. And what this brother was trying to do was trying to give some of the brothers some contracts. That's what he was trying to do. Not only his friends and family members, he was trying to give a lot of, and for very, very powerful white unions that exist.
So Mr. Untouchable.
Let me finish. I'll let you go. What happened is, for very powerful white unions, was like, nah, you only got upset this apple cart. This apple cart works like this. So they start looking into this man, and then he's, because he ain't the first person to take monies and resources away from the people, like you say. You know what I mean? The white politicians was in Detroit doing it all along. It's just that the fact that their pockets was getting lighter in what he was doing, the brothers, they was like, fuck that. We gonna hem this dude up. And I agree with you. He should have never put himself in a position where people could have come back at him in that way, in that manner. But I think that the story is more complicated than this short clip could really show. I would just say that your brothers, when their own time, look into it a little bit more, and then y'all could have the firm stances y'all want to have, whatever stances that may be.
Well, okay, I get what you're saying. That's more. You should have been more squeaky clean, because they were looking at you, because you was trying to do something to give other people. So hold up, Kilpatrick he didn't try to elect any judges, so he didn't foresee. When you do some shit like that, you're supposed to be strategic. What's the judges that you're gonna put aside? You're gonna sponsor just in case you get hemmed up. No, but he with strippers. He doing this and that and all of this other shit. Can we stop the bullshit? So, Kilpatrick, why don't you? Okay, word. I'm about to do this. Let me get some judges here. Let me get some judges here. No, but he with bitches. He cheating here and there and the same and the thing, not minding the fault. Yo, bro, if you know that's what you're gonna do, like you just said, like a lot of black companies were kept out of it, bro. You know they're gonna be hunting for you. Make the preparation. So you know what? The judge is gonna be trying to look at your case. You put him there. People want to be corrupt, don't even know how to be corrupt the right way. No, man, you don't get no second chance, bro. No, I don't. Okay, whatever.
I'm voting for Azuli.
A vote for Azuli, man.
One more for Azuli, yo. And I just say that because, like, bro, you grift your own people, bro. That should be unforgivable. And I'm apparently Mr. Forgiveness, but like, bro, like grifting your own people.
Your own people, son. In Detroit.
Times. Yeah,
it's like
that's whack. And now you going to Jesus grift now. It's
like, come on. That was so cringeworthy, man. Come on, guy.
Come on, bro. With the sweet guy in the back, you can tell he got a little sugar in his tank too. It's terrible, bro. It's just terrible. Like, why would you Yeah, and when you brought up Chicago, that you talking about Jesse Jackson's son, who got him and his wife, you know, was grifting. It's terrible. You know, you got the Tariq Nasheed. Nobody talking about that $1 million he grifted. It's just like it's disappeared.
Yeah, 2 million, right? He took 2 million for the museum, right?
Nobody talking about it, bro. He got $1 million in a week,
no,
bro.
hold up. They
We
on
can't get him
Umar,
over
though.
buy a T-shirt around here.
They
This
on
cat
Umar,
gets $1
though.
million in a week, and they acting like it didn't happen.
They on Umar though right now. They on Umar.
This is ridiculous, bro. Griffin your own people, bro. Come on, man. This is... Oh my god.
But can I be honest though? I think the problem is, and it goes back to, you know, when, in my opinion, in my experience, when I've been around these kind of people, when everything for them is about money, 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 capitalism, you look at their overhead. These guys have a house note, their fancy suits, their Rolex watches. Their monthly overhead is in at least, you know, the 20, 30, 25 grand a month. So for them, if they come around you, they're already in that shark mode mentality. They'll smile with you, they'll shake your hand, but they are looking to pillage, rape, and steal because of their lifestyle. And you know, you can't put anyone who lives that life, for the most part, if you don't have Warren Buffett streams of income. And what's funny is Warren Buffett doesn't even live like that. You know, the richest of the rich men, they don't even live like that. So, but yeah, I've been around those type of black men before, and I always cross the street. You know, I don't want nothing to do with them.
Yeah, you said something that's true there. Those guys, especially those older white dudes, they don't really live like that. And when you said 25, 30,000 a month overhead, it that hit me kind of funny just now. I was like, I never even thought of that kind of overhead in my life. You know what I mean? Like it just
Yeah, I mean, think about Tariq Nasheed's overhead to maintain, you know, the way he has to live his life. Or this guy Kilpatrick before he went to jail. These guys, you know, there was the other one that was doing the real estate scam, the fake Black Wall Street, Jay something.
Morrison, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. You know, these guys, their monthly overhead, because they gotta have the watch. Yeah, these grifters, they have an overhead that, of course, they're gonna be grifters. They're gonna be. You can't. There's no way you can't, because half the money, the income streams, where are you getting it from? You know. So I don't know.
Interesting. If no one has anything else to add to that, let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 8 tonight. Shoot the Breeze topic number 8. That was a real good discussion, y'all, man. Thanks for that. Shoot the Breeze topic number 8 tonight is the tragedy of the good, God-fearing, patriotic, love your enemy Negro. This comes with a clip. Let's check it out.
Taken from us and taken from this world by someone that just full of hate for no reason. But we're not just hurting. We're angry. Yeah. We're mad. This shouldn't have happened. No, it shouldn't. We do our best to be good citizens, to be good people. We believe in God. We trust Him. We treat people with decency. And we love even our enemies. And you expect us to keep doing this over and over and over again. Over again. Forgive and forget. While the people we elect and trust in offices around this country do their best not to protect us, not to consider us equal.
Yeah, I gotta be kind of honest with y'all off the top, man. That shit was cringy as hell. This is Garnell Whitfield, a former fire commissioner who lost his mother, Ruth Whitfield, in 2 Saturdays ago, mass shooting in Buffalo, New York, here in the U.S. That's let me take you to my panel, man. But that's cringy as hell. Let me mix it up a little bit. Let me start with Mr. Untouchable this time for this prompt.
No, I think it's a tragedy, because I think that this is something that all the integrationist people out there who want to assimilate into Western society have to eventually come to terms with, and they're gonna probably be crying and saying, "We've done all the things that we can do, and you all still do terroristic things against us." And I'm asking, when these people gonna get it? When are y'all gonna get it? You know, the issue is not about you being a good, patriotic, God-fearing person. The issue is you. Yeah, I mean, the issue is you. You know, and unfortunately, they only see goodness in you, your death, your demise. Get out of here. You're not welcome. And I hate to take that line, and I hate to take that position. I try to like to keep it positive, but I think that eventually the people who have this assimilationist idea in their mind, in particular black men and women, gonna come to terms with certain realities into life. And unfortunately, hopefully they wouldn't be up on a microphone screaming and crying like this brother. And it's unfortunate what happened to the guy's mother. I'm sorry for what happened to her. You know, nothing like that should ever happen to any innocent person. But I just use this as an analogy for the mindset of a lot of us out here who thinking one day we're gonna be accepted by the greater society, and they're gonna take off the banner of blackness away from us and consider us to be God-fearing citizens who just trying to do the right thing just like everyone else, which is for me, it's tragic, and it's a fool's fantasy. Candyland only wants you in a certain position, and they only see you at a certain perspective. So that's where I am with that.
I feel you on that, man. Laro's in the chat. She says, we in an age where it's profound to create new names and terms for things already named. It gives us a reason not to do anything about our conditions. A little earlier, she said, that's what you get up and do after that white boy smoked your mama. Ain't some point, it ain't crashing out. It's just integrity for yourself and your people. Yeah, that's how I took that when I first saw it. That really made me kind of itch, not in a good way. That's not really a very manly response to your mom being executed, being murdered in the streets. That's where you have to have some discernment and you know, change up your course of action. D-Web, what say you to this?
Keep it short and sweet, man. Like he starts off with the whole love your enemies and all that. That's that Abrahamic religion nonsense. The whole time I'm thinking, like, you fucking dummy, bro. And why would you expect anybody to protect you? Think laws protect you, bro? The thing to me is crazy. Like, murder's already illegal. You feel me? It's illegal. It's banned to kill people, yet it happens every day. It's idiotic to me, yo. It's like the only thing that protects people is power. You feel me? And if you don't have power, then what the hell are you talking about, right? Why wouldn't you dare to protect you? Why your mom's going around by herself? Why you ain't strapped? Why the security guard ain't have a bigger gun? Why ain't two security guards in their 30s, not a 60-year-old man sitting on a bench there who could protect people, right? It's crazy to me that, you know, being you know, having some time in the military, I noticed choke points and things of that, gun-free zones. These are just shooting fields to me. You know what I'm saying? And if you're not on point, then you're gonna be a victim. You know what I'm saying? I don't even go in places that have a banned gun sign. My strap is on me all times. I'm gonna at least stand a chance in these situations. You know, and this kind of hits back too early where we said, who's our tribe? That cat ain't my tribe. That he's brown, he's black, he got a fro. He ain't my tribe though. Because I don't operate like that, and I don't get down with people who operate in that manner of expecting the people who beat your ass for thousands upon thousands of years to now make laws to protect your black ass. Like, it's ridiculous to me, and I don't rock with people like that, you know? So that's why that hits earlier. We talk about being very discerning with who you call your tribe or your community. You feel me? That cat ain't my community. You feel me? You're my community. People who are, you know, cognizant of these things and who don't try to love their enemies, who actually destroy their enemies, right? Those are my tribe. You feel me? So that's all I got.
I appreciate that. Gas them up, want me to put up this link talking about the Nadent Hutton massacre, Naden Hutton massacre, also known as the Moravian Massacre was the killing of 96 pacifist Moravian Christian Indians, primarily Lenape and Mohican, by U.S. militiamen from Pennsylvania under the command of David Williamson on March 8, 1782, at the Moravian Missionary Village in Ohio country during the American Revolutionary War. Sum up. What say you to the prompt, and then
if you could scroll down real quick, I just want you to quickly read how they were killed. Just keep scrolling. I'll tell you when to stop. It's just short. Right? No, go back up a little bit. It talks about how they were murdered. Wait, go down. Keep going. Let me see.
Yeah, the one was gathered by the faithful missionaries. Okay.
Oh no. Okay. Yeah, keep going. Let me see if that's the part.
If we can't find it, just describe it to us if you can.
Okay, right here. You're almost there. Yeah. So I just want you to read how they got killed.
Removal and massacre.
Yeah, so you can skip the massacre. I just want you to get to the part how they got killed, what was happening to them. So you can keep scrolling. You get to the part how they got killed.
Killing houses.
Okay.
One for
so
men.
read what they did to the women and the men.
Right. So it must be here. So it says the next morning on March 8th, the militia brought the Christian Indians to one of two quote unquote killing houses, one for men and the other for women and children. The American militia tied the Indians, stunned them with mallet blows to the head, and killed them with fatal scalping cuts. Refusing to take part, some of the militiamen, quote unquote, wrung their hands and calling God to witness that they were innocent of the blood of these harmless Christian Indians, they withdrew to some distance from the scene of the slaughter, end of quote. One of those who opposed the killing of the Moravian Indians were Obadiah Holmes Jr. He wrote,
well, actually, you don't have to read. You don't have to read. If you go back to the very beginning, that's actually the part. I'm sorry. At the very top, keep going back to the very beginning of the thing, because it actually just kind of sums it up. No, like the very beginning of the article.
You talking about at the very, very top of it?
Yes, yeah, right. So go down slowly. I mean, there's a part not too. Let me show you. Okay, right there. It said they plan to. Okay, so keep going down. Right under where it says the Moravians rebutted. So read what the Moravians did.
The Indians asked their captors to be allowed to pray and worship on the night before their execution. They spend the night before their death praying as well as singing Christian hymns and psalms. 18 of the U.S. militiamen were opposed to the killing of the pacifist Moravian Christians, thought they were outvoted. Though they were outvoted by those who wanted to murder them. Those who opposed the murder did not participate in the massacre and separated themselves from the killers. Before murdering them, the American soldiers, militia dragged the women and girls out into the snow and systematically raped them. As they were being killed, the Moravian Christians sang hymns and spoke words of encouragement and consolation one to another until they were all slain. Believing in non-resistance, they pleaded for their lives to be spared, but did not fight back against their persecutors.
That's all I have to say. I hope every I can send that out to every one of these Negroes out there. So let them keep on. I don't got nothing else to say. And that was in 1780 something when this so-called country was being started. So it tells you what you need to know about who we dealing with.
Azuli, what say you to this?
They're gonna catch me in Arizona with the Confederate flag, white dudes, because I believe men like that are so effeminate. Like what Mr. Untouchable, KW Dunn said, "Yo, where's your gun, my G? Why are you against protecting yourself? The Second Amendment says you have the right to carry your arms. Him crying like that is a disgrace to show you how far masculinity has become. See, I'm gonna bring it back to one of our earlier prompt. See that 23-year-old? They're gonna celebrate this man right here. This man is gonna be celebrated for this. This is how they destroy masculinity, because this man crying on national TV, crying to go, they're not protecting us. And your woman is supposed to be looking at you as the leader. So the men are crying now on TV. So to me, this is a disgrace. This man should have never been allowed to reproduce. This is a disgrace. Crying? Oh, they're supposed to protect me. This and that. Like Mr. KW done said, bro, they already put the laws there. You can't kill people. What more do you want the law to do? The law can't be in your house 24/7. So that's what this is happening in New York State. Oh, you can't. A lot of these freaking Democrats. Oh, we should ban guns. What? Like the brother just said, if that officer was maybe younger, or if there was more than one officer, or maybe an officer that knew, like, if you like, maybe they could, so you could see that the guy had a bulletproof vest on. If more people had weapons in there, he could have killed. And where in the world could he have just killed 10 people straight?
Yeah.
Me, I'm not with no to go, oh, ban guns, nothing, because you know why? Criminals they could always get their hands on guns, and I don't think this kid got the gun illegally. So what are you talking about? This is a disgrace to black men. Well, I'm sorry. Go ahead, bro.
Really, it's not the fact that the men in that area don't exist. It's the fact that the editors of these news stations and programs, they would never put a microphone in a person like your mouth or my brother, the soldier's mouth, or gas them up, or any person on this panel. Really, they would never ever do it. You know why?
I want to protest. I want to protest against what you're saying now. We are looking at the same generation that has dumped us as thugs. This is the generation that created and groomed the toxic purple-collared women in our. That right there. My first reaction was hurt, right? So I'm looking at my father crying, quote unquote. But that's the same generation that dumped us as thugs, that created these females that have no boundaries, with the lowest the bar set underground. You know, it's exactly that generation that in my eyes got dumped our community in the gutter.
But Jose, what is a thug? A thug is just a brute with no brains and a gun. So I mean, they would put a thug on. They like you say, they have thugs on television all the time. You know, these guys flashing guns and playing, like, having the bravado, like they intelligent and they are men. But that's just, for me, that's a minstrel show. That don't show. That's not real masculinity. That's just like you say, a thug, a brute with a gun in his hand. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but it's that generation that did nothing to it. Worse, they blew the same wind in the sails of this white society. So they were like, yes, sir, boss. Yeah, you're right. My son is a thug, and my daughter should be a hoe.
But there, like you say, there were some older people who had that view. But you also could talk about the Kwame Toure's when Kwame Toure's was on a microphone, they wasn't speaking like yes, a boss. They wasn't talking like that. In fact, they get run out of America because they wasn't talking like that. Many of them. So I think that yes, you have people like what you were suggesting. We get thrown to the wolves. The younger people get thrown to the wolves by the older people. But you also have people of that generation who had a backbone and who wasn't willing to just sit down and accept their fate. Many people. So I want to take a more balanced view than to think that we only had a one-sided group of older people out here. I don't necessarily think that's 100% true.
I don't understand what point Jay is making. I don't get the point. Can you clarify? Like, I don't understand are you agreeing with this man carrying on TV crying and stuff like that? Is that what you're agreeing with? I don't understand your stance.
Actually I'm standing at where you stood. I'm standing where you stood. This is the generation that did not pick up a gun. This is the generation that pushed, that cut off from the next generation. The generation that chose for integration instead of maintaining our own community / society.
Okay, I got you.
But we did pick up the gun, but it's just that we pointed the gun at each other. You know, back in the day, the Panthers was picking up the gun, but they was directing it against the system itself. It's just that our generation, when we pick up the gun, we pointed at the guns at each other. As a matter of fact, we create videos and create music videos about it, rap songs about it. And I think that is the danger, because we have a generation where we may be fearless, but we are, what they call it, a rebel without a cause. Back in the day,
yes. Thank you for the rebel without a cause.
Yes.
If we had a home, we would be protecting the home and not the corner of the street.
I hear that.
My thing is, it's not even about picking this and that. It's about this. To me, it's this man crying in front of the TV, and people are gonna champion him versus the young man that punched somebody who hit him. That character right there. Hold on, let me finish. That character right there. What you just said, Mr. Untouchable, they pointed the camera at him. Whether they pointed the camera, but majority of our people will be like, yes, we need to forgive. This man right there crying will be said, oh, this is a real man because he got in touch with his feelings and he understood the pain. This is a real man. Nah, we're not thinking that.
I think that the media, the white-owned, small-hat sponsored media.
No, Mr. Untouchable, black people, stop saying like okay. Let's not keep blaming these people for it, okay? Our people will say are agreeing with this man.
Some of them.
A lot of them.
Okay. All right.
Some of them. A lot of them.
Okay. All right.
The young lady, the police officer that walked into the brother's house and killed them and said, "Oh, I thought it was my his parents, his mother, they all forgave her."
Yeah.
So let's stop saying
it's
some people. Let's stop saying some people. The majority of black people.
But there were many people when they saw the family members hugging that lady. Many people was upset about that. As a matter of fact, it was all over social media on it. Many people. So I can't. I mean, I understand what you're saying, because the majority of us have a particular crazy integrationist, assimilationist, passive view of things. But there's a whole large swath of people who don't agree with that. You yourself, you don't agree with that, and you included in the us.
No, I'm different from these Negroes. So, don't put me in there.
That's not your community, bro. Say it. That's not your tribe. Stop lumping yourself in with
that's not my tribe, bro. That's not my tribe.
We gotta get off this thinking, yo.
Yeah.
I'm totally there, yo. I'm already there. Like
and guys,
we a bunch of Caribbean tethers, so we don't.
You know what's the worst? You know what's the worst?
The tethers right now. I don't want the red flag.
And you know what's the worst? And you know what's the worst thing? This brother was talking about Jesus, this and that. And if you read the Bible, right? The Bible said a body for a body, an eye for an eye. Sure. The Bible said the people you forgive is your brother.
You talking Old Testament though, bro? You talking Old? Yeah. You got to separate the two, bro. It's New Testament, turn the other cheek so you can slap the other side. And it's Old Testament, fire and brimstone. You're talking fire and brimstone. Okay?
That's what I'm at.
So gentlemen,
I'm with the Old Testament.
So gentlemen, which Bible were these Moravian Indians reading when they sat down there and watched their women get raped and they were singing hymns?
The new one. The new one.
Matthew or John or something. It wasn't
Matthew or John. Yeah, that's what they was on.
Heavy into
the guy was crying.
I believe it's not even the New Testament, because in the New Testament, this Jesus dude, he slaps and kicks the people, the
temple.
the merchants in the temple. He kick ass. So it's not even the New Testament. It's the church. It's the church. It's the white control system via the mosque and the church, because both of these messengers were pointing at the Old Testament, like do you see, do you get the message? And they were pointing at the Old Testament, both of them. This Mohammed dude, son of the blackest, the youngest and the blackest of 10 brothers, this Mohammed dude, and this Jesus dude that they hid in a black Egypt back then. Both of them were pointing at the Old Testament. So this turning cheek is a right rapist murderer approach.
I agree
But
with that.
turning the cheek is in the New Testament, though. Let's not say it's not. It
Well,
is
yeah,
in there.
love your enemies and all that, but he also was kicking the ass of moneylenders, so it's a little, that book in itself is kind of, if you read it,
the Christians
it's
don't
very
follow,
opposing on views and throughout that book, very condescending.
yes. The Christians don't follow the Bible. The Christians follow doctrine, which is something a little bit different than the
Yes,
Bible itself.
exactly.
So I think that sometimes we get confused about that. As a matter of fact, the Bible is one of the most violent books in the world. New and Old Testament, by the way. But I just think that the problem what comes in is Christian people, Black Christian people, we follow either what the pastor say or what the doctrine is, which is completely different from sometimes it's completely different from the wording, the small wording of what the Bible actually states. That's the difference.
No, I think you're 100% right, and it reminds me, even though I said this before, Fanon, right? But let me not throw him under the bus. But I think Fanon's concept of violence, because I think there is, like I said, within racism, there's a paternalism that's at play, and you can see this grown adult man. He is an adult man, but within him, his subconscious, he's still a child, right? And he's crying, and he doesn't understand. Like he says, I've done everything my parents told me to do, but I'm still treated as the prodigal son. And when you baptize yourself within violence and you engage within that violence, it does release you, and in a way it does take you from being a child into becoming a man. And I think that Black people around the world are taught this, like you guys are saying, this nonsense interpretation or this dogma of Christianity of nonviolence, and it perpetually keeps us within this childlike, infant-like state where we don't see any recourse. So, like, what does a child do when they just bawl? They just fall down and start bawling. When you watch children, 4-year-olds, 6-year-olds, when they can't get their way and they're frustrated, they start crying and they start getting, and that's what's happening. So you see this grown adult, he's like, but I was a fire chief. I don't put my pants down on my ass. I pay my taxes. I don't cheat on my wife. I may have looked at the other chick with the big booty, but I definitely don't cheat. But why are y'all doing this to me? And it's just like, dude, if you don't grab your gun and stop crying and start shooting back like a man, but.
Yeah, the funny thing is, when my father passed away, I buried a machete, the sneaky. I buried a machete with him, and was like, "Yo, come back as a warrior." My fathers have seen brutal. I mean, lynching to the fifth power. Has he seen the Portuguese do in his valley, right? I mean, he's from 38, and he has seen the most brutal lynchings, and still he was like non-violent, right? So how are you non-violent when you've seen all these violence of these strangers in your land doing that to your people, right? So and he actually what stopped him from protecting me and my brother was my mother, right? My mother, her father was, or maybe he's even still alive, but the one stopping my father from protecting me and my brother, that was my mother, whose father is a colonizer, right? So I'm in a mixed feeling. I really was looking at my old man, unable to protect his two sons, right? And what gassed them up just explained, yes, a sort of a toddler reaction, a powerless reaction. But yeah, what is it? Is it fear? Is it trauma? Is it religion? I don't know. I'm somewhere in the middle, anger and understanding that it must be, especially in the case of my old man, it's drama. Trauma plays a huge part, but still, collectively, that generation dumped us. They dumped us. It's they chose. Uh, uh, they didn't sacrifice for their children. It's that generation, in my
Yeah.
eyes.
Hmm.
In my eyes, it's the parents of those that like I earlier described. It's the parents of the purple colored sisters. It's the parents of the victims and the perpetrators of the crack era.
Gas him up. I think you wanted to say something.
No, I was just gonna say that it may be religion, but I like Frances Cress Welsing of the ISIS papers. I think she does a great job of talking about that, and she says, if I'm not mistaken, I haven't read her stuff in a while, but she talks about mothers within this system, especially black mothers, having seen what happens to black men who do rise up in power and are killed. They subconsciously program their sons to never rise up as men because they don't want them to be killed.
Right. Right. Yeah, I do remember that. If there's no last word on that prompt, let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 9 tonight.
Yeah, there's a lot I'd like to say, but let's go to the next topic.
All right. Actually, Jay, I'll give you a few minutes to say what you want to say on that prompt.
It's just like I said. It's not in my case. My mother just literally chooses for the white colonizer, like, you blackish, shut up. The white colonizer knows better. And the case, this lynch letter, I believe this lynch in this, because it's made up, right? It's from a novel, right?
It's
A
yeah,
brother, a
yeah.
very intelligent brother that was conscious about we not wanting to be accountable for our situation. He brought it like that. He made it up, like, he told the truth, and we're not ready for that truth. So I believe he's a real genius. But in that story, I believe in that story, this Lynch dude was a horse, fokker, what's the name, breeder, a horse breeder. And I believe that was the whole setup. So in the harem, and in the harem of this stallion, the mothers, the sisters, the daughters, the mother um, um, uh, uh, of this alpha stallion, they see this cowboy or this horse boy torture the alpha stallion, so horses are very social in the harem of this stallion, and they don't want their sons to go through that. So these horses grow up their sons to not rebel against the horse farmer, or whatever you call it. I believe in that novel. That's where it comes from. I'm not sure, but anyway, yeah.
All right, thank you for that, Jay. If there's no last words, shoot the breeze. Topic number 9 tonight is simply a question. This us? This came with a link. I think it's a short video, so I'm gonna maybe play it a couple times back to back, so we can make sure everyone actually sees the video, and then we'll talk about it.
The biggest hoe. Who gave the most head? Who like they booty ate? Who had sex in the 4th grade? Who had sex with a married man? Who got ran the train on? Don't point at me. Who would have had a 3-year-old, but they went to the clinic?
I'm not sure if the image showed with that. Let me see if I can get this again. But it sounds like they're playing one of those games where you drink or something when a topic is brought up that you've partaken in or something like that. Let me see if I can get it to come up again so that the video itself can be seen. Let's see if this is gonna work now.
Okay, who the biggest hoe? Who gave the most head? Who like they booty ate? Who had sex in the 4th grade? Who had sex with a married man? Who got ran the train on? Don't point at me. Who would have had a 3-year-old, but they went to the clinic? Okay, who the biggest hoe?
Yeah, that's the comedian B. Simone, who's asking the questions, and I guess her friend's name is Pretty V. And this is a short that they did, and I guess these are those prompts are the different things they're gonna let you know that they partook in and whatnot. The prompt says, "This is us, this black folks right here." Jay, what do you see when you watch that video?
The first second, the clicking sound that they make, because this is not in the first person, this is not us. The
Right.
clicking sound that they make disgusts me already, and then that Dubai shit comes along, and with pride, no shame to the game. I'm disgusted, and you're not supposed to these queens and protect our queens, man. Fuck off. I'm sorry.
All right, Jay. Thank you for that. Let's mix it up a little bit. Mr. Untouchable, what say you
here? Jay's make me laugh when he's cursed, man. He's make me laugh at the accent. But no, I think this is some of us. I think this is some of us. Some of us think like this. Some of us even think worse, to be honest with you. This really just is the tip of the iceberg. But I think this is some of us. And I think this is some of us sometimes. But you could expose us, and the internet exposes us at our worst. And sometimes it don't really like to expose us at our best, because you could show a clip like this, but you could also show next to a clip like this with productive young women doing productive things. And it's not to suggest that these women won't do these things at some time in their lives. It's just that they are at a place of supreme ignorance, and hopefully they'll be able to get out from under that supreme ignorance. We was talking about just a couple of clips ago when women are in their 20s, and if she 20 and to 25 years old, they get into all manner of bullshit. And all of us were like really agreed that that's not set in stone until they reach a certain age. And I think that with young people like this, you should permit them a little bit of latitude, because hopefully not all of them, but hopefully one day they'll get out of from under the cloud of ignorance that they under, and one day they'll be productive women. Hopefully.
Just to interject real quick, B. Simone is a woman like about 32 years old or something like that.
She just looked like a young girl to me, but maybe some people you got to charge them to the game. You got to charge them to the game. You know, they for the streets, like my American brothers like to say. You know, they for the streets. So you just got to charge them to the game. But for other women, younger women looking at these women like stars or whatever, you try to influence them as much as possible, because these women were on tonight, but Lyra was on tonight, and Lyra is a young lady, and listen to her talk. She's ready for the task. You know, she is bright and brilliant in her own way. So you could pin these two against one another and say, well, some of us are like this and some of us are like this. So I wouldn't say this is all of us. I would say this is some of us sometimes. That's what I would say.
D Webb, what say you to all of this? Webb not there?
I'm here. My bad. Yeah. First of all, who listens to B. Simone anyway? But it's just kind of like laughing through the pain to me. What I see is like trying to laugh to keep from crying in this scenario. But it once again, this goes back to my earlier point. Like, this ain't my community. B. Simone ain't my community. Pre-V ain't my community. You know what I'm saying? Like, even in this case, I say this is a perfect time. You want to turn that ADOS FBA stuff around. Yo, ain't they are these ADOS FBA representatives?
Right.
You know, not to add fuel to fire. I'm just joking, but you know, it just speaks to that, you know. And to me, man, when you let your women become like super like degenerate like this, like they are, you don't really stand a chance, man. Your civilization can only go as far as your women will lead them. These are supposed to be your nurturers. These are supposed to be the people that are the early teachers of your children and things like that. So it's just kind of sad to see, you know, but we kind of got to remove ourselves from these type of people, because these people are trying to get their 15 minutes of fame and stretch it out. You know what I'm saying? These are entertainers, and they realize that this whole degenerate empower women, you know, agenda is hot right now, and this will appeal to a lot of broken people. And so that's what they're doing. They're just trying to stretch their pain, stretch their 15 minutes of fame, trying to stretch that out. And that's what you're seeing right here. So you kind of just gotta, you know, hit that block button, utilize that, clear your mind. Do not take in this nonsense. And I think the biggest thing we can do as a community is just block these people out, yo. I'm a block button proponent. You know what I'm saying? Like, when you see ignorance, when you see degeneracy, when you see that people are pushing this nonsense, just block it out. Just it's beautiful. It's self-regulating. You know, that's the beautiful thing about social media, is self-regulating. You regulate it yourself. Block this nonsense out, and we can build, you know, our community in the way we want to see it.
I appreciate that, D Webb. Gas them up. What say you to this?
Yeah, I mean, again, you know, people in the black community in America gotta kick these people out, and it's gonna be harsh, you know, because it might, you know, she might be somebody's sister, she might be somebody's daughter, but once you take this stand, you're sleeping with married men, you're born babies, you're sucking dick on the highway or whatever she said she was doing. That's great, do it, but you ain't one of us. You know, once you cross certain lines, you're on that side, and there is no coming back. There is no crying. Oh, you know, my dog licked my foot when I was 3, and you know, I didn't eat any oatmeal on Thursdays. No, that's great, you know, but you ain't one of us no more. You out. And men and women have to take that stance. It's just principle. Like I said, when my grandfather and I went back to the village, that guy was my grandfather's good friend. But as soon as he heard, yo, you slept with your daughter, what the? Nah, you don't exist anymore.
We're done.
Oh, okay, you don't exist. You in the evil forest, man. You over there. That's his good friend. You know what I'm saying? So we just have to be principled people. What you see, what the left has done, these radical people on the left, they've used a lot of French theory, and I like the French. I like French theory. I like the Germans and all this, but they've used a lot of this French theory to bring this type of mentality to black people in America who were mostly conservative, right, in their morals and their values. And they've now co-opted blackness with, looseness, which really is cracker culture. It's not black culture, it's cracker culture. So we have to, since we can't contend with their media, right? We can't contend with their TikTok. And I'm praying that, my brother on the platform from Chicago, I pray that, the ancestors give you strength, within your lifetime to create that community that I know African American people can create. Because like I tell people all the time, these are the people that made the Harlem Renaissance, bar none, is probably some of the most complex stuff outside of Egypt and in old Zimbabwe and Benin. That's some of the most complex stuff. The jazz that these guys, that African Americans created, some of the most complex, profound stuff ever. That's the height of the height. So if these people could create that, I know for a fact, if they're able to create communities again with real structure, leadership, families, elders, rules, regulation, and now they can say, hey, you look like me, but you ain't me. We're not crying in no church when you kill one of ours. You touch one of ours, we coming for you. Our daughters are not going to be, you can't tell me what to do. I just got to live black and die. Okay, that's great. See you later. Bye. Go live black and die. Bye. You know what I'm saying? But until that happens, and I pray to, the ancestors give brothers like him strength to make that a fruition, in my opinion.
Thank you for that, Gaston. Urzuli, finally to you. Is this us? Is this who we are? Which is what the prompt is really asking. Is this us?
Yeah, it's us. She has 5.6 million viewers on her IG. So for people who say, oh, who's B Simone, who's this? First of all, she's not a comedian, but let's not just give her that title like that. But she's an entertainer. So she has 5.6 million followers on IG alone. So that's 5 million girls that she's reaching out to, and these 5 million girls know other 5 million girls. So whether we want to say, oh, black her, this and that, and that, you people on this panel might black her, but our nieces and nephews, our kids, may not be blocking her. So what she's talking about in there, a lot of is normalizing, over sexualizing us, and I'm probably gonna get some kickback for that. But you know who's to blame for that? It's us. In the early '90s, so women are so sexualized. We sexualized them before, so now they're sexualizing themselves to the degree that is crazy. So
I don't agree that we sexualize them.
Yes, we did. Yes, we did. Maybe not in Africa, but in America, we sexualize women. So in America, if you look at, I'm gonna use an example. Like I'm gonna use a video from one of those rappers.
The black man or the media?
No, let me give an example of what I think. I think of when we blame ourselves, like we sexualize them. I think about Salt and Pepper rapping about "I take your man," right? And those type of things in the 80s.
Who wrote those songs?
That's not in the 90s. Bitch and hoes are tricks and hoes tricks. No.
Who wrote those songs for them?
Yeah, eventually,
who control hip hop prior to women getting involved?
I think
white men.
Oh yes, I get that, but who participated in that?
Yeah, us.
Exactly.
Salt and pepper. Women.
See. Oh my God. What? Yo, the black man sold the black woman out by sexualizing her first.
I mean, Brother Zulu, come on. We were singing, My
LL
Girl,
Cool J. LL Cool J was rapping about Yvette. Dear Yvette, why you do that?
No, but forget rap. Like,
Hold on,
forget rap music. Rap music is terrible.
Did you hear LL Cool J's "Booming in My Jeep"? Did you hear that
But
part where
forget,
he was having sex with 17-year-old women,
but
16-year-old girls
gentlemen,
from high school?
but forget about rap.
That's after Salt and Pepper.
Let me
But
finish what I
Jose,
was saying. Let me finish what I was saying. All I'm saying is that I say this is us because whether the girls are doing it now, there was a point of time we was over sexualizing them. So if they taking it on their own right now to be, oh, I'm free, we all got to take accountability for our young daughters acting the way they are right now. So we can take it back to what's her name, Lady Saw. Lady Saw was doing that in reggae music. All that. If you look at all the early dancers we're talking about, listen to how vile it was.
yeah, but again, hold on, Jose. Because wait, what I'm trying to understand is we have to always look at the narration and the narrative of how we got there, right? So we went from singing My Girl, we went from singing Ain't No Woman Like the One I Got, right? We went from praising our women in the songs, Treat Her Like a Lady, to the stuff that we currently have. So, dancehall, it comes from, where you're hearing like Gregory Isaacs, right? Night Nurse. And now you got Lady Saw and Poom Poom Shots and all that stuff that they're singing about. So what gets us there? Why is it that the most crude, representation is promoted in the 90s? And then you see the blaxploitation era just continue that, right? So black people in the 60s, you went from Harry Belafonte and the Afro and black consciousness all of a sudden to this blaxploitation. Yeah, man, give me some skin, man, pimping, man. And this is the narration that we see. So we have to understand that these are sellout representatives who will take that role because they're chasing the bag, trying to secure the cash, and they'll go along with it. So I can't say this is us.
Let me put it this way. Papa was a Rolling Stone, and we were still a family. But when Mama became a Rolling Stone, that's when the shit hit the fan.
That's
But
funny.
Hold on. But who was? Okay, I'm gonna give you an example. You want to use Salt and Pepper? Go look at the people who wrote those songs. Who gave those people those images? Let me use a perfect example. Little Kim, for example. Little Kim wanted to be a rapper. You know what Biggie told her? Sing about sex. Nobody wants to hear you did that. Let's stop the bullshit like the black men and sell the black woman out for his own bag.
But why does the black man? This is what I'm trying to say. Why did Biggie? Right? It's twofold. One, you're right, but why is Biggie thinking? This shows you the mentality of Biggie Smalls. Why is he telling her, yeah, rap about sucking penis and being like Adina Howard and all this freak nonsense? And then here's the other part. But wait, here's the other part. Why did she go along with it? You see, this is my thing. I am not mad anymore. Look, we have to stop with this secure the bag bullshit. We're all guilty of it, and that's why we get fucked over. Because when you chase that bag, this is what ends up happening. If black people will stop, but it's not us. These are people who are chasing the bag. This is not us. What we have to do, in my opinion, we have to stop. So, for example, Little Kim, you didn't have to sign that deal with Biggie. Biggie, you didn't have to sign that deal. But the problem is that there's always some Negro out there who is foolish, silly, and misguided that will, jump on the train for 15 minutes of fame.
We got someone. Who's the leader of the home?
Who's the leader of the home?
Man,
Yeah.
let me interject a little bit, man. Let me interject. You got daughters, bro. You got daughters.
No, I don't.
Me?
No, I don't.
Do you got daughters? I
have daughters.
I got 3. You feel me? Don't let them follow B. Simone. So we gotta stop basing our basis on reality off this social media bullshit. No, hold on. Let me finish my thought here, sir. Let me finish my thought.
Let the father of 3 daughters speak. I want to hear.
Yeah, like if your daughter is seeing this B. Simone as a role model, you failed as a father.
Thank you.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like we sitting here, oh, the black man, because one black person did this. The white people don't take Miley Cyrus as a representation of all the white women. Conservative women will throw up if you say that shit. You feel me? So once again, this goes to my point. This is not your people. Stop accepting them as your people, and it will change. What the brother said, gas them up. Deject these people from your culture. Deject these people from your reality, bro. You control your reality. If you accept the simulation as it is, and you accept these people as your people, then that's you. Okay? I'm raising my daughters to be good, upstanding women. Matter of fact, the majority of black women I know that are around me are good. God, you know, I ain't gonna say God fear. I'm about to say some wrong shit, but are good women in general who want good relationships and are normal people. You feel me? So we got to stop this whole nonsense of taking this social media. Oh, she got 5 million followers, and who gives a fuck? You know what I'm saying? This idiot, bumbling idiot in the White House got fucking 50 million fake followers. That don't make reality a reality. We have to do our job as men and raise our family, raise our daughters and starts at home. We got to stop looking at this generalization because it's ruining us, man. It's ruining us. It's making us see this simulation as reality, bro, when it's not. If you have daughters, if you're blessed with daughters, Zuli, bro, raise them to be upstanding women, and you're already winning the battle. You feel me? Be a good father to them. We don't have to accept this nonsense, bro. Why are we accepting this nonsense as us? This ain't me. I don't know these people. I don't even fucking know these people.
Exactly. That's the programming, because that's how that's the occultism that they do. They now use these templates, these sellout coon templates, and they now program it. So now we got this chip on our shoulder as if, like you said, we're walking around, oh, that's us. This ain't us. But more importantly, Azuli, I'll be honest with you, and this is where quote unquote Kevin Samuels was somewhat, correct in a lot of his stuff, is that unfortunately black men are not given the opportunity to be strong fathers in their daughters' lives. That's where the real problem lies, because you kind of always come with the narrative that the black man has to do A, B, and C, and I agree with you. But if the black woman could easily go down to the courthouse and get everything she needs, what does she need a man for? You have affirmative action that will give her a corporate job. And if she's not smart enough to get a corporate job or work in government, she can always kick back and get, some sort of government, she'll get a little bullshit Walmart job and make the rest up with WIC and all these other government programs. So she really doesn't need the black man. So when you have that situation, how can you keep blaming the black? Oh, it's the black man, the man. You heard Lero, she was here. She said, these women don't even want to take accountability. So if they don't even want to, if they can't even take accountability for themselves, how do you keep on blaming the black man? I want to hear your thoughts on that, Azuli. How can we keep blaming the black man when the women themselves don't even want to take accountability?
Would you agree that the black man is the leader of the home?
Not in America. The black man is walking. The black man in America, I don't care how macho he bumps his chest, is walking on thin ice because he knows that his woman can come in at any moment, and if she wants to flip, she will flip, and he will have no choice but to go along with what she says.
Yep. Same in Europe.
Is the black man not the leader of? Is the black man not the leader, the first line of defense? Is the man not the first line of defense against anybody?
That doesn't mean you're in charge of the home. That just means you're cannon fodder. Like, that doesn't mean you're in charge. See,
if you don't participate in prostitution, will prostitution be happening? If a man does not partake in prostitution, will sex workers be making money?
Probably not.
What is older, the whore or the client of the whore?
No, but Jay, don't go on that. Jay, don't even worry about the prostitution, because I want us to focus, because then we get into the whole thing about prostitution. What I'm trying to say is that you're saying that the black man is the head, and these are all great talking points. They're not playing out. Look, I say this all the time. When I was in university, right, we would go to the gym, me and my friends, and a couple of my brothers would be like, "Yo, look at that punk Indian dude at the store." I could beat him up in this. And I say, yeah, that's great. You probably could kick his ass. But guess what? This little weak Indian man, when he goes home and he says A, the whole house does A. Your woman don't listen to you. That's real leadership. That's a real man. And Azuli, I'm telling you, until you can tell your women in America, A, and she shut up and listen, it sounds patriarchal, sounds sexist. It is what it is. That's leadership. If you can't do that to your women, then I don't care how much you grab your guns and jump in the line of fire. You're just there for decoration. Matter of fact, I'll tell you this. When I was a former correction officer, right? One of the first things that we because they train you when you walk into a home. So funny. This is how police officers think. And this is in the South, white guys. And they said, when you walk into a black home, 9 out of 10 times, you talk to the woman because she's running things. This is what they tell us in training. When you walk to any other home, you talk to the men of that house. But when you walk to a black home, and so if you do talk to the man in the black home, the black woman will tell you, why are you talking to him? He don't run things here. I do. Spike Lee had that scene in the film where I forgot the guy's name. Was it Ossie Davis told the black woman, don't beat your son? And she said, don't tell me what to do. I tell my son what to do, and not even his father. Why would you put that in the film, Spike Lee? But this is what you're dealing with. So, Azuli, if you can't control your woman, you ain't, I don't care how many muscles you got and how good you can shoot your gun. What's the point?
If you, well, you know,
just quickly, let me say this too. I don't know if our women, I was thinking about this all this week. I don't know if our women understand something too, man. When you're dealing with men, I don't want to sound like a Kevin Samuels or something like that, but when you're dealing with men who are about something, one of the first things those types of men want to do is secure their women in their life. And I don't know if our women understand that, like, because we understand once you have that aspect of your life kind of secure, you could go out and conquer the shit that needs to be conquered. You know, we kind of know that. And so, and I think the enemies of ours know it too, right? So this is why we have all this discord between black men and black women. And this white boy is able to kind of stoke that fire against us too. You know what I mean? But yeah, Azuli, you were about to say?
What I'm saying, it doesn't matter. See, the black man is not living righteously. So what I see is that I'm saying this girl right here, these girls acting like that is not because of their own volition. What's the word? Their own
volition, yeah. On their own volition. Yeah.
Volition. It's not their own. They learned that from somewhere. So if prior to that, if we go to the let's say the black exploitation movies or whatever, the first movie that came out was Sweetback, but whatever, by Vin Diesel's father, about a man. That was the first movie. That movie, all the black exploitation that came after that, those movies were made by big studios to dilute the movement, right? So of course, black directors partake in it for the money. So let's use rap for example. When rap or hip hop came out, it was about for fun, this and that and the third. Then all of a sudden, it's about sexualization of women. Period. That. And then when the R&B came out, R&B used to be about love, about this, all of this, and then all of a sudden it's about sex, raunchy sex, all of this, all of this, all of that. So who first did it? And now the women are doing it now, but it seems like we want to say it's the women's fault alone. Like we're not culpable in their behavior.
These women in this video are over 30. Remember.
Yo, bro, we all the
so Azuli, are you saying
also, the African saying also is we are a village. It takes a village to raise a stop all of a sudden.
So Azuli, so are you saying that it be some? See, because this is why I personally don't like armchair like psychology, and that's why I said I'm not here to be any woman's Dr. Phil, right? If you sick, you sick, man. You know, figure it out. I'm not in that business of helping you figure out your madness, because Are you basically telling me that if B. Simone meets a so-called righteous brother and a good man, a strong man, a man who's empowered, she's gonna somehow succumb to him? I don't.
She's not. She's not, because you know why? There's another simp that's gonna accept her behavior. I'm talking about men as a group, not men as an individual. KW Dunn said his daughters don't listen to B. Simone because he's there.
Well, I don't want to talk about him personally because, like I said, but I know I'm just saying. But what I'm saying is, I'm not going to use that example. But what I will say is this: I've met many strong, righteous black men in America, and the way the system is set up, I don't care how strong the black man is in America, he still walks on eggshells because of the system in this country.
Bro, what does that have to do with you not being a sexual deviant?
How are all our women?
But when you say sexual deviant, but we're not the ones. Yeah, but we're not the ones with ghetto gagger websites and shitting in women's mouths. You don't see black men doing that, right? Black guys aren't taking white girls and shitting in their mouth. They're not the sexual deviants.
Okay, I'm talking about. So are you telling me that the women doing this, they did it on their own?
I'm telling you that the conditions that are created for these type of women to exist are not created by black men. Because black men, because I'll put it like this, black women, you would never see a black woman, an African American woman, during the time of Muhammad Ali and the Nation of Islam, come out there and say this nonsense with Fannie Lou Hamer.
And you know why?
So many.
You know why?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
You know why? I'll gas him up because no black man at that time would come about talk about bitches get suck my dick or shake your ass for money. No black man would do that too. Remember that.
No, of course not. I agree, but
So
keep
that's
in
what I'm
mind that.
saying.
But hold on, keep in mind there was still, like what's it called, the Chitlin Circuit, right? If you listen to some of those records that they made during the Chitlin Circuit, they didn't get mainstream appeal, but they were very raunchy and rowdy, right? There's Your Mammy Don't Wear No Drawers, right? There's a whole bunch of like raunchy and rowdy songs that it existed, right?
That was in the outskirts. Though. That was an
Yeah, of course, but that's what I'm saying. It's on the outskirts. So we knew that type of behavior, that type of what is it, lascivious? I can't pronounce the word right now. It's late, but that type of behavior existed, right? And like you said, it was on the outskirts, but like the community was controlled. We didn't integrate at that moment. Black people were very, very much so independent from the system at large, right? So black women couldn't just run down to the courthouse and get, child support, alimony, affirmative action policies to put them in jobs, right? They barely could get good textbooks for the black schools, right? You barely could get a good. Yeah, go ahead, Jose.
I'm sorry, but the impression that I get is that there's a natural law. Women cater to the actual men in power, and thus when Aretha Franklin was on national TV, she made sure that her titties were visible. When Diana Ross was on national TV, she made sure that she was sexual, as sexy as can be.
But Jose, I don't agree with you on that. I disagree with you thoroughly because when black men black men were not in power in the 1950s, 1940s, 1960s, when black men came back from World War II, and black women stood by the side of black men. As I said, I have the book right here of black women, right, of the Old West by William Lauren Katz. You can get that book. Black women were at the side of black men. What happened is that the system realized if you want to destabilize the black family, you take the woman away from the black man. So black men didn't have power in the 40s, the 50s, and the 60s, but black women still stood by the side of black men. You didn't see black women going against black men in the 1960s, but black men were still being lynched in the 40s, in the 30s. Black Wall Street was in existence. Black people were still getting lynched, right? But black women still stood by black men because black women were not given preferential treatment by the government. That changes towards the end of the 60s, towards the beginning of the 70s, that changes when they realize, okay, get the black woman, give her preferential treatment, educate her, right? So now you educate the black woman, you send her to college mostly. What happens? Now, when she comes out of college, she has a higher income status, and now she doesn't have anyone to date that's on her level. So now what?
I'm
Yeah,
not
go ahead.
I'm not completely there. We are a conquered people, right? Us, the blacks in Europe and the blacks in North America. We live as a conquered people, right?
Yeah.
It's not that the white man came here and found us, killed the men, and breeded and slash raped the women, and breeded, groomed the bastards. But
Yeah.
it's other way around, right? They dragged African Americans over there, and later on they lured us with the image of the Black Americans. They lured us into their societies as workforce, right? So
Yes.
now we live among them. As a conquered people, right? But it's not the men. Us men are not dead. Our manhood is dead. And
No, Jose, I
what is
disagree.
what
That's
is
what
the
I'm trying to tell you.
survival?
In 1940, 1950, 1960, black women were with black men. You have to address that. If where were these divesting black women in the 1950s? It didn't exist. Black women were supporting, they were right by the side of black men during the civil rights movement, before the civil rights movement, after World War II. Black women stood by black men, but black men still didn't have power. You get what I'm trying to say? Like they
You're
didn't.
I
Yeah,
have
go ahead.
another. Okay, I have another. I didn't finish. I didn't get to finish that allegory about a conquered nation, and how women survive after their nation are being conquered. But let me give you this anecdote. And this one is a immigrant. This is an immigrant anecdote, right? I'm talking about the generation of my parents as first generation immigrant, my generation as second, and that of my supposed children as third, right? So in the first generation, it's 80% till death do us part. In my generation, it's 40% till death do us part. And in the generation of my children, as let's say about 30 years, it was when they were clubbing, it was a breezer and you're fucking. Buy her a breezer and you're fucking. You
Yeah,
understand?
but Jose, but that's what I'm trying to tell you. Again, that's because the conditions. Listen, look, if the governments are providing things for those women, if the government stopped providing things and practice the real racism, you see, and that's the trick, and
Yeah,
this is the
yeah. It's
occultism trick of the governments. This is what they've done to black women. They've tricked them into thinking that we're not attacking you, we're only attacking your men. And the women are thinking, oh well, an attack on my man is not an attack on me. But when we say that the black man doesn't have power, why don't you guys address the fact that 1940, 1950, 1960, black men in America still didn't have power, but black women were not against black men? Can you guys address that point?
I have to agree on this one because especially in the 80s. So my generation, as soon as a girl got pregnant, she got a house and social security. So it's not like in the United States there's a Section 8, but they were yeah, girls were supposed to live single, and I believe that's a commercial thing because women buy emotionally, and
Exactly.
men repair. Men try to repair, or they bring the television to a friend that can repair it.
So now look at the TV shows, right? So from the 90s with Queen Latifah, you had We Are Living Single. Then it was Girlfriends, right? Now it's Insecure. So they're constantly psychologically or cultically programming the black women to be single. This is what they're doing. They know what they're doing. So they give them the jobs. They go study law. They study this. They study finance. and they're purposely making sure that the women's heads are filled up with stuff so they can't relate with the black man who they give nothing. They don't give him jobs. They give him nothing. So when the woman's finished, she's pretty much an Anglophile and she's confused. She's looking at the man that she can't submit to that man because she has nothing in common with him.
Yeah, and
You get what I'm saying?
similarity.
So that's done purposely.
The jobs that the women get, it's not in the private sector because there's racism, right?
Yeah, so it's done purposely. So one of the things is black people have to stop taking things from the government. Or if you take things from the government, you have to take things in mind that we're just using it to steal from you.
Yes.
I'm still going to be with my black man. I'm still going to be with my black woman. But if you give us the chance, we're going to rob you blind. The immigrant mentality, black people in America, in my suggestion, have to think like immigrants. Oh, we're just coming here to steal from you motherfuckers. You give me Section 8, we're stealing it, and we're going to use it to better ourselves. You give me whatever, we're just going to steal it, use it, screw you. But, that doesn't it. But I'm just saying, I don't believe, and Ozuli, I want to hear your thoughts on that, because you say it all the time, too, that if black men have power, the black women will follow. But black men didn't have power in the 40s, the 30s, the 20s, the 50s, the 60s, yet black women still followed them.
No, that reason, because black men were still able to have jobs. Black men were not, or maybe were more family oriented. Black men did not face a lot of these news.
But they didn't have power. Like you guys, we talk only about power. You guys keep saying power. They didn't have power.
Yeah, they didn't have power, but they had jobs.
But they didn't have power. Jobs are not power.
In the 20s?
Meaning
they didn't have power. They were still lynched. They were still abused. You understand what I'm saying? So a white guy could still come through.
I don't know what happened. What happened?
No, I'm saying a white man you had to walk through the back of the store. A white guy could still come in and you have to get off the sidewalk.
What happened?
I'm telling you what happened. What happened is that these people are they're genius level occultics. I'm trying to tell you, we gotta be careful with these people. What they did to our women was they realized, okay, we know what to do. Give the women. Yeah, go ahead.
I get what you're saying. I understand all this social economical hitmen that they did on our brain, on our physical. I get that. But what I'm saying, when we bring it back to this situation, right? It's exactly Coco was talking about. A woman who goes to Dubai or to another country and copulates with a dog, comes back to America, she got $50,000 in her purse. All of a sudden, if she wants to date a man, a man will have no issue with that, right? I'm not talking about us, but I'm talking about if she's bad, she got the hips, she got the tits, she got the thing, a man will date her and let her marry her and everything. So if I come,
but that's not a man.
But listen to what I'm saying.
No, I agree with you. Men will do that, but those are not men because remember, marriage, even back then, even after slavery, black people still understood the fundamental purpose of marriage was for what? Keeping a space for children to grow up in, and it was a business, and it was communal. Black folks in America was the first. I want to see your folks. Brother from Chicago could tell you that. They want to know your kinfolk. We want to know the kind of people you are. That's African custom. I want to know if your people are good people, where you from. I want to. You don't just get married individually.
Yes,
What I realize is that a lot of men don't want to take the responsibility of our own issues. I'm talking about morally. When I looked at the situation, I'm talking about specifically to that video we're talking about yes, you guys say that we're not doing it. So you mean to tell me they don't have men out there who are just having sex with women, sexualizing them, and then just like in our own in the regular world, men are not doing what these rappers are doing, what they seeing that these rappers are doing on TV. Little Kim.
Question, brother. Does the woman have a mind?
No.
Okay, I'm done.
I got a question though. Like, why are we regulating ourselves to like the lesser of a society? Why do we always see it's Miley Cyrus's all over? The white people don't be like, oh, every white woman is like Miley. Like, why do we regulate ourselves
Exactly.
to the bottom?
Great point.
I don't understand this mentality. Like, we take, and we know this is the minority. Yo, this is the minority. The vast majority of people I know are normal ass black. They go to fucking work. You know what I'm saying? They pay their little taxes. They date normal ass other black people. You know what I'm saying? And try to get by. Why do we take these celebrities and these Instagram influencers as the representative of our society as a whole? It
Because
doesn't
that's the trick of the white people. That's what they did to us. See, what we are under is this psychological spell. What they realized is
Our women take them as the standard.
well, even the men too. But what we've done is we've been given these templates. So, like the brother said, Miley Cyrus is not seen as a representation of white women. She's seen purely as that entertainment. But because we and I'm like I said, I pray the ancestors give brothers like him strength to start to exclude. So, eventually in the next 10, 20 years, it's like, oh, we are this group of people from Chicago.
We got
are black.
You got to break from the simulation, bro.
Exactly.
You got to realize you're in a simulation, bro. Your reality is whatever you make it around you. And once we get off this thinking, this very binary thinking that we are stuck to, this black and white, gray, we have to get off that, yo. And once we stop taking these social media influencers, once we start taking entertainers in general, because they've been doing that for the longest. This is the biggest psyop ever, yo. They've been giving you entertainers and giving you your leaders and giving you your spokespersons for the longest. Once you break free from that, yo, reality becomes so much more clearer. You know what I'm saying? Once you turn off this nonsense, yo, once you get off this nonsense, and that's why,
bro, I get what you're. Are you telling me black? She has 5 million followers on there.
And bro, how's your reality? I don't want to hear about B. Simone in the 5 million. Tell me what's around you right now, sir.
So are you telling me?
No.
Are you telling me?
I'm not talking about B. Simone in the 5. I'm talking about Azuli. I'm talking to Azuli. No, seriously, Azuli, bro. Like I'm being very serious. I'm not trying to pawn you off or anything like that. I'm talking about in terms of what's around you in your general daily life, right? Are a bunch of B. Simones in your ear, on your line? What's going on in your life?
Okay, what I'm saying is a lot of B. Simones are not around me, but a lot of women who are PhDs, who are in educations, who are working regular 9 to 5, have that same rhetoric. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Yes, true. But
it does cross over. It does cross over and influence. I mean, that's why they use the word influencer, right? It does. It might be towards the lowest common denominator in our community, but because of how it's transmitted, a lot of people see it, and because a lot of people see it,
but to me,
those people,
that's great though, bro, because that weeds out what you need to. These people that are so naive and so easily influenced by this thing, those are people you need not to build with, because at the end of the day, you see them, they are naive, they're ignorant, they can't be trusted. Right? It's easier to build your tribe, to me, if you can weed out these B. Simone worshipers.
No,
exactly.
I think what happens though, Jay, I'll give you a moment. I think what happens though, and I think we discount this too often. Zuli was just starting to talk about the PhD type sisters, right? Sometimes you could have these people who are otherwise good builders, people you really could build institutions with based on their skills and their knowledge, KSA type stuff. But we discount that. We don't realize, we think it's, that it's all or nothing. Either they have this all the way and they are one of the, the lower dwellers in our community or whatever, but we got to understand the same way we could look back at like Kwame Ture or Nkrumah or someone and point out some flaws that they had in their character, right? The same way we could do that now. We will end up in that same situation going forward, because again, a person could have all these great qualities and you could actually you can actually work with them in the macro level, but in the micro level, you just can't fuck with them.
But then
Jay,
they were. Oh, my bad. I'm sorry. But just real quick, bro. To me, they will eventually find their way. They will find their light, or they'll find somebody like you. They'll be open-minded enough to, and then they'll think, bro. You got 85% are gone. Y'all need to put that in your head, bro. 85% are gone. Think if
5%ers.
You got to think like that, bro. You really have to. Otherwise, you're gonna drive yourself crazy trying to save everybody, bro. That's all
I get
yeah.
that.
Yeah, I wanted to. What I wanted to do was take the edge a little bit off of the 5 million followers that she has, and that's what I hear. And sometimes in these men going their own ways and this red pill, sometimes I'm cringy, because in those 5 million in those 5 million followers that she has, you have a lot of our enemies that want to watch us in this manner. I think of the 5 million, maybe 2 million are our enemies that go
Right.
like, see,
Right.
you see, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's
No, he's right, because the biggest consumers of rap music are white people, not black people.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I have my points. You know, I'm a bit red pill-ish. I'm a bit red pill-ish, but we have to stay sober. We are surrounded by enemies.
You know what? Let's Razuli quickly, and then we're gonna go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 10 tonight.
I was gonna say the one thing. One of the things she's talking about. She went to see the hitman to get rid of her unborn.
Mm-hmm.
So if we look at if there's no influence in that she does that. If you look at the statistic, our women go see the hitman more than any, proportionally to the to our population, than any other race in America. So that little thing she's spewing right now, that doesn't, nobody sees that. It's just her and her minions.
Okay, is that us men? Is that us men?
What do you mean? So you mean to tell me, okay, if you want to take it there, you mean to tell me men haven't pressured women to get abortion?
Oh shit! I didn't ask that question. Let's go to the next.
Yeah, let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 10.
You're an accomplice. You're an accomplice to the hit, bro. Stop it.
Absolutely not. But okay, next point, please.
Shoot the Breeze topic number 10 tonight is Malcolm X had it wrong. The black man is the most disrespected and unprotected. Black men are on their own. This came with a link as well. Let me try to tee it up real quick. We're going to have to hear more from Mr. Untouchable in this round. We didn't hear too much from him last time. This computer. This should be coming up in a few seconds.
While we wait, let me give my smaller contribution. For me, you know, I the same way Razuli has practiced zero tolerance with the politicians, I practice zero tolerance with people in my so-called social circles. If I don't have to work with you, if I don't have to do business with you, then I practice zero tolerance. What that means is if you don't carry the same mindset, there's no reason I should be giving you any part of my personal time outside of how are you, mom? Thank you, mom. Goodbye, mom. I practice zero tolerance. And if it doesn't have anything to do with business. Now, if I have to do business with you, it's all professional, because I am with the same thinking of my soldier brother, who says that it's we in the small percentage as far as the mind and the thinking and the mentality goes. We in a very limited small percentage.
Information about black men is pathetic.
Hold on, is this
know
playing?
if a white professor put out this tweet that she put out right now, they would have
I
lost
can't tell if this
their
is.
job.
Can you guys hear audio?
But
Yes.
she's allowed
Oh, you can.
to say this nonsense. And let me tell you something. This nonsense is being peddled by the progressives, the liberals, the Democrats about black men. This is why you see a whole community sprouting up on social media. This divestment, this hatred towards black men being promoted by people like Cynthia G and Nyla and Brittany Cooper. And you remember another person who's now over at MSNBC, Miss Sanders, who was once Vice President Kamala Harris communication director. She worked to help Joe Biden get elected. She said black men need to shut up. And this is what you're seeing today. This new black female masculinity, to where they feel as though black men in general should just shut up and be more feminine. This is why you see the promotion of more feminine black men. How could you bring up something like this in one of the worst massacres in American history and compare black men to this demon, Peyton Jerome, unless these thoughts is running through your mind every day? You would be surprised at how many black women are listening to people like Brittany Cooper say this nonsense. And they need to be called out. They need to be disciplined, because you can't have people basically putting out disinformation, basically trying to destroy the race. Because if there's no communication between the black man and the black woman, it's over for us. Families, structures keep a race together. Nothing more, nothing less. And if we fall prey to the Brittany Coopers, the Cynthia G's, and all these other progressive black female liberals who spout this nonsense, we will be a race that will no longer exist. And I'm going to say this, I believe maybe some of them want us black men to go away. I want to thank you for listening to Black Site, this quick take. I hope you subscribe to this channel. Smash that like button, but also share this video.
So full disclosure, I had a problem. Oh, hey, I couldn't hear the audio. Can someone just briefly summarize it? What happened in that video just now?
Well, you didn't play from the beginning, so we didn't get to hear the beginning part. But what he's saying is that this professor compared black men to the shooter that killed those 10 people in Buffalo, and because she said that black men are this society is radicalizing black men against black women or something like that. I don't think you started it from the beginning. But
Oh, the video didn't play from the start?
well, no, it didn't get from the start because he didn't read the prompt.
Oh, my bad.
I'd say we got like 90% of it. I heard him talking most of the time, like when
Yeah, I think he played most of it. He played most of it.
I heard pretty much all of it, yo.
Yeah, I also had the impression.
You have to read that part. So while I was attempting to compare black men to Peyton, that's the part he was. Yeah, okay.
I mean, we could see it though. You feel me?
Yeah, we read it. I mean,
all right,
we
cool.
read it.
Oh, I see. You wanted me to read that part. Okay, so Brittany Cooper had a tweet.
Is she black or is she white? This lady.
I think she's black. She's tweeted, so while I was not attempting to compare, I don't know if this video shows the original tweet. I don't know if that's what Azuli is getting at. But it right here it just says, so while I was not attempting to compare a black man to Peyton Gendron, when I made a flippant response to a friend's post on here, I absolutely mean what I say about the internet radicalization of black men. Y'all not become mass shooters, but you're still a possible threat. Azuli, what else you want to say about that?
That was it. That was the thing. I don't think they heard that part, but yeah, that's it.
Okay. KW Don 7 in the chat says she is the same one who said Trump was to blame for her obesity. She's a joker. D-Web, what say you to this prompt?
I agree, and if you know anything about this, she's one of those man-hating, chubby, divesting feminists. It's really no reason for us to listen to her. And honestly, I see a lot of pushback when she tweets. She puts something up similar. Everything she puts is pretty much just trying to go against the black man. She's on the payroll. And I've seen a lot of pushback, which gives me hope. You know what I'm saying? But she's like one of those people that if somebody follows her, that's the 85%. They're gone. You know what I'm saying? If somebody takes her serious or whatever, she's in that lane with Patrice Cullors and what's that chick that left ESPN, like the tap dancing crew. You know what I'm saying? So she's on board with that. So when I seen like her tweet pop up, I kind of knew what it was. Her whole shtick is basically trying to lump the black men in, particularly if you're a free-thinking black man, if you're a strong black man, if what they call the hoteps or whatever of the generation or whatever. God forbid you have a spine as a black man, right? She's all about that, and if you look at her, you can see why she's a man-hating, feminist. You know what I'm saying? Like like the brother said in the chat, you know what I'm saying? She blamed Trump that she's obese, that she's fat. And I'm gonna keep it a buck. She's a fat man hating. She hates her life, and she's trying to push whatever she can push onto anybody else. You know what I'm saying? So I don't even take her seriously. I don't even know whatever. That's all I
got. Do you think, D-Web, that she's making Malcolm X wrong in that the black men are actually the most disrespected, unprotected in America?
I don't even prescribe to that notion. I don't think anybody, like, your protection is due to yourself. If you expect the government to protect you, you're already gone. You're lost. You know what I'm saying? So this whole like protected thing, to me, I don't understand how, given the history of black people throughout the entire creation of the earth, why you expect anybody to protect you. Your protection is all due to yourself and your family. So I don't even prescribe to the notion that people need to be protected. Your protection is all due to yourself, your family, and your community. So I don't even know how to respond to that, to be honest with you. Like, if I expect the government to protect me, I'll slit my fucking wrist before I do that. You feel me? So that's all I got.
Gas them up. What say you?
Yeah, I just to piggyback on what my brother from Chicago just said, I just posted another article where basically the federal government is actually telling you, I don't know if you could share it, but they're literally telling you that the police have no obligation to protect you. They're only there to protect property, right? They don't have, and the only time, ironically, the only time the police have a federal duty to protect you is when you're under their custody. So you have to be under their jurisdiction, which means you have to be, hostage by the court or the state with policy. Then they will protect you. And if you think about it, the most secure people in the world, other than the uber wealthy, are the people who are in maximum security prisons. I mean, I think, what is it? The one in Colorado is like 10 stories below ground. You got to go there, and you got all the top gangsters, and they put them. You can't get in there. Even the best soldiers can't break into that place, right? So they're actually the most protected people on earth. I dare probably argue they probably didn't even have a COVID death. That's how secure and secluded those guys in those type of extreme maximum security institutions are. But with the point and what that lady is writing, I don't, like I said, man, this is. I'm glad the brother understood. The brother from Chicago understood what I was saying. And it just shows a testament to his intelligence, because I've said this before. Sometimes people kind of get like a knee-jerk reaction, like, why would you? And it's like, nah, I'm not, saying it from, I'm really saying it to say, look, man, and I'm happy that he understands it, and I hope he can spread that message. Like, look, you gotta cut, cut the cancer, cut it, and that's fine. So a woman like her, that's good. Stay over there. So when you travel with you to Nigeria and he kills you, that's on you. We it's no hard feelings, but you have nothing to do with us anymore. Right? So to write this nonsense that he's still a threat, it's like, when in the history of black men been a threat? And everyone points to these anecdotal evidences. Look, there's a great book, the best study that I've seen so far on domestic violence in the United States was done by a guy named Dutton, Rethinking Domestic Violence. Anyone can Google that book. I think I may have mentioned, I don't know, but you can check it out. And this presumption that we have of domestic violence is that all the guy is just on top of his woman, UFC style, raining punches, or he's lighting her up like a Mike Tyson combo and then he breaks her arm. That's not what the police reports show. What the police reports show is it starts typically with an argument. Of course, people are in economically chance situations, mostly low-income people. There's the stress, right? So, there's an argument. She might say, your dick is little and your mother's a lesbian. He says, what, bitch? And, she curses him again. He hits her once. She kicks back. He hits again. And then the police are called. It's not this narrative that we've been bombarded, that's been planted in our brains, that right now, every moment, there's some woman at home cowering because the man came in and said, bitch, the chicken's cold, and he just broke her jaw. That's not what happens. And as a matter of fact, the most violent relationships are actually amongst lesbians in terms of those have the most violent, in terms of intimate partner violence. Lesbians beat the hell out of each other. So, this notion of the evil, tough black man whooping the woman's ass and I'm still a threat. And it's like, well, the white boys are at the gun range learning jujitsu, how to break necks. Black dudes are just trying to play ball. They keep the gun on them and shoot in case the ops come. That's it. So we like the brother said, we have to change our simulation. We have to structure our reality. We have to choose carefully who we allow around us, who we allow in our community. And I think that's the way to go. So this chick, tweet, write all you want. How come no white guys married her? I hope she's married, right? I hope she finds a nice, good white man to marry her and she's happy. But my confusion is, why are you still tweeting about people that you don't like? Why are you talking about us if we can't protect you? Leave us alone. I've said that I've been in places. I was at and I'll end with this. I was at a restaurant. I think I said this before. And the women were saying all this stuff. I said, sister, you're right, man. Just go get a white guy. Leave black men alone. And they were quiet. I said, don't be quiet. I agree with you. White men are the best for you. Go get them. Why still talk to people that you don't like? I don't understand that. So I end with that.
I like that. Why talk to or about people that you don't like, right? Jay, what say you on this, man? Was Malcolm X wrong? Does this show that black men are really the most unprotected, most disrespected?
I first want to leak something about speaking about people you don't like. I speak about black women, but that's because I like them and I don't like what I see. Okay,
right.
Shoot me. Yes, the black man is being stepped on, shitted on more than Instagram chicks in Dubai. Yes, sir.
Good callback, man.
Did anybody see how Yada Smith is being protected? You know, this poor guy Will Smith is trying to be the man that he has on his retina, and this hoe is trying to be her mother, and trampling on the soul and heart of Will Smith, and these hoes ain't loyal. No, sorry. Excuse my French, right? Excuse my French. But these women protect her. The first thing that I saw when the bitch was in her entanglement, right? The first thing that I saw on my timeline in social media was, men has nothing to say because men cheat. Well, okay, I've never cheated in my life. I don't know how to do it. How do you do that? How do you speak with another woman while you have a woman and children at home? How do you do that? You know, I don't know how it works. But the first thing that I saw on my timeline, any timeline, Instagram and Facebook and any timeline, was that men should shut up. Men should not have something to say about the entanglement of Yada Smith. And in those days, you also had that wet ass pussy song, and that was the era, that was the month that I'm now I'm 100% no tolerance, zero tolerance. You know, I'm done with the strong, independent. I'm done. It's all degeneracy. It's you're strong, independent. You have a PhD, but still your catch is still between your legs. Come on,
Mr. Untouchable. You heard everything everyone else said. Do you agree with this prompt that Malcolm X was wrong and black men are in fact the most disrespected, unprotected group in America?
Well, I like Malcolm X, but I hope Malcolm X was wrong. And the reason why I hope he was wrong is, if we are the most unprotected people in the West, it gives us the chance to really do something about it. And it's one of the most beautiful things that's been written in the West is the American Constitution. And the reason why I say that is, within that Constitution is the Second Amendment. If you feel, I don't know what that noise is. So if you feel unprotected, there's something within the Constitution of the United States that you could do something about it to become protected. That's one of the most beautiful things, called the Second Amendment. And if black men are on their own, there was something that we watched earlier, an earlier video, where two men in the jungle, left by themselves, on their own by themselves, they was able to create something beautiful, just left alone. They were unprotected. They were in the jungle. Well, tigers are in that part of the world as well. So obviously they was able to find something sufficient enough to do what they needed to do in an unprotected way. They was able to find their own water source. They was able to find their own food source. They was able to do the things they needed to do for themselves. And when you get busy like that, after a while, some of the women will come around. People are going to buy into that kind of thinking and mindset, because these guys are trying to do something. They're building. Let's get behind this. Probably won't be all the women, but some women will come along with it. I am not trying to save the world, man. I've given up on that idea and philosophy and belief. I have come to the understanding that not all of us are gonna make it over the river, but some of us will. And some of us who are willing to try and do, and sometimes even if it means doing for self, we'll make it over the river. But as far as this what is this feminist, this black feminist radical nonsense that exists out there, I'm not afraid of her. You know what I mean? I won't get into a debate or argument with her. As my brother was saying earlier, I practice zero tolerance. I'll let you just jaw at the mouth. If you believe in the great white hope, you believe in that, man. But I'm gonna get busy doing what I need to do, and it is with, as long as your interests don't really interfere with mine, Do your thing, man. Enjoy Candyland. You know.
Block them. Do it
enjoy
now.
Candyland. Zuli, man. Tell us what your thoughts are on this prompt here.
Oh, I believe Malcolm X was wrong, but what I believe Malcolm X was trying to do he said the black woman was the most unprotected, most disrespected, I guess, to galvanize black men, because in his mind, men are there to protect, or probably put there to protect women and the children. But now we're looking at it, I think the black man is the most protected. We get shot more by the police. We get incarcerated more. Black men are the least unemployed. Suicide rate of black men is up the roof. More black men are homeless than anything. So what Malcolm X said was totally wrong. And then what this lady just said, if it was a black teacher, a black male teacher that said this, he would have been fired. He would have been on the front of the news and fired. So we are the most unprotected and the most disrespected because men change nation. Men build nations, so they're afraid of men more. So I say this: Malcolm X had it wrong, but maybe he was using it to galvanize black men to be more stand up right men or whatever. Because even now when you look at it, it was another video like the lady B. Simone disrespecting MLK. So a leader, if it wasn't because of him, maybe she wouldn't be on TV right now. But blatantly disrespected the man, talk about he's not a great man because he had affairs or whatever. So
I'm going to bring that prompt next week. There were some prompts I couldn't put up this week.
No, I'm just saying that I just heard that. So I'm just saying that we are the most disrespected, the most, because if you look at the statistic, more of us unemployed, more incarcerated, more homeless, more. So I think Malcolm had it wrong.
I'll give members on the panel to have an opportunity to speak to what Uzuli just said. He said he think Malcolm was wrong. What say you guys? Let's start with Gaston.
Agree.
I think that Malcolm, like Uzuli said, was trying to galvanize black men. But in today's day and age, I think that black men are definitely targeted.
Okay. Jay, I heard you add something. Say it again for me.
Yeah, I agree. I didn't come out complete the previous session, and now I'm a bit lost for words. But you know, because I was onto toxic feminism. Well, the question is, was Malcolm X right? And the only thing that I got to say is that black men are shitted and pissed on more than Dubai Insta models. But this tweet is very much prevalent, right? So I don't know who the speaker is. He sounds like angry man, some man going their own way, or red pill guy that I used to listen to about 5 or 6 7 years ago. And he names Cynthia G, and you know, so those are names, but you know, in here in the Netherlands, you have you also have this, especially in the supposed conscious movement. These females are, they hate black men. So you're all about Black Lives Matter, and you're all about police brutality and that type of shit. But a man can say nothing, and you're attacked in these pro black groups. Also, you had one organizer of a Black Lives Matter protest in here, and she was interviewed with two rocks, you know, with two brothers that been organizing ish for decades, right? And so here is this Black Lives Matter thing, that a black woman suddenly became the warriors. So they interview this Ghanaian guy, and he had a solid interview. Then this Suriname brother that just got into politics, solid interview, and then her, the organizer. Yeah, when white women call the police for domestic violence, the police comes. But when black women call the police, the police don't react. They don't come. And I'm like, okay. So your problem is black men. Your problem is black men. You're all about Black Lives Matter, but your issue is when you call the police for your black men, the police doesn't come. Okay.
All right, Mr. Untouchable, what say you to what Azuli said here?
No, obviously, I mean, this is the obvious. Obviously, Malcolm X had it wrong because, he wasn't protected. He was his head get blown off in an Autobahn, and the police was basically saying, "Well, you on your own, Negro." So I mean, he had it wrong, and those statements came back to really bite him. But it is what it is, and if it's the case that we are on our own, whatever that means, I think that it's not a bad position to be in, because you could learn from being on your own. What you would have learned, but having all manner of help and support and a so-called assistance. Now you have the latitude and the freedom to figure things out on your own. And as men, I believe that we should be the problem solvers of the world. And we've never been allowed or given that opportunity to be our own problem solvers. So if it's our own we have to be on to get to that point, let us be on our own and build from there. If we have to be protective and all these other things, well, we'll learn that in being on our own. But I don't think it's a bad position to be in. None whatsoever.
D-Web, did I get you yet?
Nah, man. Real quick. I'm gonna be real quick. It's late.
Yep.
I don't think Malcolm was wrong because if you look at the time period, the black woman was less protected than the black man. You gotta take it for what it is, the context of the time period. On top of that, the black man ain't supposed to be protected. The black man's supposed to be the protector. You can't be both, right? You can't be protected and the protector, right? Your job is to protect people. Your job is to stop the intrusion, stop whatever, right? So I don't expect to be ever protected ever in life. Like I said earlier, that's not your role. You know what I'm saying? We have to be very cognizant of our role in society, our role on this earth, our role in this universe, right? And it's not to be protected, it's to be the protectors. So that's what we need to focus on. So I don't think Malcolm X was wrong. I think he had absolutely right, but now they try to flip it so that the black woman is elevated, right? They're trying to make her the most educated, right? The most in these situations where they're the CEOs and the bosses and whatnot, to drive the division. You know what I'm saying? So that's what you have right now. So that's all I got, bro.
All right. That's the last problem for tonight. I want to thank everyone who was tuned in tonight. Those of you who were here and may have left and will come back later to listen to the rest of the playback. Thank you guys for being here. Thanks for all the likes. Make sure you guys, if there's sections of the show that you like, you could clip it, post it to your social media, tag me in it, and let's see if we can get a conversation going around some of these topics. Let's go to Azuli. Azuli, do you want to shout anything out tonight?
I was gonna say if anybody's in Brooklyn, Dance Africa is this week. I mean, it already started Friday, but if you ain't doing nothing, just go downtown Brooklyn.
The rain messed it up today, though.
Yeah, I went yesterday to the show. I didn't see any public, but I'm hoping tomorrow it's okay. But it's 2 days left, so they're gonna have Sunday and Monday. So if you guys are in BC or if you in Brooklyn or if you're near the tri-state, hey, come and see beautiful black people, I guess.
So are they having the street part of it like usual, or is it just a show?
Well, I went to the show last night, but the street vendors usually start today. I meant to go down today, but I didn't get around to. So I'm gonna go tomorrow. But if people were in there was a bunch of people inside the theater. So if people
Okay.
could gather inside, I'm guessing they could gather outside too. So that's my thing.
All right, let me know tomorrow. Gas them up. You want to shout out anything this week?
No, just appreciate you guys for having me. Anyone wants to reach me, gasthemup@gmail.com. You can listen to Jose and I on Fridays on the channel. Shout out to Koku, Mr. Untouchable, everybody on the panel, Zuli, all of you guys. And Tan sent me a message, said I should say what's up to everybody. She's currently on her vacation, so she's having a good break.
Yeah, shout out to Tanzan, man. She's back on the continent right now. Jay, you want to shout out anything?
Yeah, I want to shout out to Forecast Radio. He's you're promoting my and Gas Them Up show, but Forecast his show is also tight. So I shout out to Forecast. Shout out to Brother Bakari. He's also on YouTube with a channel.
Okay.
And shout out to you.
All right, I appreciate that. Shout out to all you guys as well. Mr. Untouchable, what about you? You got anything to shout out?
Yeah, shout out to the great panelists tonight. Your brothers was excellent as always, and I second Jose's motion. Also shout out to Brother Bakari. If y'all guys have time, just check out his page, and shout out to Forecast. He's a young brother, a very serious brother, and interested in politics and the social affairs of the day. So when y'all get time, just check out his channel as well. So shout out to all the brothers and sisters.
Yes, thank you for that. I think, did I get Webb?
No, bro. Real quick. Tentatively right now we're looking at an August relaunch for the Harsh Reality podcast.
Okay.
I'm working on a few things that I want to get in place, including a new logo and things like that. Shout out to Jacksonville, man. We having the Jazz Fest I think this weekend, y'all. So that's pretty dope, so shout out to all the people. I'll be in Chicago probably next month, so people, if they want to, if you're in the Chicago area, hit me up, man. I'll be out there for a while. And shout out to El Miguel, man. El Miguel's launching his own little endeavor in terms of sports and low vibration shit, but sports and betting and things and whatever like that. So I'll be a regular on his little platform, what I mean? So shout out to my brother. Love him to death, man. He's a good dude. That's pretty much all I got, bro.
All right, man. Again, thanks to all you guys who are here tonight. Thanks to everyone who's in the chat. KW Dawn 7, Daily Affirmations by Pauline, Jonelle, Janelle, Only to Say from the Pro-Black Perspective. Check out his show this morning at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. All right, guys, we'll do it again next week. Oh, by the way, I had this little poll up, and it seems the majority of people think that Black family cannot be sustained just on a Black man's wages or Black man's income. So thank you guys for participating in that. I'll let you guys know next week. I don't know if I'm going to be doing shows during the week, during the summertime. I might just do Saturday Night Shoot the Breeze. That won't stop. And by the way, we're almost at a year. Like in 2 weeks or so, we're at a year anniversary of the beginning of Shoot the Breeze. So that should be fun as well. But I'll see you guys next week. We'll chat and we'll do this again. All right. You guys be good.
Peace.
Peace.
Thanks for listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast with your host, Koku. If you like what you just heard, we hope you pass along our web address, bittermedicineblogs.com, to your friends and colleagues, and share our show to all your social media. Be sure to check out our archive section on our website for previous podcasts. This has been a KWAZ radio production. Join us next time for another session of the Bitter Medicine Podcast. Follow us on Facebook at Bitter Medicine Show, Twitter, Bitter Meds, Tumblr, Bitter Meds, Instagram, Bitter Medicine.